जी जी। आउज़ुबिल्लाहि मिनश्शैतानिर्रजीम। बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। सबसे पहले तो जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम। नहीं, यूथ अफेयर डिपार्टमेंट सिंध का प्रोग्राम है और इतने ज़बरदस्त लोग यूथ ऑफ पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान का फ्यूचर जो कि इतने बेहतरीन एनर्जी रखते, वो जब सामने रखते हैं वो है वो ज़्यादा होनी चाहिए। ठीक है, आज इतनी इलेक्ट्रिफाइंग परफॉर्मेंसेस आप लोगों की स्टेज पर देखने को मिलने वाली हैं, लेकिन आप लोगों की एनर्जी जब ज़्यादा अच्छी, बेहतर और बूस्टेड अप होगी तो उसके बाद आप लोगों को मज़ा आएगा कि आज जो आप यहाँ पर विजुअल्स देखने वाले हैं। लेट्स डू इट वंस अगेन लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। मैं आप सब लोगों से सलाम करूंगा, उसका जवाब मैं चाहूंगा कि है तो ज़रा तौर पर आना चाहिए। आवाज, हमारा माइक हम चेक कर लेंगे एक दफा। क्या आप लोगों को मेरी आवाज सही आ रही है? मुझे बताएं। वीआईपी डन जी। यस तो जी लेट्स डू इट वन विद 3 2 1। अस्सलाम। हाँ, अब मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि नौजवान लोगों के पास आया हूं और इतना बेहतरीन यहाँ पर शो होने वाला है। सो लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस माय फर्स्ट। मैं हूँ आपका होस्ट, आपका दोस्त राव शावेज, एंड आई वुड लाइक टू ऑफिशियली वेलकम ऑल ऑफ यू टू सिंध ई स्पोर्ट्स चैंपियनशिप 2025। एक दफा भरपूर तौर पर तालियां होनी चाहिए जी। SEC 2025 brought to you by Sports and Youth Department, Government of Sindh। एक दफा आप तमाम लोगों से गुजारिश करना चाहूंगा कि हमारी सिंध गवर्नमेंट के लिए सबसे पहले भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए। आपको ये बताता चलूं, हमारे पूरे पाकिस्तान में ये सिर्फ सिंध का इवेंट नहीं था, ये चैंपियनशिप टूर्नामेंट दिस पर हमारे इस सूबे सिंध के लिए, बल्कि पूरे पाकिस्तान से 400 से ज्यादा टीम्स ने रजिस्टर किया। 2400 कंटेस्टेंट्स ने इनके अंदर पार्टिसिपेट किया। आज हमारे पास उसके बेहतरीन फाइनलिस्ट आप लोगों के सामने है। इस दफा हमारे इस काम के लिए हम स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर खान महर साहब के लिए भरपूर तालियां चाहिए कि इतना बेहतरीन इनिशिएटिव। हालांकि वी ऑल नो, हालांकि हम सबको पता है कि यार पाकिस्तान जो है हमारा एक थोड़ा सा मुश्किल पैच से गुजर रहा है, लेकिन इन दिस सिचुएशन, इतने मुश्किल वक्तों में भी अगर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ सिंध, हमारे स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर साहब और उनकी पूरी काबीना इतनी बेहतरीन काविश कर रही है तो यकीनी तौर पर वो अप्रिसिएशन के ज़रूर हकदार हैं। एंड विद दैट आप लोग मुझे बताएं ना ज़रा कि भाई CS कौन कौन खेलता है, ज़रा हाथ उठा के मुझे बताएं, मैं देखूँ ना कि कितने लवर्स आए। अच्छा जी, CS। और वेलोरेंट कौन कौन खेलते हैं? ओके, हो ओके ओके ओके, दिस इज नाइस। तो हम पहला गेम फिर वेलोरेंट वालों के लिए करवा लें। पहला गेम जो है फाइनल हम उनका करते हैं। ठीक है, जरा तालियां बजाएंगे तो फिर मजा आएगा कि वेलोरेंट का फाइनल पहले होना चाहिए या CS का फाइनल पहला होना चाहिए। ओके, अब मैं समझ चुका हूँ बिल्कुल कि कौन सा फाइनल पहले होना चाहिए। एंड बिफोर moving towards the games and introducing the teams, I would like to call on a stage District Sports Officer South, Mr. Fareed Ali. I would like to request him to please sir come on stage with us and share the experience. इस सब काम के पीछे इतना बेहतरीन इतना मेगा टूर्नामेंट के पीछे this is not can I have a mic on stage? एक मुझे माइक भी देंगे प्लीज आप लोग. इतनी बेहतरीन काम के पीछे कोई एक इंसान नहीं होता उसको पुल ऑफ करने के लिए, उसके पीछे बहुत बड़ी टीम होती है. एक दफा मिस्टर फरीद अली के लिए भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन. एंड कैन आई हैव अ माइक सर? थैंक यू. अस्सलाम वालेकुम सर.
वालेकुम सलाम.
सर कैसे हैं फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह ज़बरदस्त.
सर कैसा लग रहा है इतना बड़ा टूर्नामेंट, इतनी रजिस्ट्रेशंस, इतना जबरदस्त एक्सपीरियंस एंड नाउ द फाइनल डे ऑफ दिस शोडाउन. हाउ इज एक्सपीरियंस सर?
बिल्कुल हाँ, हमारे मिनिस्टर साहब जो हैं वो यूथ पे बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस कर रहे हैं और हमें उन्होंने कहा हुआ था कि कुछ हमने एक्टिविटीज़ करवानी है. तो बाकी गेम्स पे तो हम बहुत ज़्यादा काम कर रहे होते हैं. लाइक हमने अभी सिंध बीच गेम्स करवाए हैं. हमारे नेशनल गेम्स 6 दिसंबर से स्टार्ट हो रहे हैं पूरे पाकिस्तान से. उसमें 10,000 एथलीट्स आ रहे हैं. तो ये एक इनिशिएटिव था जो हम लेना चाह रहे थे कि ई स्पोर्ट्स पे गवर्नमेंट लेवल के ऊपर काम नहीं हुआ था. और हम लोग एक इवेंट में आए थे हसीब लोगों के, वहाँ हमने ये देखा, इनको आइडिया देखा. और फिर जब हमने इसका रिस्पांस देखा कि जो हमारे पास रिस्पांस आ रहा था बहुत ज़बरदस्त था, बहुत ज़्यादा नंबर्स थे. और आगे भी हम इंशाल्लाह ये चाह रहे हैं कि अभी हमने जिस तरह पीसी गेम्स करवाए हैं नेक्स्ट टाइम हम इसको पबजी, फ्री फायर और मोबाइल गेम्स पे भी लेके जाएंगे.
मोबाइल गेम्स की तरफ भी जा रहे हैं
इंशाल्लाह. नेक्स्ट हमारा टारगेट है कि हम इसको मोबाइल गेम्स पे भी लेके
तो
जाएं.
जी फ्रॉम दिस स्टेज हम ये भी एक तरीके से अनाउंसमेंट हो गई कि अब मोबाइल गेम्स लवर्स जितने हैं या मोबाइल गेम्स एक्सपर्ट्स जितने हैं वो भी तैयार हो जाएं, क्योंकि हम लोग हमारे नेक्स्ट शो जो है वो उसी के बारे में. बट थैंक यू सो वेरी मच सर एंड वंस अगेन कंग्रेचुलेशंस फॉर ऑल ऑफ दिस. और मैं यूथ कह ही लेता हूं अपने आप को, मैं यूथ की तरफ से आपका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूं, आपके पूरे डिपार्टमेंट का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूं कि आप लोग हमारे लिए ऐसे इनिशिएटिव्स ले रहे हैं. थैंक यू सो वेरी मच सर. थैंक यू फॉर बीइंग ऑन स्टेज. ओके जी, नाउ इज द टाइम कि अब हम बात की. ये मैं एक कदम ट्रॉफी से राइट जाता हूं तो आवाज नहीं आती है, तो मैं इस तरफ रहता हूं, ज्यादा बेहतर है. चले जी, अब वक्त आ चुका है हमारी फाइनलिस्ट टीम ऑफ द गेम वेलोरेंट फर्स्ट को इंट्रोड्यूस करने का. सबसे पहले हमारा इंट्रोडक्शन चलेगा, आप सबकी तालियां होनी चाहिए, फिर वो पूरी टीम स्टेज पर आएगी. फिर तालियों में कंजूसी नहीं करेंगे एक दफा. अच्छा ओके, दिस इज अ फॉर श्योर थिंग कि हम पाकिस्तान से तो बहुत ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं. तो एक दफा अगर मैं एनर्जी चेक कर लूं आप लोगों की कि मैं बोलूंगा पाकिस्तान, आप लोगों ने क्या बोलना है? ऐसे जिंदाबाद बोलेंगे तो फिर मजा नहीं आएगा ना. ओके जी, पाकिस्तान. ठीक है, इंट्रोडक्शन ही करा लेते हैं. चले भाई, दिस इज वेरी गुड. आप सबकी भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए जी. हमारी पहली वेलोरेंट गेम की फाइनलिस्ट टीम हाउलर्स के लिए भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए जी. सबसे पहले क्या बात है भाई, तालियों की आवाज एक दफा फिर से आएगी ना. Okay, जी, with that now I would like to call on stage the second finalist. आप सबकी भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए for game theory. Very well done. Perfect. Now I would like to call both of the captains of the team right here with us with the trophy. आ जाइए जी. From Game Theory and Game Howlers, हमारे captains. मुझे mic चाहिए होगा stage पर. Please sir, मेरे लिए mic ले आएं. Sir, please can you step forward with the trophy at the left side and the right side, sir? Thank you. Do we have a mic? Let's talk to the captain of Howler. Sir, assalamu alaikum.
वालेकुम अस्सलाम.
हमारे कैमरा में जगह थोड़ी थोड़ी सी जगह दे दे, पीछे से लोग इशारे कर रहे हैं कि हम भी देखने आए हैं. सर कैसे हैं आप?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, आप कैसे हैं?
सर मैं बिल्कुल ठीक ठाक हूँ. कैसा लग रहा है दैट बीइंग इन पाकिस्तान प्लेइंग सच गेम्स और आज इसको इतने नेशनल लेवल पर आप पूरी अपनी टीम को लेकर आए हैं? हाउ वाज द एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ SEC 2025?
बीइंग अ पाकिस्तानी ये एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा है क्योंकि हम लोगों ने ये चीज़ एक्सपेक्ट की नहीं थी गवर्नमेंट से. तो इट एक्चुअली फील्स हेवनली कि गवर्नमेंट ऐसा इनिशिएटिव ले रही है फॉर पाकिस्तानी पीसी गेमर्स, क्योंकि कंसोल्स के लिए तो वैसे भी होते रहते हैं टेकन वगैरह के, लेकिन फॉर वैलोरेंट एंड CS2 आई थिंक दिस इज द फर्स्ट टाइम दैट द गवर्नमेंट इज टेकिंग सच इनिशिएटिव. तो इसके लिए तो बहुत अच्छी
तो
फीलिंग
सर
है.
आपका ये टूर्नामेंट का एक्सपीरियंस सो फार कैसा रहा?
टूर्नामेंट का एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा था. बहुत अच्छी प्रोफेशनल मैनेजमेंट थी. बहुत 400 टीम्स थी और बहुत जल्दी इसको वाइंड अप किया गया. अराउंड लाइक 1 वीक में पूरा ऑनलाइन क्वार्टर जो है सब कुछ वाइंड अप कर दिया गया था. और फाइनल्स के लिए भी हमें जो अकोमोडेट करवाया गया, हमारा ट्रैवल वगैरह सब स्पॉन्सर्ड था. तो लाइक सब कुछ बहुत प्रोफेशनली और बहुत अच्छी तरीके से मैनेज किया गया था.
Thank you so very much and very good luck for today's match.
Thank you very much.
And we are hoping कि आप लोगों में से जो भी अच्छा खेले वो यहाँ से आज ट्रॉफी और विनिंग प्राइज लेके
For
जाए.
sure.
Thank you sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, the captain of Game Theory sir, assalamu alaikum.
वालेकुम
Sir
अस्सलाम.
कैसे हैं आप?
मैं बिल्कुल ठीक.
Sir, how are you feeling being on this stage? Such a big platform.
I feel great. Feels good.
And कैसा रहा आपका एक्सपीरियंस? कैसा रहा सिंध Esports Championship 2025 का?
It's been a very good experience. बहुत smooth. We haven't really faced any problems at all in this like qualifiers. Even to the qualifiers, the management has been great to us. The Sindh government has been, it's actually a very good event. I wasn't expecting this.
So, do you guys have some any new strategy या आप पिछले अपनी जितनी strategy से matches खेलते आ रहे हैं, you are going with the same thing? और कैसा आपको कैसा लगता है कि हाउलर्स के साथ मुकाबला आज होने कैसा वाला है? Is it going to be tough या आप लोग सोच रहे हैं कि हम आसानी से निकल जाएंगे?
Well, we don't really have any strategies to be fair. We just play on basic fundamentals, and I believe कि basic fundamentals जब आप master कर लेते हो, you don't need any complex strategies.
Very
right?
nice, very nice.
And I feel like Howlers. I really appreciate them. They have worked a lot hard, like obviously a lot, very hard. But I feel like this should be easy.
Thank you so very much. और हम सब की बहुत सारी दुआएं आप लोगों के साथ हैं. Just go, play the game, enjoy the game. एक दफा भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए जी हमारी दोनों टीम के कैप्टन्स के लिए. And okay जी, you guys can अपनी अपनी कमान आप लोग संभाल सकते हैं अगर मैं आप लोगों को उर्दू में कहूँ. And now I would like to over to our casters. एक दफा हमारे casters के लिए आप लोग जरा भरपूर तौर पर तालियां बजा दें यार. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है भरपूर तौर पर तालियां बजा दें हमारे casters के लिए. Thank you so very much. Over to our casters, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Chavez, and welcome everybody to the Valorant Grand Finals of the Sindh Esports Championship, brought to you by the Sports and Youth Affairs Department. I am Jaizab, and joining me here today is going to be Ali as we take you through the last best of 3 that will decide the victor of this tournament. How are you feeling, Ali?
Well, it certainly feels fantastic to be here, Jazib, and also feels special because the community has made this so special for them. Obviously, like people that make this game special, and these guys deserve a tournament like this. We've been waiting so long for a tournament like this on a scale like this, and well, if anyone deserves this tournament, the community deserves this.
It certainly does, and the Sindh government, alongside the wider team, they certainly have delivered. As you heard, there were more than 400 teams. In Valorant alone, there were more than 200 teams. So the community responded, and the tournament has been absolutely phenomenal. But it has led us down this path where Howlers, alongside Game Theory, have made it to the grand final. So now with the teams at hand, Ali, I have to ask you. I mean, we've seen them play in the semifinals. Game Theory, they had an absolutely dominant performance. Their game was under an hour in the semifinals. So they are looking hot right now. But on the other side, you have Howlers who have had a fantastic run of their own. They've had really close games, but eventually, in the very end, when things matter most, they come out on top.
Indeed, yeah, because we talked about Game Theory just dominating. Like, we didn't get to understand what their game time is. Like, they completely dominated their opponent's Akatsuki, and for Howlers, they had to fight for this because obviously going third map and the pressure is on, the stakes are high, and you have to perform in those situations, and they certainly did. Their opponents, Mystic, weren't any ordinary team as well. They had veterans in that team as well, and these guys came out on top, and they have proved themselves. They have one more hurdle to clear, and that is game theory.
Yeah, one more hurdle before they earn the right to lift that trophy. So it certainly has been absolutely fantastic, but we do have the bracket to see how the road looked like before we got to the grand final. So as you said, the Howlers, they had to face off against Mystic, who had veterans like Buttsab, like Darky, who were in the old times of Valorant on Arrow, and Arrow was consistently top 3, top 4 in every Valorant tournament, and we just saw them perform time and time again. So to beat them out and make it to the grand finals was certainly no easy task. Howlers, however, now they are here. Ali, I want to talk to you about some of the win conditions here. What do you think matters the most for Howlers to be able to come out on top against Game Theory?
Well, certainly for any team, like, first of all, it has to be the teamwork, but on top of that, we have star players that do make a difference. And we have star players. There is no shortage of star players in Howlers. We have, first of all, Kenshiro. Everyone knows this guy is insane. When you see him on Neon, it is just a treat to watch. And on the other side, we have the support staff as well. We have Salt, IGLing for the team as well, and Woody with his, like, he used to be the IGL, but now stepped down to like a bit of a minor, like, we'll be calling the micros and stuff as well. But yeah, he provides that support as well. Alongside, we have M2K, another young talent as well. Among these veterans, we have M2K as well. Like, these young bloods, they have proven themselves consistently across the stage, and certainly we are looking to see like how they perform in the stage as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And one player, again, I'd like to mention Ken the Carry. The man was absolutely fantastic. He had 69 frags in the semifinals alone. And him playing the Neon, as you said, he is absolutely phenomenal on that. He had about 45 deaths collectively across the semifinals, best of 3. But when you are delivering 65 frags, the KD doesn't exactly matter. You're finding those entry frags, you're getting those openings for your team, and that's just going to set your whole roster up for success so well that your death doesn't even matter. You've practically did most of the work that the team requires you to do, and Ken does it so consistently that it's actually unbelievable to see.
Yes, indeed, and it's just not the duelist, because if you guys already know, Ken does not play duelist alone. He is a flex player. He's played the Killjoy as well. So it doesn't matter the agent as well. This guy is so mechanically gifted, he will deliver on any agent that you give to him, and certainly it shows. But we've also known, like, this community knows him for his Neon. Whenever you see him sliding in, you're just as good as that, basically. So that is, hopefully we get to see that on the stage as well.
Yeah, certainly. But enough about Howlers. Now let's talk about who you could say are the favorites for this one, Game Theory. That roster has King on it. That's the first thing I'd like to say. We saw a banner in the crowd as well which said King Kailega, and that's true. King was part of that one legacy roster exploit who won everything in Valorant that happened at a time, and they even beat out international teams on the South Asian region, like VLT, who were just unbelievably great at the time. So to have somebody that experienced and just that much of a winning player is automatically going to rise you above so many standards. So, however, before we move on to the game, we have to find out what maps we are going to be leading into, because the semifinals was certainly interesting. We got to saw the same map pools for both of the semifinals, so I'm sort of anticipating it to go the same route. However, it certainly is going to be interesting to see whether these teams decide to stick by it, or we're going to have some changes. The first off, Bind gets banned instantly, and we know for a fact that Howlers just hate that map. They want it gone.
Yeah, certainly they do want that gone as well, and Game Theory has banned Pearl as well. So it's kind of looking like the same veto once again for the semifinals as well. So these teams, the first semifinal that we had amongst like Akatsuki and we had Game Theory. They're same maps: Abyss, Corrode, and Sunset. And Howler and Mystic played the same maps. But now, once again, we see Corrode being picked by Howlers.
Yeah, and I mean, they played it in the semifinals, and they had a really strong performance. It went to the final round of regulation, so it certainly was a close call against Mystic, but they still came out on top. They have very recent experience in it, and there you go. Sunset gets picked up as well, and Game Theory, I mean, given how dominant they were, I mean, I don't expect them to change it. What's not wrong, you shouldn't go against it. If it works, it works. But given, as you said, how it's looking like, 2 of the 3 maps are already the same. Haven gets banned out, so amongst the last 2, it may just end up being the same maps again.
Yeah, but we are guaranteed to see the same maps that we saw in the semifinals already. So
Yeah.
both teams really comfortable on both these maps, really familiar with both of them. And I think, yeah, the last map, it is looking like to be Abyss. So
There we
that
go.
will be a decider if need be. But yeah, that is pretty much the same veto that we saw in the 2 semifinals. And now we have the same thing in the finals as well. But this time, Corrode is actually the first map that is going to be played. This was the 3rd map that was played in the first semifinal, and Corrode wasn't played in the 2nd semifinal. So for game theory, this is going to be a first time at Corrode.
Yeah, and it also may be a little bit scary for Howlers, given that you don't exactly know how Game Theory are going to play that map. As you said, we don't exactly have a VOD. They didn't even get to that point where they needed to play Corrode. They just utterly dominated Akatsuki. So it certainly could be a scary place. However, again, you have to pick the maps you're strong at. You can't just go on a map where you're slightly uncomfortable against a team that is relying so much on fundamentals. As we heard Ghani talk earlier with Shawez, that they are relying much more on their fundamentals to work for them rather than being methodical or having complex strategies. They just want to play the game the right way.
And on top of that as well, like at the stage that we are right now, the grand final stage, no team on the stage, they don't want to take any risks. They're going with what works for them. And certainly, since they're all familiar with these maps, it is certainly like guaranteed to be a banger game.
It absolutely is. But as we head into the game and it get closer and closer, we can talk a bit further about game theory's win cons. The first point was being obviously king, but there are more players like Dexter, who has been phenomenal in the semifinals. We have Trick. Trick is the player on the side of game theory as well. We have Kenshiro on Howlers, and his equivalent would likely just be Trick on the other end.
Indeed, yeah. This is one of the matchups, one of the storylines that we have going into this grand finals, Trick versus Kenshiro. Both of these players, one of the best on their teams, one of the best in their region, not just in Pakistan as well. And we're just going to get into the agent select in a couple of moments. But yeah, as we're talking about Kenshiro and Trick, these guys have this sort of, they're good friends. Like they've been teammates as well, but to be considered like one of the best in the region at like Middle East and South Asia as well, and now going up against each other, both of these players have something to prove.
They certainly do, and I'd like to mention Demon as well. I mean, the man just lives up to his name. His elder brother is Shooter, so I guess it's just in the genes at this point, because Shooter was utterly dominating the region when he was playing on Exploit, alongside King as well, by the way. And now when Demon's playing alongside King on Game Theory, they just made their run to the Grand Finals look so easy that the semifinals didn't even seem like a semifinals, to be honest.
Indeed, as you already said, like Demon lives up to his name, the demonic presence that he has in the server. Like even if he's the last person alive, he can pull out those plays, those clutch plays that will make sure that Game Theory secured the round in the end, and like he certainly lives up to that.
Yeah, he certainly does. But again, there's just so much history between some of these players as well. We have Protagonist on one end. You cannot go into the game without talking about that man. He also was part of that old Arrow roster he has practically played Valorant ever since it came out at a professional level in Pakistan. So there's a lot of experience on that end as well. And I do expect him to be partially IGLing alongside Salt, and I believe they do so as well. But now we are actually going to get back to the Agent Select to see what these teams are going to be working with heading on to map number 1 of Corrode. I do anticipate it to be for the most part, similar to what we saw in the semifinals, because again, it worked for both of them. So I don't exactly, well, we didn't see Game Theory play on Corrode, but what worked for Howler, they'd like to stick by it.
Indeed, yeah. Already seeing Howlers going for that double duelist, the Neon and the Wele going through. Kenshiro will be not on the Neon so far, but hopefully we'll get to see that on the second map. And on the side of Game Theory, we have Wise being played. They're going for a different approach to the Sentinel role. Wise has been really strong, and I'm really curious to see how they're going to be. There's no Yoru on Howlers, so it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of counter that Wise wall, how they're going to bait it out. Obviously, you can have the Neon kind of like jump peak or something like that, but that'll be interesting to see. And the Razor Vines, you already know how deadly they can be in those choke points.
Yeah, they certainly can be, but on the other end, as you said, we have a Yoru alongside a Waylay. So it seems like these teams have sort of cemented Waylay onto the meta for Corrode, which makes a lot of sense given how fast the rotations sometimes need to be. It is somewhat of a big map, and that's, I guess, what Neon allows you to do as well. Alongside the Yoru, the TPs allow you to be able to set up fast rotations, or it sort of helps you anti-strat against Wise as well. So they may be anticipating a Wise on the other end for that Yoru pick. However, on the other side of Neon, it certainly is going to struggle against a Wise. It's practically I mean, realistically speaking, it did look good. The agent compositions look good on either end. It is the agents that we've seen all of these players play, except the Waylay on the side of Game Theory already in the semifinals. So we saw Demon absolutely pop off in the semifinals while playing the Omen. So it seems like, for the most part, at the very least, we do have comfort picks all across the board. But one more thing that I'd like to mention, it was Densa that was in the lobby instead of Woody for Howlers.
Yes, so we saw that in the final as well, that Woody did not play on Corrode. He did play on Sunset, he did play on Abyss, but Corrode, for some reason, it seems like they're very comfortable maybe swapping out Tensa, because allowing two duelists like M2K, obviously, we would have to talk about the young blood coming into this team. He has something to prove as well. Obviously, first stage for him as well. Some nerves are going to be in there, but yeah, as you said, Woody being swapped out for Tensa in this map specifically, we saw in the semifinal. Obviously, we want like as much firepower going in with the duelist side of things. Obviously, Woody doesn't play that role, so obviously it kind of makes sense that they're swapping him out for a different playstyle going into this map of Corrode.
Yeah, it certainly makes sense. I mean, Tensa, as you said, he played the third map in the semifinals on Corrode as well, and he performed phenomenally. He had 19 kills with just 12 deaths, and he was setting up his team so well. I mean, that was one of the maps where we didn't see Kenshiro pick the Neon himself. It's going to be Tensa that does that role for him, and he executes it so well that it actually sets up Kenshiro for success on that chamber in the meanwhile as well. Kenshiro himself had an absolutely fantastic game. Having a duelist that can set up the rest of the squad is just, it matters so much. And I believe that is one of the key elements that has been the success factor for Howlers. You have the likes of Kenshiro, you have the likes of Tensa, and they can just swap out the roles and play the duelist role wherever they feel comfortable. And hence, if you just have a good starting point to every round, that's automatically going to give you the confidence and set you up for success.
Indeed, and we're talking about the duelist as well. Duelist certainly helps out with the initial part of your execute, whatever. But on top of that, like behind the scenes, we have the support staff as well.
Yeah.
We have Salt and Protagonist. They will be playing the IGL role and the Initiator and Smokes respectively. So veterans on that team as well. Salt has been playing for so long as well. He's experienced as well. He's played tournaments as well. So certainly that support staff is going to come in handy for those duelists to make those opportunities for their team and securing those rounds.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be easy. However, you know, Ali, what I'm wondering right now is how it feels to be Ghani, the man that's leading the charge on the Game Theory side. And again, they have been utterly dominant, but now you're in front of an amazing crowd, by the way. And in the meanwhile, you're in the grand finals now, and you have players like Trick, you have players like Demon, and King. I mean, the man is an absolute legend. But as we get closer and closer into map number 1, ladies and gentlemen, can I have a round of applause for both of these two teams as we get closer and closer to beginning the best of 3 for the grand finals?
Well, I think when people come, it'll be getting louder.
Yeah.
It'll certainly get louder. It's still a lot of time.
We still have people coming in,
Yeah.
and the grand finals is yet to start, so of course there's a
Yeah.
long way to go. However, the map is being loaded up, the players are being readied, but again, as we were talking about Ghani, the man just has so much experience on his sidelines. So I was talking to him yesterday, one of the conversation points that we had were how difficult it may feel or how pressurizing it may be to have such legendary players and such just players that can dominate a map all on their own decks. Practically everybody on that roster has that potential. So you have to sort of keep them in line, make sure they don't get overconfident. And his response was very simple, that we focus on our fundamentals, and these players are just so calm that he doesn't even have to do much about it. So he has a roster that works so well all together that there isn't much for them to do to be able to make those complex strategies. They just work off of fundamentals, as he himself said, and it works phenomenally.
Indeed, and as you said, like when a player like that, when a new player like Gunny, who wasn't in the spotlight as much as King have been or Trick has been, like to earn their respect as well as being the IGL of the team, that definitely means something. Because like you've got these players, they've been playing for so long. Gunny hasn't been necessarily part of the spotlight, but now to be leading these players, and certainly even when King wasn't in the team, he was leading players like Trick as well. Like Trick, considered one of the best players in the region. Leading them has to like obviously mean something. And also, we were talking about Gunny. We also have to talk about how he was kind of a part of Howlers, like when they were previously known as SRN. So we have that kind of storyline as well. Obviously, when you get to a stage like this, you don't necessarily think about, oh, this is my old team or something like that. You're just trying to focus on your game. But in the back of your mind, you're like, this is my old team. I have to like settle the score like once and for all.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you have to sort of settle the score. I'm not sure what exactly went down behind the scenes for him to make the roster, but it worked out for him. I mean, he's in the grand finals, and they are, I mean, certainly the favorites to win this, given, again, how stacked the roster is. But on the other end, heading into Karachi specifically, we've talked about the general win cons for Howlers. Who do you think needs to show up the most for Howlers to be able to take their own map pick away?
I think Howlers, for Howlers, as we talked about, it's going to have to be the support staff first of all, but Kenshiro and the Tensa, and it's going to be M2K. Obviously, we have to get those guys started because they're playing a very heavy-duty role. Both of them playing the duelist, so they have to make sure that they get those entries, get a follow-up on the utility of the initiators, and try to create as much space as possible. This is a very big map. You have to acquire space across all fronts to make sure that you have a very good plan in the mid-round as well.
Yeah, certainly. But, I mean, we haven't exactly seen Game Theory, so I'm a little hesitant to comment on how this game might go. From what we know about Game Theory is that they just like to play on their own pace, and they do it so well that the other team is forced to play on Game Theory's sort of pacing of the map as well. So if it comes to be, that is something that they could struggle with. We've seen them be aggressive, as you said. They try very well, and they do so very well as well, where the strategy mostly relies on activating and giving agency to their duelists, and the support does it extremely well. And Tensa and Kenshiro, whoever is playing that duelist role on any map, they execute it really well, and that sort of has been the success factor for this team. However, one thing that does worry me is on practically every map where we have seen, in the semifinals specifically at the very least, Howlers seem to struggle to have a strong start. They always started on the back foot, and from the dominance that Game Theory have shown generally across Valorant so far, is that once they get going, once they have the momentum, they do not let go of it. And if that comes to be as well, if they gain that momentum and snowball it into something bigger, I'm not sure if Howlers will be able to mount a comeback.
Indeed, yeah. Game Theory, like we've seen the dominant performance that they showed, and certainly when you have no idea as to how the team is going to be playing this map, it certainly creates like a fear factor. Not necessarily because they're going to be focusing on their own game, but it certainly creates a certainty. Like, how are we going to like adapt? Howlers, as we know, like historically, this team does start off slow, but one thing we do have to talk about: this team does play these eco rounds specifically. They play those really well. They may lose out sometimes on the gun rounds, but these guys are insane with the classics and the sheriffs as well, especially Woody. He's not going to be playing this map, but we have to look out for that as well in the obviously coming maps as well. Hopefully we get to see him on those. But Game Theory, yeah, it's going to be something it's going to be different for Howlers to like communicate through, and like how they're going to adapting to the Wise and the Euro as well. Because Euro, we're talking about the agents as well. Euro, instead of, on top of like adding like rotations or being like quick on those, he also has like that like factor that you're just guessing as to where he could be on the map. Like when you're TP, because you have the option for a fake out as well. So you never know if he's still on that angle or he just like TP'd across the map. So that is one thing that Howlers obviously will have to look into that. They'll have to shut down that duelist specifically.
Yeah, and particularly on the side of Howlers, I'm mostly looking at how Salt and Protagonist, they react. If they do have a bad start, that's going to be, those two people are going to be my key factors of success for Howlers to be able to mount a comeback and regain their confidence. Because again, Protagonist, he has that experience. I believe he's second IGLs alongside Salt whenever he needs to as well. And Salt, again, being the IGL, he has to be the one that keeps the blood flowing in the team, and they just have to not get under the pressure. We do have people joining us still, so, and playing in front of a crowd, it could realistically get hectic. And for quite a few of these people, it's their first experience playing in front of such a large crowd as well. So I really need to see how those two players particularly react. And on the other end, game theory, if need be, King would have to be the one that leads the charge. He and do sort of the mid-round calling in, or take a timeout and perhaps talk to them. Both of these teams, they do have a coach, so those timeouts they certainly are going to be absolutely important, where they may get an outside perspective of how the game is going or what they should be doing. But the win condition, absolutely. Two things in my mind for Howlers right now. One, having a good start. As you said, they're fantastic on their pistol rounds, and I need to see that from them. And second, Ken the carry.
Yes, Ken the carry. Like, we talk about this all the time. Like, these guys, like, kind of have a running theme as well. It's Ken and friends, but it is certainly anything but that. These guys, it does get joked around a lot, but these guys have the support staff. They do not get enough credit for what they do for Ken as well. Because Ken, like, obviously it's not one guy playing.
Yeah.
It's the whole team, the 5 players. When they combine together, that is the win con for most teams, like all across like the world, whatever it is. But obviously we have those star players like Kenshiro. We rely on them. We want to see them perform, especially in front of a crowd as well. Like, you want to have that as well. You want to show like what you've done online as well. You can emulate that on the big stage as well, in front of a crowd.
Yeah, and Corrode is again, it's the newer map in the game as well, although teams sort of have gotten used to it at this point, and plus given how much these teams play Corrode as well, and it makes it to their map pool. So I do expect them to be comfortable and wish to see how Game Theory exactly play this game. However, we do have clashing play styles on our hands here. On one end, we have Game Theory, who like to play their fundamental game, who like to do their due diligence before deciding how they want to execute the round. While on the other end, it's much more about the aggression, and it's much more about having those initial setups work out for the side of Howlers.
Yes, indeed. As you said about the initial setups, when they don't work, like obviously some teams, they do kind of falter under pressure. And they kind of don't figure out what to do in the middle of the round, or like towards the end of the round as well. For them, they have to make sure that even if it doesn't work out, they have to, like, obviously the veterans that we talk about, Protagonist and Sol, they're going to have to come up with great ideas to, like, get them out of those sketchy situations, that even if they do fall behind a man, if they do lose a duelist in the process of the execute, they have to make sure that they recover the team, like, get on the same page once again, and hopefully find their way across the round once again to recover it, basically.
Yeah, the mid-round calling is going to be absolutely crucial, whether or not the initial rounds work out or not, because Game Theory, they have the potential to be able to mount a comeback mid-rounds as well. So, and they with the way that they act and with how calmly they play, it realistically does look good for them. However, the key element for Game Theory is going to be that they just realistically need to control the aggression on the side of Howlers. They have to make sure that those initial setups, either they get baited out or they straight up refuse them any entrance into the site. So if they are able to do that and hence force Howlers to play on their pace and slow the round down, it could look deadly.
It certainly could. And obviously, we're talking about the players as well. When you have a player like King on the other side as well, for Howlers, the players on that team, on the team of Howlers, some of them, they are young. Like, obviously, we talk about M2K. This is like his first time on a big stage. He's very young. To be going up against players like that, the veterans, basically, those who have been at the highest levels of competing, to go up against those guys, it has got to be like some sort of nerves going on, and in front of the crowd as well. Like, that adds up to, like, just mounting up the pressure, basically.
Yeah, the man's 17 years old, and he's in the grand finals of a 1.5 million PKR tournament.
Like,
and
that is, yeah, gotta feel it.
Just one more best of 3 before they're allowed to lift that trophy. But enough talking, Ali. We are ready. The teams are ready. The crowd probably is ready as well, as we head into map number 1 of the best of 3. It is going to be Corrode coming up first. And Howlers against Game Theory, one best of 3 to decide who the champion of Sindh Esports Championship is going to be.
Well, we are so excited to get into this map here. Game theory, as we have talked about so far, hasn't played this map, so it is going to be something new for us to see. And now we're just gonna get into this. Timer is ticked down, and we are finally live for the Sindh Esports Valorant Finals.
Game 3 leading the charge towards the A side, and Dexter draws first blood. Salt a try and holds for the side all by himself, but M2K to help him out, but Trix gets 2. Now it's come down to a 2 versus 2. Trick retracts, playing into safety. Side taken over, but there's only 2 players alive. 4 Howlers now.
Kenshiro just on that CT side here. Plant goes in now. Just gonna be waiting for protagonists to join up into the site. Slowly working their way. King worried about the flank there. Trick playing a bit separated now. Just on that jump peak, running away. Gets taken down by Kenshiro. All down to King. 1 King alive. Swing out from that smoke, and protagonist finds him. Kenshiro with the final kill. And Howlers, as we were talking about, secure the pistol round in the grand final.
Absolutely fantastic retake from the side of Kenshiro and protagonist. That smoke was absolutely phenomenal. Kenshiro finding that frag right after that paranoia onto the waylay just set Howlers up, because game theory, they were sort of setting up for a trade because they had a one-man advantage after the spike went down, so they wanted to just play off of that. However, Kenshiro getting the right timing onto the waylay right after the paranoia was absolutely phenomenal. The smoke just put the smoke that followed afterwards just put game theory in an awkward position that they just had to tuck in and hide. But that jumping right click from Classic was just the finisher of the round.
Need now push it up with a Marshall here. Tensa feeling so confident. He just wants to peek through the smoke at this point. M2K finds first blood in this round as well. Some trades come through from the side of game 3. It's now 3v3. Still done decent damage, game 3, on that eco round.
And it's starting to look dangerous here. Game 3, they have picked up 2 Spectres. However, Howlers deny. They're off to a good start, and that is exactly what we were looking for. You can see the Trick sort of getting loud with his teammates as well, and that's good. That's the energy you need from game theory. However, Howlers off to a great start.
Indeed, and now game theory will be on their full buy here. First gun run for them. Obviously, they need to convert this, and obviously Howlers will be on the bonus round. Tensa is opting for a judge. Already in those close angles, that's going to be very annoying to deal with, especially for the attacking team.
Yeah, it may just be the turning point of this round, as game 3, they have a much better arsenal to work with here. And look at this. 3-man push coming in from the defenders, but it won't even matter as King draws first blood. Kenshiro's gone.
Already the main character, basically, of this team. It's still on a bonus round, but you want to actually maximize the damage that you can do, even with the weaponry that you've carried from that second round as well. Trying to feel out the map here. Aim, Trick, almost dinked down to very low HP.
Oh, the Wise set up for success, but it won't even matter. Dexter holding down the line. Tensa's found, and the spike gets planted. Side completely taken over. And once again, it's come down to just 2 Assault alongside M2K to try and retaliate here, but game theory, the hold is looking just too strong. Howlers practically just on the lookout for finding exit tracks, perhaps, or not. Maybe Salt, he's found 2. They head onto the side. The paranoia, however, connects, and that's just gonna make matters so much worse. And with M2K last alive, the round's practically done and dusted as game theory draw first blood.
Indeed, well, very much needed round for game theory. They are on the board once again now. The Howlers have done decent damage in that in their bonus round as well, so they should be like feeling pretty good about them. And yeah, once again, the judge will be carried along in the next round as well. We are going to be taking a pause. It is a technical pause, so we're just talking about how we were talking about Howlers. They did need a good start, and they've already got that. They've got the first 2 rounds. Bonus that they've done decent damage, and now, well, sky's the limit. They have to like kind of close this first half cleanly after this when the first buy round comes through as well.
Yeah, this round actually I think is going to be the actual good start that Howler needs, because with the pistol round you found success, you've had that confidence flowing now, but this is going to be a real test where now you have proper weaponry to work with. You have Tensa on that judge, you have the rest of the squad with Vandals and Phantoms all across the board. However, the same goes for the side of Game Theory. So whoever ends up winning this round, I think, should be able to sort of snowball that momentum. But if Game Theory are able to shut down Howlers right here, I'd actually get worrisome, even though we're only very early into the map. But Game Theory having found success, and in such a clean fashion as well. It was only Salt, I believe, who found 2 frags after the round was practically done for. But Game Theory, their execute was extremely clean. They sort of split out across the map. They only didn't have presence over towards the A site, which is exactly where Howlers were pushing out from. So that was a good read. And you know, speaking with Ghani early on, that is what he told me was one of their strong points, that he just believes that they have a really good read on how their opponents like to play. And Howlers, I mean, for the time being, it does seem like that his words did make sense. They predicted that absolutely phenomenally, and had Game Theory rushed into that 3-man push, it would have been disastrous, particularly given Tensa was present with a judge. That would have been lethal.
Yeah, it's a great thing that it's very lucky for them that they did not run into that, but it's still in play though. And in this map, we have to clear so many angles. A fade is practically very essential for basically clearing out that space as well in the initiator side as well. So we're gonna have to be diligent on the clears. Game Theory, and well, yeah, as we talked about, Howlers, like securing that initial first start, they will be looking to obviously close out this half like fairly cleanly, and Game Theory kind of has to like certainly adapt as well. We talked about they're going to be focusing on their fundamentals, and yeah, as I say, like Howlers, they have to like kind of make sure that they don't get too ahead of themselves. This has happened with this team as well, because when they like get into a comfortable lead, they kind of like step off the gas. This has happened in the semifinals as well. When we saw on Ascent, these guys had a very comfortable lead, and then Mystic just came back at these guys on the second half. And that's something that Howlers need to make sure that they don't step off the gas. They've gotten the good start. They just have to maintain this and not allow Game Theory to execute how they want their game to be played.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Howlers, they just need to keep on playing with how they like the game. They cannot let Game Theory dictate their pacing. And for the timing, again, we're just very early into the game so far, and Tensa is yet to be properly activated. And if he does, this could look really sweet here for Howlers. However, Kenshiro, he's already had a great start, particularly in that pistol round. That Headhunter was absolutely beautiful, finding those last 2 frags. And if he continues to go on like that, well, Ken the carry. I believe in that, man. Honestly, I would like to just put this out, that I do believe Howlers have a really good chance to win. Just the sole condition I have here is
Can the carry, basically. And on the other side as well, is the same thing as well. But they have a lot of players, but main factor, before King came, it was Trick for that team as well. Game Theory. Wouldn't necessarily not like to call it Trick like how it is Ken and Friends for their side. It's like Trick the carry for their side as well. So Trick basically obviously just has had insane performances throughout these maps. Like the KD, if you look at those stats, I'm sure pretty much the people who have been following, they know the statistics. Trick just takes over games. Basically, Game Theory is just like, okay, you can just go ahead and kill all these guys. We're just going to be supporting you with the utility. That you just go kill all of them. That's pretty much what happens in the Game Theory sometimes.
Yeah, and that's sort of scary about Game Theory as well. You have King, you have Demon, you have Trick, you have Dexter as well, who can absolutely pop off whenever you need him to. However, we're going to have to wait and find out if anybody or whoever it is going to be that pops off from the side of Game Theory as we head back into the game right here, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 4, and this is going to be the first proper purchase round for the side of Howlers.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, first for a proper purchase for Howlers, and that a proper test of both these teams, how they compare against each other on equal weaponry. As we just wait for the timer to tick down, as we see how Tensa still, see where he's going to be posting up as well. And we have Observer also on head. He's doing the observing, so if you see any of the kills, all of them, credit goes out to him as well. Shout out.
Say thank you on head in the chat, please. But Dexter, again, as I said, anybody from the side of Game Theory can have a pop-off game, and Dexter right now, he has really good stats, practically the best amongst everybody on the game right now. He's found 4 frags, but once again, it's going to be a lot of presence for the side of Game Theory early on mid as they look to enter towards the A side from Link, but
Tensa, kind of a bait setup being set up here. M2K trying to bait him into that judge as well there. Just trying to feel out the map, game theory. They don't want to rush into things. It seems to be that they are looking to maybe end towards this site where M2K is going to be fading out. Prowler goes through.
Leads the charge in. Densa first line of defense. He's found one, looking for more. And oh, Drek, he jumped into the side and everybody has been shut out. Game theory, falter within mere seconds. King's last alive and he too shall fall.
Absolutely decimated on that choke point. M2K providing the perfect bait for Tensa there. As soon as he saw the first guy go through, the relay board goes through. Good connection on that as well. And certainly an absolute decimation of game theory in that choke point.
Yeah, that relay really just shut off the rest of the push from Game Theory and isolated those two players that had already gotten into the side. Both of those duelists instantly falling, and Howlers, they took immediate advantage. As soon as they had the man advantage, they just rushed towards the kill. They spammed through the smoke, finding those two kills further, and just within mere seconds, the play from Game Theory fell apart.
M2K peeking towards that mid side, but it is Salt Power who finds the first blood in this round. Paranoia goes through from Demon, trying to maybe delay the push. No follow-up just yet. Salt finds one more, finds the third as well. Fully flashed up. Game theory kind of crumbling. Two players left alive, Demon and King, with a Guardian only. Tensa finds the outlook kill. Demon trying to make things work, but in the end, it's not gonna be enough. Howlers, it seems to be, they are howling now.
They certainly are, and this is exactly what we wanted from them. A 4-round lead, a 3-round lead, and 4 rounds won collectively across the board so far, and it's everybody that's showing up. I mean, Salt finding 3 kills in that round, Tensa's up to 4 as well, Imp is up to 6, Protagonist up to 4, and the only person who has kills less than those numbers is, well, Kenshiro. I mean, and the man can make up for it. However, the read from Howlers in that round was absolutely phenomenal. They anticipated that mid-heavy rush, and they sent 3 players immediately to hold it back, and being able to isolate those frags out was phenomenal. And Howlers, they keep on doing this, but this time around, it's going to be the waylay from the side of Howlers that gets cut off. And immediately refacts, and now the rush towards the A site.
Indeed, and you already saw Protagonist setting up M2K, and on there, Dexter walks through that smoke, and Shiro is waiting for him on the other side of that as well. Plan going down here, relay bolt, trying to maybe delay, but it has gone through now. It is going to be a retake for the side of Howlers. Howler goes through, and also ult's being committed as well, converging path as well. Have to make a move. Now Salt swings out, getting a spam kill as well. King finds a trade on him, tap onto the spike as well. Trades going, it is absolute carnage, but in the end, once again, Howler find their 5th round of the Grand Finals. The first map of Corrode.
That was so good from the side of Howlers. Game theory, they use the convergent paths, and you want to rush in immediately afterwards, but Howlers, they retaliate. They had 2 players who had not gotten hindered by that ultimate whatsoever, so they sent those 2 players immediately forwards, and they just instantly shut down the push from game theory once again. Howlers retaliating with the same aggression that we know them for.
And yeah, game theory, after that post plan, they're just not getting enough space, that they're not taking enough space towards that site where they're feeling comfortable to hold this plant. And once again, forced onto an eco. King, the only one with a rifle, Guardian. Kenshiro, M2K power, finds first blood once again. Kenshiro finds the second one. Now, game theory.
And it's King that's gone, so the sole rifle for game theory already out of the equation, so this should be super easy for Howlers to finish off. However, Drenky does have other ideas. He's found one, but it still certainly isn't going to be easy. A Vandal picked up, and Drenky's going to have to really be a magician here.
Indeed, he has to. And yeah, Prowler goes through a good connection onto Gunny, but it's all just being delayed by that decay here. Now the rest of the team is joining in the party. That is a good connection on that saturate, but it is obviously going to pay off in the end as well. M2K finds 3 kills. Howlers up to 6. Game theory not being allowed to play their game.
Absolutely not. And you know, game theory, they said that they like to play with their fundamentals, and I believe a timeout has been called in. So game theory, they're starting to feel the pressure here. They cannot let Howlers go on like this. I mean, Howlers, they look absolutely different from what we saw in the semifinals. I'm not sure whether it's the fact that they're sitting next to their teammates playing on LAN right now or something else, but they look absolutely phenomenal. And it's the youngster on the side of Howlers that is popping off right now. Imp with 11 frags to his name. Salt, the IGL, leading with 7 kills as well, right behind Imp himself. But on the side of game theory, it's looking sort of dead silent. I mean, sure, they have found frags, but nothing has chained together that would lead them into victory besides the bonus round.
And in the initial rounds, like we did see them like try to default towards like they're trying to do the fundamentals, but it seems like at a couple rounds we've seen them kind of rush into those defaults. They're not like pretty certain on the information that they've gained, and then once we've seen them get into those post plans as well, like they've not felt comfortable holding the side. It seems like Howlers just immediately go for that retake. They have the perfect utility on that, perfect utility for the retake as well. The hinder as well for him to get last round was immediate good connection on that, resulting in that obviously 3K as well from him. And yeah, well, after this timeout, game theory certainly needs to find their groove once again, because Howlers, well, they're feeling comfortable. This is an attack. This team, game theory, they prefer the attack side, and so far they've not had a good like showing up on this half as well.
And what I absolutely love from Howlers is the fact that, again, they're sticking true to their facing, and they're not allowing game theory to dictate it. Running good prowlers, allows them to find one, but Salt retaliates with 2. The trade is there, but not before the damage was done. A 3 versus 3 now, as once again, game theory are left to linger about and figure out how they want to approach this round further. Still a lot of time on the clock, but they have practically no information to work with.
Who's next?
Indeed, and yeah, the game plan has been to basically kind of contest this mid. Dexter does pop the dimensional drift, trying to get some information towards the side as well, and he spotted out Kenshiro with that tour de force here, just on the other side of it. Doesn't stick around for much longer, opts for the TP back, regroups.
Now that they've seen Kenshiro, they want to go the other way. It's going to be Imp alongside Protagonist, who are going to have to try and hold the side down. However, Imp's weakened up to 29 HP on him, but he still peeks out wide swinging. Unfortunately, he falls. The trade is there, but now it's a 2 versus 2 with both of the players of Howlers disconnected. However, it may not even matter. Protagonist has found one. Made this easy for Kenshiro. Up against Demon now. The tour de force is online, but the timing's unfortunate. Kenshiro, he had the knife out, and Demon finds the frag to put up the second on board for game theory.
Demon for 1 second was just not looking in the right direction, and Kenshiro for a split second saw him as well there. In the end, the reflexes come in handy for Demon there, securing the second round. It went down to the wire there, Joseph, once again.
Yeah, looking at the replay here again, Protagonist, him finding that second frag was absolutely phenomenal, but the timing there was just so unfortunate. It would have gone Howler's way, because as you said, Demon, he was looking at the other angle, so again, he had an advantage in that particular moment. Once again, on that push.
Okay, first shot for the op, going a bit astray there. Tensa joining Kenshiro with the double op, and he's going to find the first blood with the op. So making up for that whip from Kenshiro, he takes that first shot, brings Demon out of the equation in this round.
And that's going to be big, because Demon, he was the controller player, so now smokes are out of the equation for game theory. They're going to have to make do with the duels up front. They cannot block any line of sight, but then the push coming in as well. They walk into Kenshiro's op, and he finds a collateral. That's going to leave only 2 behind, and he's looking for more. He wants more. He gets a 3. And Honey's last alive. Spotted, hindered, but he gets the headshot.
Tap onto the spike. Doesn't have any idea where Protagonist could be. Expecting these angles so much to look out for. The Prowler, but the Haunt goes through, gets a confirmation for him. Paranoia is perfect from the side of Protagonist, and he finds that final kill. Howlers now up to 7.
Experience versus the IGL, and it's Protagonist who comes out on top. Howlers absolutely steamrolling through right now, and look at the op shots again. It was absolutely beautiful from Tensa and Kenshiro in this round. Him finding that 3K was just so beautiful.
Indeed, and look at the paranoia still being saved by protagonist in that situation. He had, even though he got revealed, he broke that horn. But once again, the utility is so good from the side of Howler so far in this defense side. And M2K seems to be looking for a play here with the hinder. Tensa, however, finds 3 with the outlaw. M2K finds 1 with the rifle as well. And now only down to King. In a split second, the round is pretty much over. Finds 1, but brought down once again by Salt. Howlers are just not looking to stop any further. They have their foot hard on that pedal.
We still have 2 more rounds left in the first half, by the way. And they're already up to 8. There's even a possibility that Howler may hit double digits before the first half is conceded and before the first half comes to an end. And right now, it's Tensa now that's being activated as well. He's playing aggressively. He's taking those outlaw shots. He was able to find 3 hens. And alongside him, M2K is just absolutely out of his mind right now with the 12 kills on board
It seems
already.
like he's played this for so many times. Like he's played a land so many times. He's just not crumbling under the pressure. He is certainly rising. He's proving his worth that he deserves to be on a stage like this. And once again, so confident. He's trying to find a fight, maybe. Once again, as we're talking about it, he's found his kill as well.
And he immediately refracts. There's absolutely no need for them to engage. Again, they already have a man advantage, and game theory, whatever they have tried so far, just simply has not worked. So game theory now left to pick up the pieces as Dexter's out of the equation. And they still are working with practically no information because the Waylay's backed off. So they're going to try their luck yet again towards the A site where the Fade alongside the Waylay await. First line of defense, Salt. Anthony walks in. It's going to be a juggle though. Keeps him safe for the time being.
An indication.
Oh, different shadows utilized, and the Wise all try and keep the rest of the roster at bay.
Great siege from Salt once again. King finds the kill. However, Salt manages to find 2. Trick coming alive here as well. A 2v2 now situation here. Demon and Trick left to do it all. Kenshiro fast approaching on that flank. Demon is watching for it and just turns around. Will he be looking to commit to this plan here now? Just going through, wrapping around Kenshiro.
Spike planted.
Spike planted. Trek and Demon up against Kenshiro, and both of them are not checking this angle. They're relying on that smoke to keep them safe, at least for the time being. They're tucked in. Kenshiro, they're playing off for a trade here practically. Again, he finds 1, looking for the second, but it's not going to be enough damage. Demon finishes him off.
And 1 second, it felt like he had the reflexes there to land that headshot as well, but Demon just securing that round crucially. 3rd round for game theory. Still 1 more round to go. Last round of the half. Joseph, Howlers have shown such an amazing performance. Even this round could have gone the way of Howlers, because the utility is so amazing from the side of Salt as well. The Seas lands at the perfect time to delay their approach into the site.
Yeah, and this is looking deadly. As you said, Howlers, they prefer the attack side, and they had a better performance on that half as well. But it's game theory right now. They're going to have to defend against that. The push comes in this time around. They're going to try their luck at the B side. The paranoia has been absolutely phenomenal time and time again from the side of the protagonist. He's going to get flashed by the clone, and Dexter finds an easy frag. Hence, that is going to be the site for the side of game theory. But Kenshiro, he's found the timing. The spike is down as well. Tensa to follow up, but that's going to be 2 down. With the spike now in the reins of Howlers.
Dexter and Trick, the last 2 players alive, and well, they're not gonna get any chance to secure a clutch in that situation. Howlers seem to be unstoppable right now, ending the half at 9-3.
You can hear the crowd.
You can hear the
hyping Ken
crowd.
up, and it's not even Ken that has been, like, he did phenomenal in that round, but Salt has more kills, Tensa has more kills, Imp has more kills. Everybody on the side of Howler is providing value in one way or another, and even when sure, protagonist, even though he's at the bottom of the scoreline, he clutches up when you need him to. That 1 round against the Waylay, absolutely phenomenal. And now Howlers, 4 more rounds needed, and if this pistol round goes their way, this would be so disastrous for game theory. And Howlers have a great history on pistol.
Indeed, they do, and this is against a team. Like, Howlers have converted an attack side round against a team. Howlers are now on the attack side now. So into this, Tensa finds still one kill traded out immediately by Gunny.
The way they dashes in, straight into two players. Kenshiro finds a headshot through the box. However, the trade is there. Trick refracts immediately, and King to follow up. That's gonna leave Protagonist up against two with a classic in hand. The right click, not gonna work as he walks away. Now tagged down to just 45 HP, and going to plant the spike just for those extra crits at the very least if he doesn't find the frag, and that is going to be the 4th round victory for Game Theory.
And if that goes the other way, if that goes the way of Howlers, you gotta start worrying from the side of Game Theory. Much needed pistol round. This kind of set the tone now on their attack side, basically. Yeah.
Game Theory, they sort of match the aggression of Howlers here. They sent two players up immediately, and they anticipated that push towards the A side as well. So again, a good read from Game Theory, and they and hopefully if they can keep this up, they may be able to mount a comeback here. But they're not exactly out of the danger zone. However, in this round, Game Theory are at a much better chance to be able to close this one out, and we already see an Ares coming out from the side of Gunny. He wants to take advantage of those penetrable walls.
Yeah, Tensa, I mean, in the side here, almost gets a kill on. It's instead going to be M2K, but Trick follows up with 2 kills with the Bulldog here. Already done damage. Gunny finding a kill on the Protagonist as well. Trick with that hinder on towards Salt here. Decay down. Not much he can do there. Spikes in their possession, all down to Kenshiro with the Headhunter here. 7 bullets in the chamber.
Gets one. 3 bullets remaining in the Headhunter. Headshot delivered. The last bullet goes to the body. Trick calls her back up. Demon on spot as well, but it now has come down to a 1 versus 1. Ken almost picked it up, but Demon with that SMG to close things out.
Yeah, it was kind of shaky in the start, but he did recover and almost made it into a winnable situation for Howlers. But yeah, Game Theory securing that in the end once again, but it has been every time that they've secured a round, it is so close. They're not, the only round that they so far have like success, like it was like pretty much clean, was the initial round that we saw in the first half. Other than that, every round has been so close for Game Theory. They're basically fighting for their lives out there.
They certainly are, and given the weaponry on the side of Howlers, this should be an easy round for them to collect it with themselves on double digits here. A lot of aggression on the side of Game Theory, and Trick immediately refract. That was such a close call there.
Yeah, very risky.
Oh, and he's so deep into enemy lines as he's found one. Trick gonna try and take him out, and he does. He's found his counterpart. That's going to be one rifle that he could potentially pick up, but that also is going to require a fight, possibly. Never mind. Game Theory, they now have 3 rifles on board, so this is starting to look possible. As Howlers, they start to approach the B side, and Game Theory, they're anticipating this. The fast lane's out. Tensa heading into the side straight away. He's found Dexter. Trick to equalize, but he misses the shots onto the second. As Demon is now the lone warrior alive, and he too shall fall to the hands of Tensa.
Indeed, and we have to give credit to Imtuku getting so far up into enemy lines, finding that opening pick and setting up the rest of his team to secure the map space. Game Theory, in the end, had a read in the end as to where Howlers would be going, but as we see on that replay as well, once again, Trick landing nice shots, but here, like if this kill goes the other way, I think it could be a different story in the round, but Howlers now up to double digits.
Yeah. 3 more rounds is all they need, and well, Gunny, he's brought out the odd, and not sure if that's out of desperation or if that was the game plan itself, but Tensa off to a good start. The equalizer provided, and King is going to keep that push forward. Trick fallen 3 versus 3 now, and Tensa's barely alive at the moment.
Demon now taking this.
Game Theory rerouting. Demons. He's the lone warrior. He's gonna need help. He peeks into 3. Kenshiro takes him out.
Sure takes him out here. Now only 2 players left alive. The Odin online still. Gunny on the flank here, not gonna be able to do much. Leaving only King alone. Set up in an off angle here. We'll be able to find 2 and the 3rd one as well. Here Tensa swings out. King is gonna find that 4th kill and get Game Theory out of that basically jaws of defeat basically there. Wow. That he certainly lived up to his name right there.
That's why he is the king, and that is why he won practically every single tournament that happened in Pakistan, because of performances like these. And this is exactly what Game Theory needs right now. The economy has been reset for Howlers. They have only one rifle on board in the hands of Salt at the time, for the time being. But M2K, he's certainly feeling himself. He's brought out the Bucky alongside Tensa, and it makes sense for Tensa. So this is not entirely impossible, but it's starting to look good and very much possible for the side of Game Theory to mount a comeback. Dexter off to a good start here, and the spike has already fallen. Protagonist, he goes down. The Prowler on the hunt for more. However, information shall be denied. But Kenshiro out with the tour de force. He's found one.
He has indeed, but still, man advantage for Game Theory. Recovering the Odin Tensa. Just trying to cut off these rotations. Once again, what he did, what M2K did in the similar round. Getting so far into enemy lines and, well, trademark being spotted out for the side of Game Theory.
This could be so deadly. Tensa, they have no idea Tensa's right behind them. If he can spot somebody rotating or heads into a site, he may be able to find 2 kills and open something up here. There is enough time for him to just be able to walk behind sneakily or subtly and make something happen. He spotted one. Overdrive online. He wants to go fast. He wants to open up the site. There's one delivered. Now looking for more. The push coming in towards the B side, but actually it's going to be Kenshiro who rotates over. Now Demon isolated. A judge in hand. As the spike starts to go down, the classic isn't going to be of any value whatsoever. As Howlers, they look to make this thrifty round work, and suddenly it's all come down to Trek.
Yeah, he was basically kind of going for a fake there towards that B site. And now just having to look on the top of his screen, just to like, guys, what happened on the other side of that map? Left alone, I think he has to just call for the save that has already been called. Spike is just now going to take down, and Howlers will be getting up to 11, only 2 rounds away from securing the first map of this grand finals. That's going to be a huge confidence booster. Game Theory really struggling. They did find a round. I think we did see a kill there. But yeah, Howler now up to 11.
And the crowd starting to cheer for Howlers as well, and rightfully so. Howlers having a fantastic game so far.
I think this is the kill that pretty much secured the round. That Odin being dropped and Tensa securing it. And then going into the back lines.
That was a round that Howlers should not have won. I mean, Howlers, they invested somewhat into the round, but having that tour de force online alongside those 2 Buckies and that Odin, they did have weaponry on board, but it wasn't looking too good. But Tensa on that flank was the turning point. It practically sent the whole roster of Game Theory into chaos. And now, with only 2 rounds remaining before Howler can finish off map number 1 in this best of 3 grand finals, I wonder how Game Theory are feeling right now.
Yeah, considering that they actually prefer these attack-sided maps, and for them to be like performing at this level, this is not what we expect. Like, given that we've not seen their corrode, but again, they've gotten to see Howler's corrode as well. So, well, so far they're trying to go into those fundamentals, but Howler is just a bit too fast for them in some scenarios, and finding those crucial kills as well. We've seen them so far.
Another push coming in towards the B side, and this time around it's immediate. Howlers not going to wait for anybody in Game 3. They want to look for a 5-on-5 retake from the looks of it. King trying to retaliate the crossfire across the smoke, but won't be able to find any value whatsoever. Spike planted, and Game 3 are now going to have to reclaim the site here in a 5-on-5 scenario. The weaponry on their side is not good whatsoever, and Protagonist alongside M2K going to be the first line of defense. The drone walks by, but the way that Eagle is going to keep them at bay. 1 kill found, and equalizer provided. Kenshiro gets another one on the other side of the site. 3 versus 3 now, and Ken continues to dominate. He's looking for more. Peek's elbow gets shut down. 2 versus 2, and the shorty's out. Headshot delivered. Tensa looking for more, but now it's the IGL who survives at the very end.
Gunny saving them in the end. Their Game Theory is still not going out without a fight here. They're still in this, but Howlers, the lead that they have, game 3 kind of needs to once again gain their composure once again. Like, obviously, what we've seen in this round, good utility being shown, good clearance from their side as well. Not falling for that bait setup twice that we saw in the earlier halves. But yeah, doing a diligent job at that. Odin still obviously online for Gunny. A bit of a shaky buy for both sides, like rifles, stingers, like some stuff. Like, it's a mixed buy basically for both teams. M2K still with the Bucky as well.
Howlers once again looking to lead the charge into the B side, but the Wise awaits alongside the Waylay. That setup may prove to be lethal. Sure, spots one, immediately backs off.
So information gain towards that mid side.
Drake. Hold down the line. The Wise util is set up, the Waylay pushes in, Refract comes in, and King gets the first. That's going to be big, but it's Protagonist that retaliates, Drix out of the equation. 4 versus 4 now. However, Howlers still don't have enough real estate to be able to take any side control. Honey with the Odin spam is able to pick off Tensa.
Yeah, that's gonna delay Howler's approach into the site once again. They've played this round fairly slowly so far, like usually not how they've played this map. So yeah, just trying to feel out the map, but so far Game 3 has put an end to their initial bit of a plan.
That's going to be so much information gained. Dexter, he spotted 2. Immediately backs off. Game 3 are just going to work around it as there are only now 15 seconds left on the clock. Howlers, they may start to get desperate here. The smoke's keeping them at bay, and it seems like they don't actually want to go for a fight in this.
Yeah, on the other side, there is a Odin still waiting for them. King trying to get aggressive in that smoke here. Spams go through, still not a kill found it. He wants to get aggressive. As the smoke dissipates, Kenshiro is going to find him. Still, maybe 3 scenario, but the time has run out. So, Game Theory do a decent job at holding down the lines here. The rotations come in, and that Odin pretty much, I think, secures it for them. The spam, they're very scared of it, and then that initially just says, okay, we don't have enough information of the map, we don't have enough space on it as well. This is better to call for the save.
Howlers, one more round to confirm map point. But Game Theory, their comeback is starting to look much more realistic now. Salt. Gonna kick things off the right way, but King continues to deliver for his team. Salt's out. And he's gonna feel the pressure. Imp, through the smoke, somehow finds the headshot.
That is such a huge play. Against King as well. This confidence that this kid has, and now investing the converging path here. Demon will shut him down. Protagonist finds the trade. Densa with the judge is gonna find 2. And now a confirmed map point for Howlers.
Yeah, you saw the sigh of relief from Tensa. We're starting to look problematic. At an 11-8 scoreline against Game Theory, it could have realistically gone either way, but now they must be feeling confident here. They should be able to close things out neatly as Game Theory. Their purchase is not looking very clean. They do have 3 rifles across the board, 2 stingers, and they do have Drix ultimate online alongside Demon as well, so it's not entirely impossible for them to survive this round and drag this map on for at least one more. The Waylay push already coming in. Imp wants to end this fast. Couldn't find the kill, but Tensa makes up for it. Salt gets another. 3 remain. And the defenders, they're pushing up further. Drake trying to get out of danger here. He dashes away. Now that information has been gained, Howlers, they reroute. So many players now here through the side of Game Theory, and Kenshiro is behind them. But look at that, how Game Theory, they want to go for a flank of their own.
Prowler, that's a confirmation. Under MTK, he's gonna reposition here. And a lot of angles to keep in mind here. Demon is waiting it out patiently.
Spike planted. Smoke. Keeping the players away, but only momentarily. Demon, he's gonna kick off the post plant as he takes him out. The push in. Demon's found another. And Shinny follows up Kenshiro, now last alive, 1 versus 1. But Ghani denies the map point.
Gunny once again, the IGL stepping up for Game Theory, saving them in yet another round. It has come down to a lot of hero plays for Game Theory. As a team, they feel in this map, it is a bit disconnected.
It certainly is, but Game Theory are not out of danger yet. It's them who need to win 3 consecutive rounds and still fight in OT. Not Howlers. Howlers, they still have that safety cushion. They don't need to force into this round.
And we've also talked about how good they are on their eco round. So despite them being on a low buy here, Protagonist still has a Guardian and obviously 1 Vandal in the hands of Salt as well. So you don't count Howlers out even though they're on a lower buy.
Let's play.
Game 3 has to make sure that this is a clean round conversion.
They want to make no mistakes. They've given up the A site entirely as soon as they heard the overdrive go online. The ultimate's now off. Tensa, a tad bit less of a danger, but the paranoia is absolutely beautiful. An easy frag onto Ghani. However, Dexter equalizes. 4 versus 4. The Yoru flash unfortunately lands onto Dexter himself. And Howlers, they found them all. Only player remaining is Demon, and he too shall move to the grave as Howlers confirm map number 1.
What a performance being shown from Howlers. Game Theory were just pretty much relying on their hero plays. And yeah, Howlers, like, the amount of utility, even after they confirmed the Prowler goes through, when it lands the confirmation, the utility that comes, the paranoia, the Wele utility on top of it as well. They do get a trade, but what does it even matter? Because Game Theory, like, are so far away from that retake, and Howlers are just so willing to fight into their spawn. They're still taking the fight to them.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful gameplay from the side of Howlers. And something that we were talking about early on before the game began was we were worried whether or not Howlers will be allowed to play on their own pacing, and it was actually them who dictated how the game is going to play out, how each round is going to get played out. So in Game Theory, most of their victories came when they were able to take control of the middle of the map and hence dictate how sort of what rotations they are going to allow as well. But the fact that Howlers were allowed to flank them so many times, like we saw, I believe, we saw one of the players of Howlers walk into the enemy spawn twice, and you just cannot let that happen again and again. And those were the rounds where we saw Howlers sort of slow down, and the setups in even those rounds were so phenomenal.
Indeed, yeah, and those just finding those crucial kills. In that one round, M2K basically pretty much on his own with the help of the utility from Wele, dashing forwards, getting into the enemy backlines. In the other round, Kenshiro kind of like getting that angle onto Gunny there and then finding that kill. Importantly, in that round, and then yeah, further once again we saw Tensa just creep up with that Odin in their enemy lines as well.
Yeah, it absolutely was fantastic to see Howlers play, but you know, why not hear from one of their players as well? Fariha, take it away.
Well, that was a close one, Kenshiro. कैसा लग रहा है? आखिर में थोड़ा सा खतरनाक हो गया था, but you guys clutched it out. How did you do it?
आखिर में वैसे खतरनाक तो नहीं हुआ था. It was charity rounds for Gunny, especially because he said it will be easy. But it was not that easy. I think we made it easy. We made it look easy for Gunny, especially.
Achha, it's surprising that you say it's easy because majority of the consensus ये था कि game theory are sort of like the old legends, मतलब experienced players हैं. So was it all planned कि आसान हो गया? Did you guys actually put a lot of practice into it?
We haven't been sleeping at all. There is no practice at all. We've been roaming Karachi. See, like actually, they're from Islamabad and Lahore. Mostly, most of my friends, most of my teammates. We have been going out. That's it. No sleep, nothing. No practice, nothing.
Okay, अच्छा LAN का थोड़ा सा pressure था because this is your first time playing a LAN like this.
Not at all, honestly. I'm pretty confident right now.
अच्छा इस game के लिए तो your strategy was pretty clear कि neon लेते हैं, judge लेते हैं, annoy करते हैं. Next map के लिए क्या strategy है?
Tensa go in, bas, that's it. Tensa के ऊपर है सब.
Feeling hopeful for the next map लेके जानी है series या नहीं?
Yes, obviously. Was that a question? Should it be a question? I don't think so.
Thank you so much, Kenshiro. Let's throw it back to the casters.
Well, you heard it from the man himself. He's feeling so confident and giving it back to Gunny. Like he said in the first interview, like it's gonna be pretty easy for us. Like we were gonna focus on our fundamentals, but once again, Howlers just completely stunned them. Every aspect of that game, the fundamentals from their side, and basically kind of adding on top of those layers as well. Game theory, they're probably gonna have to do more than just the fundamentals at this point.
Yeah, they certainly need to cook something up. However, this was Howler's map pick, and they utterly dominated at the very first half. The second half, it did get close. However, according to Kenshiro, it may have just been charity rounds. We will never know for sure. But it still was a really great performance all across the board. Everybody showed up when they needed to. Even if, like you speak of the stats that these players have, I believe before the final round, Kenshiro had 23 kills, Tensa had 24 kills, and Kenshiro was having a slower start compared to the rest of the squad. But in that second half particularly, he absolutely popped off whenever he needed to. With that Tour de Force, he had such impactful frags. That 3K with the Tour de Force as well was absolutely phenomenal. But everybody across the board showed up. And as we heard Ken himself say, that they were sort of relying on Tensa. Not exactly, of course, but given how dominant Tensa was whenever they were pushing onto a site, you just automatically are relying on him because there's only so many kills you can find.
When you talk about Kenshiro and Tensa, we have to talk about the player that had the best start out of all of them. It was M2K. He was at one point leading the kills for Howlers, basically at 11 at one point, and he just seemed to have, like, it seemed like he's never, like had a doubt in his mind that he could perform at this stage. It feels like he's been doing this for God knows how long. There's not the pressure of the crowd or, like, the players against him, the veterans, the legends that are up against him. It doesn't seem to faze him at all. He's ice cold right now.
Oh, he is. I mean, as we heard him, again, the man himself, he said that he has absolutely no nervousness whatsoever. He's feeling confident, and he's feeling good that they will close it out on 2 maps as well. And we are going to be heading on to Sunset next, which is Game Theory's map pick. And again, that is one map where we have seen Game Theory play, however, in the semifinals, and they were utterly dominant on it. They concluded that map out in less than 30 minutes. So it certainly is going to be interesting to see whether or not he lives up to his words, or if Game Theory will make him eat them. But again, you cannot count him out of the equation. We sort of did lean a little bit towards Game Theory being the favorites. However, after that performance, you just cannot say that anymore.
Indeed, yeah. Certainly, Howlers have turned up the stage so much, and Game Theory will have to do a lot on their map pick as well. They have to make sure, obviously, because if they falter on their map pick, then that is really concerning. Because losing out, sometimes we have that, okay, it was their map pick. Certainly, we'll rebound on their map pick, on our map pick, basically. And interesting to see, like, we've seen that interview, they said, like, Tensa go kill, like, kind of like Kenshiro was, to summarize what he was trying to say. Will that be an indication that Sunset could be a Tensa map as well? Would he not play that map?
It may just be. I mean, that's also one of the maps where a Neon can be absolutely phenomenal, alongside that Breach being the one that sets the Neon up. So if they can execute that really well, and then it certainly makes sense for Tensa to play instead of Woody still. However, we did see Woody play in the semifinals, but speaking of Tensa, we do have the scoreboard here, I believe, so we can once again look at the stats, and that would reflect how great he was on that Neon. 26 frags, 14 deaths, 326 ACS in a grand finals, Ali.
Indeed, like insane performance from him, and not just him, the support staff was also on point as well. We had protagonists clutching out rounds, M2K with those entry frags and those like crazy flanks setting up, Kenshiro with those impact kills, just proving to be a menace. And Sol, obviously, we have to give credit to the IGL, who was basically setting them all up for that success.
Yeah, it was always the Prowler that कितना होगा?
टाइम
बस ठीक.
बस ठीक चलो just take.
By Sports and Youth Affairs Department, Government of Sindh. Ali, we've already seen the first map go down, and Howlers came out with a really clean victory.
Indeed, yeah. They certainly considering that it was their map pick, it was kind of expected that they would perform good, but on their opponents, we don't expect that kind of performance from their opponents, because considering this team has so many legends on that team, they would at least put up a fight. But regarding the thing that they talked about, the fundamentals of the game, they were faltering in all of them, and Howlers just had the perfect answers every time for whatever they were trying to do.
Yeah, they certainly did. And those two win conditions that we were speaking of for the side of Howlers came online as well. We talked about how they need to play on their own pacing, and Ken needs to show up, or Tensa, regardless. It mostly depends on who's playing the duelist there. And if they perform, there's a really good chance Howler will take it away. And Tensa, he had an absolutely phenomenal game. Led the chart with 24 frags, and Kenshiro was just one kill behind him. He had a slow start, but it did not matter. When his team needed him to show up the most, he did, because for a split second, it seemed like that game theory was about to make a comeback, but Kenshiro came online, and Protagonist, whenever he was needed to close out a round, he showed up as well. Imp2K had a phenomenal start to the game, so everybody did phenomenal. But now the first game's done, Ali. time for Sunset. This is going to be the pick of Game Theory as they look to equalize the score line, while on the other end, it's going to be Howlers who are looking to close out the series and close out the tournament as the victors.
Right, certainly Game Theory, they have to step it up. It is now do or die. This is basically a must-win map for them as we go into the agent select as well, and we see Trick locking in the Neon, and on the other side, Kenshiro is on the Neon. So we've got that matchup, Jazib.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it seems like it's actually a mirror matchup besides their pick of Sentinels. On one end, we're going to see the Chamber for the side of Game Theory, and on the for the side of Howlers, while on the other end, we have the Cypher. And the Cypher is extremely dominant on a map like Sunset. Ever since Sunset came out, Cypher has been the one key go-to agent alongside the Neon and the Breach on a map like Sunset. However, the Initiator sort of depends on what your duelist is and how you'd like to implement the Initiator into the game. So whether you want to be information heavy, you could work with the Gecko as well for those safer plans as well. It was very prominent early on to play that double Initiator setup alongside the Breach, along with the Gecko. But they're going to go a different route. So Howlers are going to go a different route. They've locked in a Chamber.
Yeah, so certainly, considering we saw it in the semifinals as well, M2K was playing the Chamber for their side, and he was doing a really good job of just holding down the side, so confident when he had that rendezvous in his hands, just able to take a fight, get out of jail for your card, basically. And for the side of Game Theory, yeah, we're just talking about they have to make this work, obviously, because this is now do or die for them. We have a Neon map ahead of ourselves, and obviously the different ideologies that are going to be going into this map. We had Game Theory in the semifinals. They did kind of dominate this map, so they should have a pretty good feeling. But on the other side, Howlers were the ones that struggled on this map against Mystics. So that is a storyline that we have to look into as well. That has Howlers kind of polished their mistakes that happened in the Mystics game, or is Game Theory just going to keep that momentum that they carried in the grand finals, in the semifinals against Akatsuki?
Yeah, it certainly is going to be interesting. One thing that I'm looking out for is Woody's playing now instead of Tensa. So regardless of the fact that Tensa had such a phenomenal game, they've taken him out, and I guess it's more about comfortability. And I actually like this from the side of Howlers. Sure, even though Tensa himself had a phenomenal game in game number 1, but you have to go for what's more comfortable for the team, what they're prepared for. So if Tensa doesn't play Sunset, and even though he had a fantastic game in game number 1, you have to play what works better for the team, and they've stuck to that route. So it does look good for the time being for the side of Howlers. However, I'm really intrigued to see whether or not they will be allowed to implement the same aggression that they had on map number 1 onto a map like Sunset, which can be heavily defense favored.
Indeed, and yeah, defense sided as well. And despite when we talk about the agents as well, we're talking about the safer plans with the Gecko. A Breach paired up with the Soul can cause so much havoc. It covers so much space with that fault line, the Aftershock as well, and then the Rolling Thunder. This helps so much on those executes as well. We saw some great ideas in the semifinal as well, how Game Theory were kind of adapting to it, layering utility on top of utility, which was pretty much what Howler was doing to them in Karot. So we'll have to see that coming out from Game Theory as well. On top of that, and secondly, Howlers, they had the first half, I believe it was against Mystic. They were doing pretty well, but the second half, Mystics were just in a league of their own. They had completely stunned them on that map. So yeah, once again, we just have to see how Howlers have kind of adjusted this time around.
Yeah, and for this time, and there were different moments where everybody from the side of Howlers showed up. So it's certainly going to be interesting to see who does it this time for them, or maybe Game Theory starts to come alive. You have the likes of King, you have the likes of Dexter, Demon, but now it is time to find out who is going to be the dominant one as we head into the game number 2 of the grand finals.
Indeed, Legions are locked in. Observer, once again, we're going to thank Onhead for whatever you're going to see on the main screen. Shout out Onhead. And yeah, just waiting to get into this map. Must win for Game Theory. Howlers already in the lead by 1, needing 1 more to claim the title of the Sindh Esports champion.
certainly would be interesting to see. So the Cypher is already set up towards the B site, and just because there's so much util available and nothing to sort of counteract it in the pistol round at the very least, that's going to be the lone defense there. Kenshiro has already spotted, and oh, that's such a good tripwire. The shock dart is not going to be able to deny it, so Kenshiro has to trip it. But now, since the Cypher is all by himself and Game Theory have practically sent everybody onto the site, the plant is going to go down with ease.
Yeah, it's going to be a 5v5. Imtoke already in the flank, but Woody and Kenshiro in tandem getting 2 kills already. Trick manages to find one with the Frenzy, but the kills are going the way of Howlers. Trick doing all he can with that Frenzy, but he's very low HP. Salt on the other side with 2 right clicks. Gonna secure the pistol round once again for Howlers.
They keep the momentum going. They had a phenomenal end to map number 1, and they want to keep that. They want to continue that heading into map number 2. Just snowball the momentum. They have the confidence flowing right now through their veins, and if they can work off of this, and Kenshiro, if he delivers the same way that he did towards the second half of map number 1, this can be absolutely brutal from the side of Howlers.
Yeah, Z, we just have a pause because we're probably sorting out, as you saw on the camera, Woody probably facing some concerns, but hopefully get that sorted out as quickly as possible. But yes, once again, Howlers securing that crucial pistol round once again. Starting off strong is what we talked about in the previous map as well. And they've certainly did that twice in a row, 2 maps in a row. We'll just have to see if they, as you said already, have they continue to snowball.
Yeah, it really could be deadly. And even though Howlers had lost the second map in the semifinals, Kenshiro had his best performance on that map as well. He had 31 kills. Dropping a 30 bomb on a map that you've lost is absolutely insane. And if he delivers a similar performance to that, then this map could realistically have a different result. And honestly, it surprises me a little bit that they've still opted to go for Sunset, having lost that map in the semifinals. But I mean, honestly, if the confidence keeps up, if Kenshiro shows up the same way that he did on that map number 2, it would be absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, as you said, they have to obviously get the ball rolling quickly as possible, as they did on Korod. And you're talking about, obviously, Game Theory. What they did against Akatsuki, now, they were really proactive on the defense. As was, obviously, their attack side was good, but they were so proactive on the defense. They're not allowing Akatsuki to basically even get past the choke point, just stopping them in their tracks right there and there. But now, the technical pause has been resolved. We're now going to be getting back into the game here, second round of Ascent. Card goes through. Just going to be hiding from that. Kenshiro peeking toward this mid side. And Demon just with the paranoia out, trying to set up a play here, but the rest of Howlers just working their way towards this mid side.
Game 3, they've sort of went for a gamble here, sending 4 towards the B site. Now it's up to Howlers to try and navigate through this. The SOA, he realizes what's happening. Now setting him a flank. The paranoia is going to disable Demon. However, as it fades away, he tries to go for an engagement. Kenshiro shuts him down. Now the flank coming in as well. Trick, he's found 1, he's found 2 with the Neon. And the Bucky continues to deliver. He gets 3, but the shutdown's there. Now he last alive. And Kenshiro will shut him down.
Wow, Trick definitely making that Bucky work overtime, honestly. They're getting 3 kills, making it really close. But that skirmish going the way of Howlers. So 2 rounds in the lead. Going up now into a bonus. Game 3 will be on the superior weaponry.
And this is sort of similar to the start that Howlers had on map number 1 as well. And we talked about how Howlers were generally having slower starts in the semifinals on practically every single map, but now that they've fixed it, this is looking better and better as each round goes on. Game Theory much likely to win this round out, but nothing's out of bounds of Howlers for the time being with how consistently good they're playing.
Now, time going in for the side of Howlers. It is going to be a 5v5 retake for the side of Game Theory, and Howlers look to once again try to fight this flanks of the spawn side here. Kenshiro finds the first opening. Can he trade it out quickly? And another trade coming in as well. Woody still making that ghost sing 2v2 scenario. Demon making his way towards this site now. M2K left alone.
Smoked off. He has to peek out wider. The defuse coming through, but the ping isn't there, and there's nothing he can do. King shuts him off. But Howler, they should be happy with this round nonetheless. They were working off of a bonus, but they were still able to get the plan down. That's going to be some extra cards, and you were able to deal financial damage onto Game Theory as well. You were able to take 3 rifles away, so that's going to force Game Theory to reinvest into this one. So a few positives there, and that's practically the best thing that you could have asked for next to winning the round.
Indeed, yeah, as we were talking about that spawn push, Dexter actually had some support. The players were revealed by that recon bolt, but the shots just in the end not landing, and obviously Howler's winning out that initial fight. Then further, Game Theory actually did close it out in the end, but they certainly, once again, Howler's made it really close. Yet again, Kenshiro looking to aggress towards this market side here, setting up a play here. Gonna be delayed by these shock darts and the trip as well.
A really fast push towards B market here. The fault line sets Kenshiro up for success to gain control of the area. However, Howler, they want to re-navigate, moving towards the A site here, slowly, where the chamber's already stationed up pretty far ahead. Demon is holding down the line of sight for the time being, but it's going to be King that's going to feel most of the pressure here towards elbow.
Yeah, just on the other side.
Game Theory, they still have no idea. The relay goes through, and the smoke's going to hold King behind.
Trick just gives away some of his location here that he's playing toward that spawn side here, fighting towards that side. M2K has to fall back. Salt, the first one to fall for the side of Howlers. Now a 5v4 to navigate for Game Theory here. They're finding the kills with Protagonist and Woody are working in tandem, finding all those kills here. Dexter trying his best. King now left alone in a 1v1 against M2K. He's very low, and he's gonna get the 4K to secure the second for Game Theory.
The fuse comes through, and the round count equalized. A masterclass from King to conclude that one.
Yeah,
but it looked scary.
It definitely did. Yeah, I was about to say that that initial skirmish, Woody and Protagonist just in tandem, working once again to perfection. That could have been really bad, but King brings it back for Game 3. And we've still, like, they are trying to play as a team, but it's always coming down to one player getting those 4Ks or 3Ks, like making those hero plays for the side of Game Theory.
Once again, Kenshiro being set up for a fast push behind that overdrive towards market. He's found one. He gets 2, and that's going to open up the whole of B site as the push comes in. And now King trying to make up for the damage that's been done. However, he has no help whatsoever. There's only so much he can do realistically. 2 rifles picked up. As now, it's up to Howlers to hold down the line. Demon gets 1. And it's going to be the Rolling Thunder that leads the charge back onto the side. However, he gets 1 with the Headhunter. Spike planted, and only 2 remain for Game Theory.
Yeah, once again, just a really tough position. Paranoia goes to a Demon trying to do much, but Kenshiro is now in the backlines here, finds the 3rd on the round. King up against 4 players. What can he possibly do in this scenario? And nothing. Protagonist finishes the job in the end. Howlers feeling really good about themselves, certainly.
You have to be after that round. You had only pistols all across the board alongside 1 overdrive and this. And as we have mentioned so many times, that the support that these duelists have for the side of Howlers is absolutely phenomenal. Kenshiro, he was set up for success courtesy of that fault line. He rushed into the B market immediately and was able to find 2 frags, and that just was the one factor that led Howler's victory into round number 5. But now, Game Theory, they've been given an Uno reverse card, and it's their arsenal that just consists of pistols all across the board.
But this time, Trick tries to go for the overdrive, but doesn't find the success. Salt just takes him down. Kenshiro follows up with another kill of his own, and he's hunting for Demon as well. Spam, not gonna land here, just getting a bit caught up, but it doesn't matter apparently. Howlers are still securing this round. Dexter finds 3 out of nowhere. But in the end, the round is secured by Woody. But what a 3K out of nowhere.
I didn't know you could do a collateral with a sheriff.
Certainly. I mean, you could, but 3 in quick succession at one point. Like, what is going on there? But Trick, once again, this just felt like a very desperate ult in the end. Was trying to make a play there on an eco round, but oh my lord, Dexter. Need to see more of that. Trick now investing in op as well. Be pushing towards that B market area. Watching that tile push.
Howlers. Once again, a lot of people towards middle, but this time around a slower approach, rather. But they're starting to gather about the B site yet again. This time around, they want to switch things up. Instead of the market hit that has been the orthodox play for Howlers, they want to hit it from up front.
Yeah. Look at that. Once again, Kenshiro going for that same play. Once again, he's going to be surrounded in the end by there. A lot of players to deal with. Trick finds the first kill. M2K, Howard trades it out. Another one. Trick finds the second one. Trade still going the way. 4 players alive. Gunny finds M2K protagonist. On to Gunny as well now. 2 players left alive for Howlers. Spike still on possession. Trick is still watching for this angle. Protagonist has retrieved the spike, and now it's gonna be.
Oh, that's good.
My lord, that is a huge kill. Woody finds the king as well.
30 seconds left.
Now the man who set up those kills is the one that's last alive.
Trick may have been heard by Woody here. He doesn't clear out the corner in time, and Woody finds the headshot. A 2 versus 3 converted for Howlers as they continue to roar across map number 2. But that was, again, another fantastic round out of Protagonist.
Indeed, just the awareness that someone could be flanking and Demon dying there is just pretty much the round over there. Woody, on top of that, getting another kill to further secure it, and then leaving Trick in the middle, just basically all lost.
A timeout called in. And I'm surprised Trick was able to find Kenshiro there at such an up-close range with an operator. And him being able to find a second one with it over towards B main was even more deadlier. But regardless of having a bad start to the round, Howlers still come out on top.
And look at Trick, as we see on the camera, he's being very vocal about whatever is going on. They certainly need to get some stuff going on. Knight, the backline's obviously going to be providing some feedback as well as to what they can do to adjust their game plan going into the sunset. This is their map pick, we must not forget. So far, once again, Howler seems to be in control of this game so far. Just still carrying over that momentum that we saw on Corrode.
They certainly are. I mean, one of the things that we talked about, again, was how Howlers consistently were having slow starts. But this time around, they've just completely flipped the script. They have been absolutely fantastic. And it's, once again, on the side that you wouldn't anticipate for them to have a good start on. I mean, they're starting on the attack side of Sunset, which, I mean, sure, the Sunset is heavily, not too heavily favored for defense, but you still would prefer to be starting on the defense side. It's just much, much better to try and hold down the sites on this map, but it just doesn't matter what game theory are trying to defend. Whatever B executes coming their way, they just cannot stop Kenshiro.
Indeed, it just feels like a bit of indecisiveness as to what they want to do. Like it feels like they kind of hesitate as to what the actual game plan is. And in the end, game theory just, I don't know why it just feels like kind of that they're doubting themselves at some points. Like they have the capabilities, but Howlers just seem to be in a league of their own, and they're actually just punishing every single thing that game theory is trying. As you just try to get this pause resolved as well. Woody apparently, some concerns probably. We're going to get that quickly sorted out. But yeah, game theory. This is a very must-win map for them. Already down a map. The crowd. Obviously, a lot of support for both teams. But right now, Howlers seem to be in charge of their own destiny.
He's just closed his eyes.
Sure.
IGL not talking as much. I'm not sure if it's a matter of not being allowed to speak in like tech timeouts, or just if they're trying to calm their nerves down, because right now it's not looking good, given that this is the map pick of game theory as well, having such a start is at the very least not promising, especially on the defense side.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, in situations like these, you actually have to like calm yourself down as well. And Gunny's certainly doing that, trying to like regain some composure, obviously, and helping his team as well. But we saw Trick being, as you saw on the camera, being really vocal as soon as that timeout started. So he has a lot of things to say, like, guys, what's going on? Like, because we have the because we have the capabilities, like we have the right ingredients. We're just not executing the plans that we are decided on.
Yeah, and Trick is one of the more experienced players on the side of game theory as well. We've spoken about King so much that we sort of neglected the experience that Trick himself has. He has played on top 4 levels for years ago at the very least. Like some of the teams that were contesting exploit in their legendary era one of them was Salt, and Trick was sort of their rookie star at the time, and he certainly has the potential. We've seen it come into play in the semifinals as well. But and across the roster, there's Demon. Demon has been so phenomenal, even though he's a controller. We've seen him absolutely pop off and have grand performances where his KD just goes through the roof. But even he's silent. King isn't having too much of a great show either. So it's a matter of who exactly is it that's going to just put game theory on their shoulder and be like, you know what, our confidence is down. I'll help us win a couple of rounds and get that confidence flowing and get those nerves sort of calm down here a little bit.
Yeah, as you said already, like they need to I'd say like they have like individually they've had rounds. Everyone pretty much on this team, like across this game, they've had rounds. But that's the thing. This is at the end of the game a team game. All 5 players need to connect the dots together. They can't rely on individual plays for so long. Like they have to like work together as a team. And so far, the better team right now in every department so far has been Howlers. Howlers have had insane amount of like prep, I guess. Like even after Tensa, they swapped in Woody, and Woody has been feeling great as well. Like he's not shown that, okay, like Tensa is probably maybe like mechanically, like you can say, like has the neon and alongside M2K, but he's shown that he is the captain of this team, regardless of Salt IGLing as well. But yeah.
Yeah, in the pre-game interview, we heard Ghani talk about how their approach to the game is much more about their fundamentals rather than having complex strategies. But it seems like you're going to need those. Yeah, Howlers are not giving you much to work with here. They do make mistakes, but they recover so well and so quickly in those moments as well. Particularly Proda, the man on the screen right now, he has been so good in those clutch moments.
Indeed, and yeah, exactly what we were talking about, that one round on Corrode where he saved the Paranoia till the last possible moment. In that 1v1, securing the round with the help of that. And yes, this is basically what Howlers is doing right now. Game Theory was doing to Akatsuki. They were capitalizing on all those mistakes. And yeah, we've got confirmation that we will be getting back into the game here.
That pause comes to a conclusion, but Game Theory, their economy is in absolute shambles right now. Ghani does have his ultimate online alongside Demon, but I doubt it will be able to provide much value. Trick, he's already spotted so many. However, the Stinger gets shut down. Kenshiro, first blood drawn, but it was the Hunter's Fury that followed up behind Trick, and then King is going to be able to provide 2 more frags with somehow the Sheriff.
Protagonist follows up as well. So still 2 rifles to work with, Salt and Protagonist. Tag down to a little bit no HP here. Salt, ooh, spam onto Gunny as well. King just swings around, finds the 3rd. Now leaves it all down to Salt, already very low HP, and a flank is coming his way as well to deal with. Rifle in hand, King secures yet another 4K for Game Theory.
Yeah, and it is King that you expect to show up in the moments like these as well. He's the most experienced player. He is the one who has won the most on that stage right now as well, and he's looking to sort of continue that legacy and cement it with this new roster right here. And he is, again, he's found two 4Ks so far, and amongst those 3 rounds that Game Theory have won. So realistically, Game Theory sort of are relying on King to show up to find wins, but Howlers, I doubt they're going to allow that to happen repeatedly.
You see now Trick posting up on that op angle towards that B main, but Howlers have no intention of going that way. They seem to be charging towards this A side. Once again, Demon and Trick. There's are the defenders on the side. Demon already kind of leaning back towards that small side. Our drone clears up a lot of space once again. And the rotations are here as well. Gunny, this Our drone is going to get lots of value. Okay, he does spot out Woody, but they don't know yet if Kenshiro is still tucked there or not.
I mean, generally you do combo the breach with the neon, so having spotted Woody over there may be of good value to the side of game theory. However, Howlers, now that they have had one of their players get spotted, they're gonna instantly go for rotate. They do have enough time on the clock to work with, but once again, it is that Cypher who's left all by himself to try and hold on to the B side, but it seems like they're trying to sell a fake over towards the B side. The push has already gone in. It's only going to be the two over towards the A side. It's going to be Kenshiro that finds one, while the fakers have already died out. And the push finally now heading towards the B side as the Cypher had rotated away. This is going to be an easy plant onto B.
Yeah, and M2K trying to find alert here, just waiting for the right time to strike. Trip does get dealt with, but now that does draw attention of the game theory players. And one guy maybe watching for that. Woody and Protagonist once again finding the kill here. Protagonist, Gunny trades it out immediately. 3v2 scenario. Trick leading the charge on the street here. Protagonist once again sharp on the shooting here. Gonna find one. Trick immediately puts him down and the 3K secured. Game theory now up to 4. Closing that lead round by round.
Realistically speaking, if you're Howlers, you wouldn't be too sad about having won 5 rounds in the first half, given that you're on the attack side. So right now, any rounds that they can claim away would be a sort of a bonus, because a 7-5 half while you're on the attack side of Sunset is really good. And given Howlers how consistent they have been on those pistol rounds as well, all across the tournament actually, sort of I would put them on an edge here, at an edge, given that the scoreline is guaranteed to be at the very least 7-5 if Howlers don't win any more rounds whatsoever. However, I don't deem it to be that way. But this time around, it's going to be King that's going to push up over towards middle. And oh no, Kenshiro, he's flashed an easy frag, the Rolling Thunder to follow. However, it lands onto Trick himself. But Demon continues to find value. He's gotten one, Gunny to follow up. And suddenly, it's become a 2 versus 3 now for Howlers, as they are left scattered and tucked into just one corner of the map with practically nowhere to go but the A side.
Location revealed as well from that spy cam, courtesy of Dexter. Just happy to play that full retake setup, not allowing any chances. And Dexter with the op posted up, swapped it. It was swapped from Trick to Dexter, certainly getting value and now leaving it all down to Protagonist. TVs across into the side here, trying to make a play towards the top of boxes here. Dexter has been spotted out. Shot goes astray. Protagonist pushing through the smoke, finds the kill onto Dexter. Has utility to work with and an ultimate as well. But Trick on the other side of it. That's hard to plan going the smoke here. Oh. This is so tense. Protagonist having to think about what he wants to do.
Oh, he gets out from the shadows used, and he moves instantly towards the B side, but he cancels it. And Trick prepared. Instant headshot and the game theory.
I think,
equalize.
yeah, a cheeky kind of play that Protagonist was just trying to do, maybe because obviously Trick has a neon ability. He can run very fastly. So trying to maybe catch him off guard, but we have to talk about the play that was initially set up for Trick. The Rolling Thunder comes in place, and Trick, what he was trying to do in the initial rounds, like trying to get an initial pick on that defense side, he was successful in that. Maybe a little bit like getting caught off guard with the utility that was like friendly fire on that, but it doesn't matter. They secure the round and they tie up the score line.
A fast approach towards B main here. Kenshiro, first one to fall, and the tripwire still stands. However, that's going to be taken away courtesy of the shock dart. But with the duelist now out of the equation, Howlers are going to be forced to slow down here. Hunter's Fury looking to find a frag. Perhaps that may be the opening that they need. However, Trick with the operator gets 2 from front, and now he's looking for more.
Trick.
3K.
3K for him. And, well, that was an attempt to make a play from Woody for that Sova ult. Just the Hunter Spirit just not landing in the end. Desperate attempt after Kenshiro did fall in that round. Now, finally, we see Game Theory in the lead. I think for the first time in this game.
Yeah, in this whole series.
In this whole series, yeah.
They have not had a lead once, which sounds a little crazy to say, given the fact that we're midway onto map 2.
Yeah, now going into the last round of the half here. Trick going for that repositioning. Kenshiro is pretty quick on this push towards this mid side. The trip has been taken care of.
He only has a judge to work with, so not a lot of agency on his side. Can't fight at range. However, Imp is gonna miss his shots. He hasn't been as good in this map so far. Only 4 kills to his name.
On the other side of this, Kenshiro tries to make a play, but Trick is just posted up there with the operator and a counter. Hunter Spirit comes in as well. King finds protagonist. Hunter Spirit gonna delay the approach from them. Overdrive committed from Trick, finds Woody, and spotting out M2K there as well. Just trapped towards that B main at the mercy of a trip for good measure as well.
Yeah, this is not looking good whatsoever. Demons on the flank here. This should be an easy shutdown for him, but actually he's double guessing this. They do have 3 defenders towards the B side, and there's not a lot of time on their hands to work with, just 15 seconds remaining, and they want to go for this. They want to attempt this. The tripwire stands in their way and the site.
10 seconds left.
Pushes in, a crossfire set up, and Rani, he doesn't even need any support. Finishes off the 2 all by himself, and Game Theory, they conclude the first half with a 2-round lead.
Finally coming online, Game Theory. That's what we wanted to see from them in the first map as well. Finally, like, kind of putting together those team plays, and on top of those individual plays as well. But most of all, finding a good structure, like layering the utility properly, kind of orchestrating all these rounds together now. In the lead by 2, pistol round, securing that is going to be crucial for them.
Howlers, they have great history of winning pistol rounds in the semifinals and in the grand finals as well. They've won 2 out of the 3 that have gone down so far. Now, if they do put it up to 3 out of the 4, they would practically end up tying up the score. But this time around, it's Game Theory who are sort of replicating what Howlers were doing on their attack. A straight push towards middle, but what's different is Trick is now leading the charge from behind towards the A side, and Howlers, they may not anticipate as they are on an aggressive play of their own. Shini Ghani, he's been flashed already. The relay only going to make matters worse as Woody find him, and Shiro gets another.
Demon, the play initially that was set up from Trick, like, he pushed up so far in the flank side, but Gunny just getting overwhelmed by utility there. Howlers kind of having a great idea as to what Game Theory is trying to do. Dexter trying to make amends here. It finds 2 kills. Makes it a 2v2.
It may get caught off guard unless he clears this corner here. But Dexter, will he be prepared? He may have heard the fall. Demon going to keep his teammates safe, and as now protagonist is yet again in a 1 versus 2. He has found clutches before. However, he's been put into the situation too many times. He's going for a defuse. They're going to have to run into the smoke, and they do so collectively. An easy final frag to put up the 8th.
But that was really shaky, we must not forget, because Trick getting all that space towards that mid side kind of gave an idea to Howlers that, hey, we might be getting crunched, and then rightfully so, the awareness from Salt as well to fight towards that flank side and catching Gunny there. It felt like they would have maybe secured the round there, but Dexter, with those 2 shots with the Ghost, kind of helping Game Theory get back into that round, and now 8 rounds for them, securing that pistol.
Yeah, we finally see some celebrations on the side of Game Theory on their cameras now, and this is what we wanted. Trick He has been extremely accurate with his operator shots, and unfortunately couldn't deliver the same with the Outlaw. But now Protagonist alongside him try and hold down Market.
Oh my, Gunny wants to get aggressive in that smoke. Aldrone, I'm gonna tag on, but trying to do some chip damage with the shock dart here. Not gonna do much. Happy to wait it out. Trying to see who oversteps. Look at how far Game Theory is pushed up towards that mid side and getting 2 kills in quick succession here. M2K follows up with a headhunter kill. But now Game Theory have crossed towards that mid side already.
The spikes disconnected from the entire roster of Game Theory, but what stands between them is only going to be Woody with a classic. He's gotten one, but that's all she wrote for him. As the site is now Game Theory's. 2 players remain for Howlers, and this is practically looking done and dusted already as the spike goes down. And there's only a classic alongside a Bucky for the for Howlers to work with.
Yeah, certainly the weaponry not ideal. 3 Bulldogs online for Game Theory. They can just patiently wait. So Howlers want to attempt this retake, just trying to do damage. And Shiro manages to find King with the Bucky. Dexter gets the trade there, down to only 1 HP now. Tap onto the spike. Both players just not allowing any breathing room whatsoever. Swing out from Demon, and now up to 9. Our Game Theory finally getting into their groove once again. As we talked about this.
Utter dominance on the second half so far from the side of Game Theory. They're making it look extremely clean as well. Their executes have been pretty much flawless so far. They do lose a couple of players while executing, of course. However, it's just like they know what to do whenever a player is about to go down. Like, the trades have been pretty good so far, and they're not allowing Howlers to get as many clutches this time around, thankfully, as well.
Indeed. Now, Outlaw in the hands of Dexter. Trig trying to make a fast play here with that fault line. Once again, trading out the relay bolts. Protagonist in the smoke, trying to get aggressive. Trig barely escapes that paranoia at the ready here. Does not decide to go with that. Just back with a double hold with Woody. Manages to find the first kill. Gunny trades it out. Trig finds a kill with a Bucky here. Kenshiro and Woody. Item getting back into the round here. Still rifles to work with for Game Theory.
Kenshiro goes in fast. Woody's gotten another. Now Demon, the lone warrior, to try and hold this all by himself. He's found 1. 7 bullets in the magazine. But is it going to be enough? A headshot delivered, but it's not enough damage to get the kill. Woody with a 4K.
Yeah.
Will finally put up another round after having conceded, I believe, 6 consecutive rounds.
Indeed, and yeah, the perfectly played out from him as well. Just buying time for M2K to come on the scene, and now 5th round secured for Howlers, as you see now. Perfectly setting up. In the end, he didn't actually manage to get that kill. He didn't even, he just wanted M2K to just create a bit of additional pressure for Demon to deal with. 9-6 scoreline. 3 rounds gap. Game Theory looking to go towards this A side here. All 5 players.
Greg. Once again, wouldn't waste even a second, and Woody stood idle for a second. I wonder if there's another technical pause going up ahead, but it's going to be Kenshiro that's still trying to make this round work regardless. And with just 17 HP, this fight against Dexter won't be pretty unless he checks that corner. But it's going to be Dexter. Oh, he may just find the timing on everybody. He's trying to get the flank, and Kenshiro, he's walked back. Now spotted. And Dexter could prove to be the angel of death for the last 3. He's gotten 1. Kenshiro somehow still survives. But Ghani is going to be making up for the rest of it.
Just left down to Protagonist with a Bucky. Not much he can do. Game Theory now up to double digits.
3 more is all they need before the scoreline is tied up. And, I mean, honestly, Howlers, they had such a phenomenal start, but ever since Trick sort of came online in the final few rounds of the second half, it's been completely one-sided. Trick had phenomenal rounds with that operator towards Market at B, and Howlers were repeatedly hitting that side because it just worked out for them so consistently. But even after Trick's operator came online, even with different approaches, there was just practically no way that they could walk past him, and he continues to deliver. He's finding those openings, he's finding the correct timings as well, and even though oh, actually, never mind. He has 22 kills right now and only 11 deaths. The guy is working with a 2 KD in a grand finals.
Certainly coming right now. And so, yeah, just confirming that it is a Howlers timeout. Obviously, going to be discussing as to what seems to be the concern going forward in this half, because they have struggled in this one. This is the first time that we've seen Howlers like getting an actual fight from Game 3. Which is what we were expecting to see from the get-go. But for the first map, Howlers were just completely dominating the team plays. And now Game Theory finding their groove, finding their rhythm, round by round, up to double digits on their own map pick.
Round 17 and Howler. Just pistols all across the board. They have made this work previously as well. However, with Game Theory now finally making their fundamentals work, it may not be as easy a scenario to put up a Thrifty on board.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Woody usually goes for a Sheriff, but Gunny, okay, finds the opening in this round. He go, Woody, okay, now just proving me wrong there. Finding a kill with a classic here, 1-for-1 trade. Protagonist, very low HP. Trick slides in, finds one. King follows up with another kill of his own. And the site has been taken. Only M2K left alive. Sheriff head under bullets to work with. Demon will put an end to that. And now 11 rounds for Game Theory.
This is the grand finals that we were hoping for, Ali.
Indeed, indeed.
And a third map, and Game Theory being the dominant one finally on map number 2 as well, particularly in the second half. They've only given up one so far. And I'm not sure what it is that happened, but that tech pause that went down in the first half of Sunset has sort of just switched something around in Game Theory's mind. And ever since then, they've only lost one round.
I think they finally figured out who they are. Like, hey guys, we're Game Theory, right? I think they sort of finally figured it out, and now certainly playing according to their game, what we like to see from them. Howlers still making it tough for them, but yeah, something is just missing from Howlers this part of the map here. M2K disruptions off angle.
And walks back. Doesn't want to give anything away. They can't afford too many mistakes. Now Game Theory pushing in. And once again, Trick, he wants to get into the back lines. Imp's fallen. Kenshiro now on an island. Barely gets out alive, actually. I'm surprised he was allowed to walk back, but Spike yet to go down. Hunter's Fury from Gunny is gonna give them a kill. Trick has taken his counterpart out, and now it's a 3 versus 2.
Good support for Trick there as well. Paranoia gonna go astray. Demon will put the final nail in the coffin in that round. And up to map point are Game Theory on their map pick. Finally coming alive. And now showing a much dominant better scoreline than the last map.
Oh, much better. Now I wonder if Game Theory will want to hand away some charity rounds themselves, but I wouldn't count on it. Howlers, no, Game Theory, they want to end this and not give away any chances for a comeback right here.
The purchase still kind of iffy. They have 2 shotguns. Kenshiro trying to make a play here. Trick on the other side of that fast lane will be the first one to answer. Salt also tagged up by that owl drone. Well, Trick is in the mood of his own, like already with that overdrive finds the second kill as well. Only 3 players left alive for the side of Howlers. Trick goes for that slight protagonist, puts an end to that.
3 remain for Howlers. And Imp, he had a phenomenal game one, but he's been silent so far. Spike planted. And Howlers are nowhere near the side, but Dexter, he gets one. Protagonist, he wants to work some magic ups, keep Howlers alive on map number 2. But as Howlers approach the site, both of them towards Market, the postman looking phenomenal. Gunny puts the final shots onto Protagonist. Last alive is going to be Imp. Now in a 1 versus 2. And with the clock ticking down, this is starting to look done and dusted. 1 versus 1. Imp has found a headshot onto King. Demon to keep the run alive for Game Theory, and they will be sending us to the distance. Map number 3 coming up next as Howlers falter on Sunset.
Once again, we see Howlers, just like it was in the semifinals, Sunset, just not their comfort map whatsoever. Once again, Game Theory, as we saw in the semifinals, we did see an initial slow start from them in this map, but they regained so fast and certainly put up a dominant performance in that second half.
They certainly did. They had such a slow start that it actually became worrisome. But they mounted a comeback after that tech pause particularly. I'm really not sure what went down, because we saw neither was Ghani talking, nor we saw King making any communication with the rest of his squad. But something just magically worked from the looks of it. Like, they just calmed their nerves down perhaps. They reset entirely. But whatever it was, it worked phenomenally well. And if Game Theory can keep this going, the third map may just be all the more dominant. However, that one's going to be a best. And both of these teams had phenomenal success in the semifinals on that map. So that is likely going to be the closest that we can get this series to, perhaps. However, we're going to have to wait and find out how that one pans out. But really, the immediate shutdown from the side of Game Theory was phenomenal. Like, Kenshiro was not allowed any space whatsoever while being on the attack side after having won 5 rounds, and the defense was just so lopsided, which is crazy given the fact that Sunset is supposed to be a heavily defense-sided map.
Yeah, indeed. And as we saw, we were expecting, obviously, from that previous map, Kenshiro switching towards the Neon. Like, everyone is a fan of it. But Trick, we have to talk about. Usually is not, like, he wasn't rifling. In this scenario, he was kind of going for the overdrive kills and being set up from his team as well. So the support in the end was really good from the side of Gaming Theory, and that certainly showed in that second half a really dominant performance from them.
It certainly was, but let's hear from what the players themselves have to say, and I believe Fariha has one from the side of Game Theory with her. So Fariha, who do you have with you?
We have Trick today. Trick. Those were some tricks you pulled in the game, but you guys are still in the game. Map निकाल लिया आप लोगों ने, कैसा feel हो रहा है?
अच्छा feel हो रहा है. First map भी देना नहीं था, but it's fine. हो जाता है. You're locked in now. Inshallah, let's see इस पे क्या होता है.
अच्छा, Jazib mentioned that time out जो आप लोगों ने first half में लिया था, उसके बाद चीजें थोड़ी सी switch up हो गई थी. तो उस map में क्या conversation चल रही थी कि क्या करना है अब next?
हम अपना natural game नहीं खेल रहे थे. We were scared, land jitters, you know. तो we just discussed कि let's play a natural game, let's be aggressive. जिस तरह qualifier खेला, that's how we started to dominate.
अच्छा, that's pretty surprising because Kenshiro कह रहा था कि वो लोग काफ़ी chill हैं, even though उनका पहला LAN experience है, but आपकी टीम में ज़्यादा experienced players हैं. तो why these nerves? Like, इतना ज़्यादा पहले मैप में क्यों हुआ?
हमारी टीम को बने हुए literally 1 month भी नहीं हुआ. He's very new to the team, King. Of course, brilliant individual, a lot of experience, but still, you know, as a team हमने इतना time ही नहीं मिला कि हम ज़्यादा work कर सकें. तो of course it matters. They have been playing since a long time.
अभी जो थर्ड मैप है डिसाइडर अबिस, उसके लिए क्या प्लान्स हैं? कैसे जो है ये सीरीज निकालनी है?
Nothing, just everyone go kill.
Okay, thank you so much.
A drastically different approach on the side of Game Theory. We heard Kenshiro talk after map number 1, and their strategy was basically Tensa go kill, that led them to victory on map number 1. But on the other hand, Game Theory, they're like everybody go kill.
And yeah, and one more thing in that interview is surprising. Like, obviously, first we touched on it as well. That Trick feeling those land nerves. You wouldn't expect a player like that, and like a player like that to be feeling the pressure of the crowd or like a stage like this.
I mean, Trick has been around for a really long time, but unfortunately, Pakistan hasn't seen many the many big LAN events happen for Valorant. So I mean, it sort of makes sense that he would get the jitters, and alongside the rest of the squad as well. There are, I mean, Gunny in particular, the IGL of the team. He's never been in such an environment. King and Protagonist are realistically the only two people who have seen LAN tournaments like this and competed in those, and King's won so many of those as well. So it makes sense for them to not have jitters, but now that they have conquered them, game theory really are starting to look clean. But we're gonna have we can look at the scoreboard and see how good exactly that performance was in just a moment. But overall, I mean, what surprised me the most was they were able to bring down Kenshiro. Kenshiro had a 31 kill game on Sunset in the semifinals, and this time around I believe he was only able to deliver about 17, which is not bad in any terms whatsoever. But with a player that is the caliber of Kenshiro, you expect more.
Indeed, you do expect a lot more from him. And on the other side, we saw pretty much all of game theory coming together, all of them having like rounds. And then initially there were once again the hero plays, and then after that, the whole team kind of were on the same page yet again. And then, yeah, that's certainly reflected as we see on the scorecard as well.
Yeah, Drake, I mean, Drake had a phenomenal game.
Yeah,
a 28 kill game is absolutely like out of this world, and he wasn't exactly showing up too well on map number 1 as well. So it basically is like sort of 10 circle kill, but instead it's Drake, and we spoke about it, like the Kenshiro's equivalent on the side of game theory is Drake. That's the one player that you see, that you expect to pop off whenever his team needs him alongside King. And King was the one that put up the first few rounds for Howlers, but game theory only became consistent and this dominant once Drake started to show off in the beginning with the operator, and then with the overdrive or any rifle that was handed to him.
Yeah, indeed. And we were talking about in the previous map how M2K had a very good start, despite not having played a LAN like even at this caliber, and Sol being a great support staff. But this time, on this map, a quieter quieter showing from them as well. Like certainly, they wouldn't want like 5 kills on M2K, 5 kills on Sol, and 8 on M2K. I don't know if this was like, obviously you swap the roles, like it's gonna take some time to obviously adjust to it, but yeah, very quiet start from them. So they have to definitely step it up in the last map, because obviously this is so exciting that it is actually going to the third map. After the first map, we thought, okay, well, and even in the start of the second map as well, we thought, okay, well, Howler, they seem to be like, okay, he might be in a good chance to actually take this whole thing 2-0, but well, game 3 answer back on Sunset, and now we have a decider on our hands.
Yeah, the young prodigy is certainly going to be a key factor for the side of Howlers in the map number 3. But before we see him and the rest of the squad in action, we will be taking a short break. But there's more Valorant action to come, so do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We shall be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals of Valorant here at Sindh Esports Championship, brought to you by the Sports and Youth Affairs Department, Government of Sindh. Ali, we're heading to map number 3. Map number 1, as close as it could have realistically gotten. Game 3 almost made a comeback, and Howlers having a strong start on map number 2, but Game 3 absolutely blew them out of the water in the second half.
Indeed, both teams. So now it has been established both teams have won their map picks.
Yeah.
But now we're going to go to the decider. That is going to be Abyss. Both teams have played this map. Both teams have shown great performances. Especially we saw Game 3 in that semifinal against Akatsuki. It felt like they were just running it down on them. We saw Trick so many times just run up catwalk. The player playing towards that link side just had no idea what to do. Every time he was basically just holding the angle, Trick was so fast for them, just immediately capitalizing for them. And Howlers as well, performing well on this map. They won that against Mystic. That was pretty much, I believe, the first map of that series. But yeah, both teams, once again, on a map that they know very well. This is going to be a great map 3. And definitely, this type of game, this type of grand finals deserves a map 3.
Yeah, it certainly does. Both of these teams, they've found success on Abyss in the semifinals and great fashion as well. But what I'm right now thinking is whether you stick with Woody or do you bring Tensa in. Tensa had such a great performance on map number 1. However, with Woody, it seemed a bit lackluster, like Imp. He was absolutely popping off on game number 1 as well. Kenshiro, he rose to the occasion on the second half of Korod as well. But both of them just significantly worse on game number 2. So do you think it's about Tensa finding those initial frags, being consistently just clearing out area, and hence allowing the rest of the squad to follow up afterwards? And with Woody switching on to map number 2, do you think that's what was missing, or just something else, or was it like game 3?
I'm not quite sure, but yeah, as you said, there was definitely a difference between how the team played with Tensa and how they played with Woody on their side. Since this is a grand finals, man, thing is, at this point, it's just a decision that you have to make on the fly. Whether you want to continue to have Woody on that Abyss, or do you want Tensa to swap in and try to regain some of that confidence that they had, regain some of that success that they had on, we saw Korod. But now we're going to have the map intro coming up soon. We hope to see, obviously, a great grand finals, a great map 3 coming up.
Yeah, it has been absolutely phenomenal seeing the road of both of these teams to the grand finals. And now that we're here, we're going to the absolute distance. It's going to be the final map, that's Abyss, that the players will be loading into now to finally decide who the champion of the Sindh Esports Championship is going to be. The agent select on your screens right now, and from the looks of it, it seems like that both of these teams would like to, for the most part at the very least, stick to what they had picked previously in the semifinals on Abyss.
And we were talking about who Howlers would have swapped. They have instead instead of Woody, they have swapped out Protagonist. So Tensa will be playing in place of Protagonist. This has not happened before. This is the first time that's going to be happening for the side of Howlers. So I'm not sure if they've played without Protagonist. That's because he's kind of their main smokes player.
Yeah, and he's also the second IGL and the most experienced player on your team, and he has had, sure, his stats haven't been too phenomenal on either of the maps, but he was showing up when you needed him to clutch. He won quite a few 1v1s, 1v2s even as well. But I think the controller part won't matter as much, given that Salt was the one who played Astra on Abyss last in the semifinals as well. But it really is sort of, I guess, like a high risk, high reward play where you're putting Tensa in, and you aren't exactly as well versed on Abyss with Tensa as you are with Protagonist. But given how good Tensa was playing, if he shows up in the same manner as he did on map number 1, the reward could be really good.
And I kind of like the Astra pick as well on this map specifically, because the wall especially, the Cosmic Divide helps a lot on some of those retakes, cutting off sightlines and helping the team basically secure a much safer positioning onto side, take space very freely as well. So yeah, that is certainly going to be something to look out for. Meanwhile, we have Tensa and M2K once again pairing up with a double duelist. This time, M2K is on the Yoru instead of the Wele.
Yeah, and one thing that I've come to notice, and I noticed in the semifinals as well, was that both of these teams are highly versatile. They switch out roles extremely often depending on the map. Like, for example, Kenshiro, we've seen him play the Neon. This time around, he switched off of it because to make space for Tensa, and he was just as great on the Chamber as well. While on map number 2, it was Imp2K that was playing the chamber, and the controllers being swapped out as well. So it seems like that everybody has just like two different roles that they're playing depending on what the map is, and that I guess works really great with Game Theory's playstyle, because they're just sort of working on fundamentals. They're not relying on complex ability-heavy strategies. So if they get the fundamentals right with their agent select and are comfortable having playing those double roles, then this could work absolutely fantastically.
And I'm also curious to see kind of the dynamic as well. Well, Woody playing with Tensa now. We haven't seen that. So that is going to be one other interesting thing to see, that the players that have been swapped around are now playing together. So yeah, just see if unknown for Howlers at this point.
Yeah, it really is. But I believe we're going to be getting into the game shortly. I really need to see him and can show up. If they have the same performance as they did on map number 2, I truthfully am not liking how that game went. Because again, Kenshiro, he was up on the scoreboard. He had, I believe, 17 frags. He had a positive KD, but that's not enough. That's not what you anticipate from Kenshiro. However, he is going to have a chance at redemption as we head on to the final map of the tournament. This will decide whether Howlers become the champions and deny Game Theory their legacy, or will King continue to remain dominant across every single Valorant tournament that has taken place in Pakistan.
As we just wait to get into the game here, the timer to tick down to get in. Once again, pistol round obviously is going to be really crucial once again for both these teams. This is now very nervy for both teams, I believe, because, yeah, despite the experience, despite however you're feeling, the stakes could not be higher. This is now for the championship.
Yeah, if Game Theory really has beaten the Jitters, as Trick said early on, then they are going to have a much better chance into this one. And I really am curious how Howlers are going to approach this game, especially with now Protagonist gone. As you said, like there is a lot of experience, and it doesn't matter as much now that you're in the game 3. The rest of the players are maybe starting to get well worse off this environment as well, but still now both of them just one map away from winning or losing the championship here. And the Howlers roster now consisting of every basically fresh face to a LAN environment of this nature. I wonder how that's going to play out in this game for them.
As we were talking about, Tensa isn't necessarily like obviously new, but he has experience. But for him, obviously to stand in for a player like Protagonist for the side of Howlers, because Protagonist has been there for this team for a while now. To like last minute swap out one of your key players, the one you have built a lot of chemistry with, it's going to be really interesting to see how they navigate around that. All right, it seems that we are facing a pause. So as we just talked about how Tensa basically is coming in place of obviously Protagonist, veteran of the team. Tensa also experienced in that regard as well. But yeah, once again, just going to be an interesting dynamic because the both players that have been swapped around between each other, they are now playing like in the same team now. Now Woody would be kind of like managing the micro as well. Protagonist does help around with the micro as well in the mid rounds as well. But now with Salt, yeah, it's going to be interesting, like to say the least. If this gamble does even pay off in the end, yes, I think we are just going to be talking about this a bit further as well.
Yeah, I mean, it really is scary because Protagonist, once you have that much experience under your belt, you sort of look at him to get your jitters down. And as you said, as we heard Trick talk earlier on, like it was just the jitters that was causing them to lose rounds again and again. And now that they just sort of had a really bad second half, Howlers. I'm not sure if they are starting to feel the jitters here, but this is the final game. The stakes do not get much higher than this, and you have to give everything. You cannot afford to make much mistakes here. And one more thing that I would like to again bring up, when we've brought it up repeatedly at this point, is that Howlers, they tend to have slow starts on some maps. They did in every single one of their semi-final games, and if that becomes the case over here, given Game Theory's dominance on map number 2, I would start to fear for them.
Certainly would. Anyone would. But now, finally, we're going to be getting into the game here. Abyss, the final playground for both these teams. A chance to claim the title for potentially the best Pakistani team in Valorant.
Hero, first blood drawn off the map. And it's going to be the Jet on the side of Game Theory that's fallen. And he equalizes with the trades there. Spike should go down with ease while the rest of the defenders rotate over. A man advantage for the side of Howlers to work with.
Nice shot from Dexter there. Gets rid of Kenshiro, equalizing the number Tensa. However, finds a trade as well.
From behind, he misses his shots. Demon punishes. He's found another one, and now it's up to Woody.
He's been immaculate with the Sheriff, but not on this occasion. Demon, however, starting things off for Game Theory in hot fashion, securing the pistol round.
And now Game Theory have won more pistols than Howlers have, which is surprising because Howlers were utterly dominant in their pistol rounds so far in the tournament. But we're seeing a lot of just traditions being broken of this tournament in the grand finals.
Look at that. Dexter getting hyped up as well. That's what we love to see. First time experience from him as well. And we love to see that coming out from the rookie. On this Lancer, obviously. Obviously not as a player. But yeah.
Dexter's been around for a while, but again, unfortunately, Valorant just hasn't seen as many LAN tournaments in the country. We're back, and now both of these teams have a chance to be crowned champions after ages at such a high level as well. Like the rosters that we used to see on stages like these have been just entirely switched out. Besides like King at this point.
Yes, we have obviously King, and then you have like Trick as well. Other than that, and Protagonist obviously, not playing this one, but obviously in this game. Yeah, it's just new blood rising to the occasion. Now finally earning the spotlight. Very well deserved, and now having obviously a chance to compete for the title of best ever in Pakistan.
This may be one of the slowest rounds that we've seen so far in the series, but Game Theory, they've already gotten one as they look to gather about the B side. The smoke's already out. Kenshiro, Grime to take the engagement. He spotted 3 and immediately TP's back. Doesn't want to take any dangerous fights. The classics may work for Woody. The spam across the smoke is going to grant the defenders 3 frags. And suddenly it's come down to a 2 versus 2 now.
Now Salt left alone for the Sheriff here. He's find the spam kill onto Gunny there now. A 1v1 Trick still being exposed a little bit. Spike will go down. Trick with the Outlaw. It's not looking at the right angle. Salt, the shots are not landing. Very low HP on both these players, but Trick is just 1 click away. Salt now going for the defuse, already stuck half. He's going for the swing. Trick now is going to be trying to be a nuisance here, and Float lands the final shot, gets the defuse for Howlers. All tied up already.
To win a thrifty after having conceded the pistol is certainly something from Howlers, especially given the start to that round. It was really, really slow, but Woody being able to find those 2 kills with the classic is outrageous. I mean, I'm pretty sure there were more players behind him that were spamming across the smoke, but Salt's skill onto the planter as well was also just outclass timing there.
We have to talk about, usually in that scenarios when they're so close range, people usually go for a right click, but Woody's going for the standard left click there, and then kind of Game Theory planning in the open there, being exposed still to Salt there.
Yeah, not safe enough. But now it's going to be Game Theory that are going to have to make do with just pistols. Theory leading the charge towards the A side where Salt alongside Tensa wait. But it certainly isn't going to be easy. You only have sheriffs all across the boards. So they're practically just going to play this slow, try and get any kill or any value you can find out of this round. Seems very similar to the approach that Howlers had in the last round. Salt, he's already gotten one, Dexter falls. And now the push going in towards the B site. Kenshiro will start to feel the pressure there. One kill found. There's the second headhunter out for another. However, it's going to be Imp from behind. That helps his buddy out. And now it's all down to the Jet on Game Theory.
M2K will finish proceedings here in this third round. Howlers now second. Coming up now will be obviously both teams on equal weaponry. First gun round of Abyss. Yeah, Kenshiro, as we see in the replay, just holding his ground. M2K alongside him, providing support.
Just extremely clean from the side of Howlers there. But this one probably won't be. Game Theory now get their hands onto rifles.
Sure, now upgrading the Outlaw now into an Operator. Get aggressive here. Gunny finds both of these players trying to aggress towards that defensive side. So already, two players gone in quick succession. Tensa and M2K, both your duelists.
That was a really risky play, and now Kenshiro, he's all by himself. He too will be caught off guard by Trick, who has found an opening over towards middle. King, he falls, but it's already looking so good for Howlers for the time being. 2 versus 4. Salt, he may just walk into the crosshair, and he does. Drake finds another one with the Operator. As now Woody is the lone warrior alive. The spike goes down, and Game Theory, they look to equalize.
Clean round once again, as you said, previously for Howlers. Now for Game Theory once again. Just only losing King succession. Some unfortunate timing on that flick. Yeah, but he will just be looking to save this rifle, carry it over into the next round. And Trick has recovered the op that was already fallen from Kenshiro.
Yeah, he's likely just looking for exit frags here. The round's done and dusted. Game Theory, they tied up the score line. And both of these teams trading blows to kick things off right here. Even with thrifties when necessary, but...
Certainly a very unique crosshair. You wouldn't say, one Gunny? A very unique crosshair. Yeah, look at that.
I'm not one to judge. I'm gold, man. Don't ask me.
But yeah.
But honestly, having this sort of a start, I'd actually put up in favor of Howlers, because again, we sort of know that Game Theory, once they get going, they can become really scary, and it was evident on map number 2 as well, particularly in that second half. There was just nothing that Howlers could do that would stop Game Theory from running into their site and absolutely obliterating it. So Howlers, to keep Game Theory in check for the time being and sort of have a balanced start, is, I'd say, favorable for the time being.
Once again, slow approach to the round. Re-clear is coming in. Aldron rested as well. And well, surprisingly, that hasn't caught Gunny as well. Neither of the players. So Kenshiro just walking up here. Manages to find Gunny already. First blood drawn. Regardless of kind of the misinformation that the drone could have gave them, they were alert. Kenshiro facing up against King. Cyber Cage. Cover Dexter, however, finds 2 kills. Man advantage for Game Theory.
Who's next?
Now, with Dimensional Drift, he has spotted one player, and that's all realistically there is to spot towards the B side, but his counterpart is going to TP away into safety. The B side has been left completely open here. And eventually, the plant should go down with 25 seconds left on the clock, but how they're so far apart, I'm not sure if they even want to attempt this, given that Imp's already weakened up to just 8 HP, and they're all just standing so far apart from the B side.
Yeah, it's such a big rotation that they have to deal with. Yeah. And M2K just starting to see if someone may have crept up. That's why he's slow. Like obviously he slowed down his approach, but yeah, 6 HP to work with now. Regrouped with his team. Dexter now with that Euro flash, obviously delaying push from Howler's. Trick is posted up in that window angle with the operator, and that kill is going to be the indication for Howlers to just call for a save. Maybe Salt will try to get an exit, and now he decides against it. So, third round for Game Theory, Jazib.
Yeah, Howlers, they seemed hesitant to begin with in that round, and it seemed like that they were arguing whether or not they want to go to try and retake the side, but Drake holding down Heaven with his operator just sort of sealed the deal there. So Game Theory off to a really good start, but now Kenshiro's tour de force, it has been really good, particularly on map 1. So if he can have a similar performance as he did on map 1 with that chamber, it can be absolutely phenomenal. But and that could be really lethal on rounds where Howlers don't have a proper economy to work with as well. Like the Neon's Overdrive and Chambers Tour de Force are the best pieces of util you can have on an eco.
Yeah, and certainly a must-win round for them. This one especially, because if they do lose this out, the economy is going to be in pretty much shambles. Owl drone goes through. Salt posted up on this angle. Then he peeks out, takes first contact. Now Salt will be feeling the pressure here. Still decides to stick around here. Dexter following up, fully flashed up. It is pretty messy, but he does manage to find that kill in the end. So side anchor taken care of. Tensa, however, flies in, finds a kill with the judge here. Trying to equalize the numbers a little bit. Trick, however, gets on top of the side here, finds a kill with that operator. Going for more here, he finds more! And still, finding out M2K, what a flick onto him as well!
Kenshiro last alive. With the Tour de Force, however, he's just not going to be able to find anything like that operator shots from Trick.
And look at that, Game Theory now letting Howlers know that, hey guys, we've come alive now.
They certainly haven't. Drake, he continues the performance that he had on map number 2. He's keeping that going. Tensa, unfortunately, he hasn't been too valuable so far either. Dexter's really feeling it.
Yeah, he's starting to come alive now. He's feeling the stage out, certainly enjoying himself, and is the rest of Game Theory, obviously. But yeah, in that round, I'm not quite sure why. Like, obviously, I respect the play that Salt is trying to get an initial pick, try to disrupt the execute, but at that point, it was just a bit too much to just stick around. Maybe would have preferred to play that retake, could have been a better option. This time, once again, King finds Woody in long range. They are on an eco as Howlers. M2K finds a very nice shot, but King finds 3 kills, going for more, and a 4th one as well. Leaves it down to Tensa.
Huge chance for Trick here, but it's Tensa who's been put up to the occasion of finding a 1v4, but he's going to be denied. Dexter once again standing. He's now just hyping up his team after every round victory, and rightfully so. Game Theory starting to get hot, and Howlers, unfortunately, so far they're missing on map number 3. King having an absolutely phenomenal round number 2, and this man is just unbelievable. Regardless of what role he's playing, he can just pop off at any given moment. He had 3Ks, 4Ks consistently on Breach, and he's done it like ever since he started playing Valorant. Even when he was on Exploit, he used to play Breach so often, and the man just casually clutched up, and he was expressionless at the time, and he still is. The man just has no feelings.
Ice cold indeed. Yeah, just doesn't matter when you're a player of that caliber. It doesn't matter where you play. M2K, however, alongside Tensa, is going to find the initial 2 kills on this round. Gunny trying to equalize some of the numbers here, still within 1 man. Plan just about to go through. Op still online for Trick as well. He's playing from that far angle once again here. Dimensional drift pop from M2K. He spot out 1 player, and the second as well here. Just coming up onto Trick as well. Ooh.
He's back to safety. Yeah, that was risky. However, the risk doesn't stop. Trick's operator still online. A bit awkward timing for him. The spike is planted already, and the push finally coming in. The Cosmic Divide only going to make matters worse as Howlers finally shut everybody down on the side of Game Theory and put up their third.
Wow, what an opportunist. They were trying to take an opportunistic timing there through that Cosmic Divide Game Theory, but just making a fumble of that. Shots not landing, and M2K getting that high ground on that side as well. Allowed for Salt to get that kill as well, and then M2K, obviously angle superiority there, working a treat.
Multiple people stationed up right outside the B site. Smoke to cut off mid, and Kenshiro now once again out with the operator, holding down the mid cross. Fence has been spotted. But right now, it seems like that Game Theory have gone back to their fundamental sort of gameplay. They're doing their due diligence now, being passive for the first few seconds, trying to see where exactly is Howler stationed up. And Dexter, he continues to deliver. He's found the first one yet again. And he's been doing it so consistently in this game as well.
Yeah, finds his counterpart in M2K. Kenshiro, Trick is kind of expecting that someone is going to be posted up, and he finds the shot onto Kenshiro. The intuition there that someone might be holding towards that angle, and he definitely shines in that.
Push coming in, Tensa will be tested. Woody's already gone, so no backup for him to work with, and Dexter gets 3 to his name, as now Salt is the last one alive. Side completely taken over. And Salt has absolutely no space to his name, and nor shall he have any kill.
Is it right to say that this is probably the first flawless that we've seen? Is this the first flawless that we could have seen? It feels like it, because every round there's usually 1 or 2 deaths, but it felt like a flawless, the first one that we've seen so far in this game.
I guess so, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, these teams have been trading back and the rounds back and forth at the beginning of the second map, but it has been for the most part utter dominance from both of these teams in particular halves. But there has been no flawless. You're right. But Game Theory, well, they've broken the trend. We finally have a flawless, and it for the right reasons. Game Theory, they're starting to feeling themselves. We see Dexter getting hyped up, and Game Theory have also sort of called, I believe, have called for a timeout here. Hence, we see the timer being paused. But I wonder what they need to talk about. They're already working with a 3-round lead. They just got off of a flawless victory, and Drake with his anticipation over towards that middle positioning from Kenshiro. It's absolutely insane what his game awareness is right now.
Yeah, and usually some people, when they're actually expecting someone to be obviously holding that, obviously you would obviously think that the one who's like holding from way far back would have the advantage in that scenario, but Trick just micro flicks onto Kenshiro there. And that was pretty much, I guess, the round pretty much right there. That sealed the deal there. Dexter, he's feeling good. That last round, he's been standing up as well and now getting kills as well. He's feeling good about himself, and the team, he's hyping them up as well alongside it.
Yeah, he's been very vocal since the beginning of map number 3. Even after winning the pistol, the man stood up, and I believe that's just got a team. You must be feeling good when you have such a hype man on your team, and also given the fact that Dexter is doing phenomenal on the Euro as well. He just found 3 frags in the last round as well, and he's just been so proactive in this map in particular. On map number 2 on Sunset, we saw Drake being the one that was leading the charge for the most part, but this time around it's actually Dexter that's doing that part. And I mean, that sort of is the role of Yoru on a map like Abyss, given how sort of wide it is. So those TPs certainly help out, and the clone can sort of act as a decoy to just distract the players away. But having a hype man, it's just unmatched right now, and that also speaks about the jitters that Game Theory had previously. That's completely worn off. They're really feeling themselves, while on the other side, Howlers, they're not looking so good. They've been pretty silent. However, they are still talking things through, so I'm curious to know whether or not they can reset here. But Game Theory, they're very well known that once they get going, it becomes pretty lopsided, and there has been nobody that has been able to respond to that as of yet.
Indeed, and yeah, we were talking about this at the start of the game as well. When we saw the agents like that, Tensa will be swapping instead of Woody. It's going to be
Yeah.
swapping protagonist. So I'm curious. I want to imagine like, is that maybe the chemistry not quite there yet with Tensa and Woody on the same roster, as opposed to when protagonist is on the team? Because obviously they haven't got much time to practice with Tensa. They've only had Tensa when Woody's not playing, but now Woody is playing as well, but protagonist isn't. So I'm not sure that they have had enough practice with this scenario particularly.
Yeah, I mean, again, you aren't as well versed likely, given that your default replacement for Tensa was Woody, and he's also the captain of the team. But now it's Tensa that's playing on Abyss as well, and he wasn't the one who competed on Abyss in the semifinals either. It was Protagonist, and Protagonist, I mean, statistically, he wasn't having too fantastic a game, but there's also so much experience that the man has, which can come to your benefit, especially in such an environment where that man has played quite a lot of LAN events previously as well. But with the timeout now coming to an end, we will get to see exactly how this perform. But this is already like putting a lot of question marks onto Howlers with their decision to go for Tensa instead of Protagonist. And I mean, there's also justification for it, right? Tensa had a phenomenal game number 1, but he's just not being allowed to replicate that on Abyss.
Indeed, Dexter finds one, slide through, a bit too much manpower to deal with. 1-for-1 trade so far. Ooh, Tensa feeling a lot of pressure as well. King has pushed up so far up on this flank, on this mid side as well. Trick on the other side finds Woody. King with 2. Well, this round is pretty much done and dusted as well.
Yeah. Clears up mid all by himself, and now Tensa, the lone warrior alive, he's going to be only granted a sheriff to work with, and with 30 HP to his name, there's realistically nothing to be done. The spike should go down, and Game Theory guarantee themselves a lead heading into the second half of things. But right now, looking at the stats here, Trick, he's finally starting to show up as well. 11 kills. He was outstanding on map number 2 as well. I believe he had a KD greater than 2 in that game as well. Dexter, the hype man for Game Theory right now, also just getting first kills consistently round after round. Demon on that controller, also with 7 kills. Tensa, he's found 1, so an operator retrieved, and he's looking for more.
A bit far away from the okay, never mind. Okay, there he is, Demon. I thought for 1 second that he would have gone away a little bit, but just swings around, secures around there. Yes, once again, Game Theory, as you said already, having pretty much guaranteed the half secured for them. They're going to finish in the lead. Now, just a matter of how many rounds more can they extend their lead towards.
Game Theory sticking to what's working for them so far. A split approach all across the map, but Howlers, they're going to be aggressive towards the A side, but it's going to get punished. Kenshiro immediately falls. Again, the carry has been neutralized, and that's sort of been the story of this map so far. Ken has realistically been absent here. Alongside the rest of the roster, Imp, he has had good attempts, but they've not just been of much value so far. Everybody on the side of Howlers getting picked off, and there have been no trades whatsoever. Game Theory having an absolute flawless execution in practically every single round. Ooh, King.
I mean, he has created pressure. Woody on the other side. It is very messy, but it doesn't matter in the end. King secures that kill. Imp to K now. It's going to be the next line. King swings out, finds that kill as well. And wait, are they all... It seems to be like a disconnect. I'm not quite sure what went wrong there, but Howlers players, they were all just standing idle.
Yeah, it may be a disconnect, but we'll get word on that eventually. However, for the time being, I mean, even a 7-3 scoreline is really ridiculous. Game theory, they are absolutely blowing their competition out of the water. And this is the game theory that we saw in the semifinals as well. I believe they collectively had only lost 8 or 9 rounds in the semifinals, and the whole series being under 1 hour. We anticipated a great performance heading straight into the grand finals from them. However, the map one wasn't exactly favorable for them. But ever since the side switch happened on map number 2, they have come alive. We're finally seeing the roster that we saw in the semifinals.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, certainly starting to obviously find their groove. Like, obviously, quite start from them, as Gunny talked about in the pre-game interview as well, working on their fundamentals. Initially, those fundamentals were there, but just the execution was just not there yet. But now they've started to find a good kind of middle ground as to being on the same page pretty much for all 5 of those players. And, well, I think this kind of works out in the favor of Game 3 as well. They're going up against, like, in their heads as well, they're like, okay, we're going up against a team that has never played with this combination of players, basically. So that kind of adds an advantage to game theory as well, because they're just going to capitalize on how disconnected Howlers have been playing so far in this map of Abyss.
Yeah, they've practically had no efficient trades so far, and at least in the last like 4 to 5 rounds. The first ones, it was still relatively close, but it seemed like now the communication gap is only increasing for the side of Howlers. And honestly, it's sort of crazy to see that Kenshiro isn't performing, because he was absolutely outclassing everybody that he's played against, and he did so on map 1 as well. And again, a stat line like 31 kills and 16 deaths does not go unnoticed. And a player that can do that, and him now being with a negative KD, I believe, it's just absolutely insane what game theory are up to right now.
And you also have to, like, I don't know if you've noticed this so far, in this map so far, it has been a direct head-to-head between Kenshiro and Trick. We obviously talk about like both of them going up against each other, but it has been both of those players trading each other off in similar rounds. We saw in the first round, obviously, Kenshiro had the hunter in the pistol round, took care of Trick. And then after that, Trick has started to mount on Kenshiro. We saw the op shot on him as well. In this round as well, the last round that we saw, Kenshiro goes for that initial pick and then falls to eventually Trick. So the head-to-head is now heating up here as well. We obviously talk about it, like on a broader perspective of both the team having player like that, player like Trick, player like Kenshiro, but now it is an actual 1v1 between these players.
Yeah, and the 2 names on the side of Howlers that you anticipate or you expect to absolutely pop off and take over a game are Tensa and Kenshiro. Kenshiro, as we said, he's been absent in this game, but that gamble on putting Tensa in instead of Protagonist isn't working out for them either. I believe he only has 4 to 5 kills so far, and that's just not going to be enough, especially when you're playing an agent like Neon on Abyss. And given how just phenomenal it was on Corrode, but it seems like just Tensa can't find that rhythm. I'm not sure if it's because that they're not as well practiced with playing with him on Abyss, or it's just the jitters or the pressure of having just conceded map number 2.
Yes, certainly they have to, obviously, as we talked about the practice part as well, certainly right about that. And yeah, just seems like the chemistry isn't just there quite yet for them. And, well, Game 3 has been taking just complete advantage of that. And, yeah, when we have Dexter on the other side as well, just hyping up the team now.
Yeah.
They're now coming up. They're now like, okay, now we've arrived. Now we're finding a sweet spot here. Dexter, like, you would expect someone like, I don't know, like maybe Trick to get up? Like, because Trick used to be, like, when he first played, I think GXR, it was his, like, when he played that event, he was, like, obviously new to the scene. And then when we see him now, he's obviously experienced, and now you would expect him to maybe, like, get up at those hype moments. But instead, it is Dexter, the young gun on this team, feeling good and hyping up the team. And we have Knight as well in the backlines as well. He's been doing a great job. Like, I think his perspective, like his role in this team goes a bit unnoticed as well. He provides basically kind of, not necessarily a coach for them, but providing an outside perspective for the players as to what they can adjust going forward into the rounds.
Yeah, the technical difficulties are still being figured out over towards game theory side, so hopefully that gets sorted soon. We do have an admin on the spot there. But I mean, as you said, it's Dexter who's sort of the land rookie on the side of Game Theory that's being the loudest right now, which is what you love to see. You know, he's not the most experienced. You may and expect him to like be slightly uncomfortable here, but he's really feeling himself. He's hyping his teammates up. So that's the best case scenario sort of that you can have for any team who's playing a LAN tournament for the first time. And again, Game Theory, they've only come together as a roster for in the last month, I believe, with King. Yeah, they had Usaid playing, I believe, prior, and after this roster switch, it seems like they've only gotten more dominant, and rightfully so. King was part of a legacy roster that won every single tournament that ever took place in the country. They had beaten international names, big ones in the South Asian region as well. So you expect such a performance, and you expect such an upgrade to any team where King heads to.
Indeed, yeah. And an interesting dynamic as well in Game Theory. Like, before they had, obviously, we talked about Usaid, but King and Trick, like, they used to be competitors against each other most of the time, but now playing on the same team as well. Like, that's something to note as well, that King and Trick, the players that have been, like, competing for the longest time in the early stages of the Valorant competition in Pakistan, now on the same team. So that dynamic also adds up to that kind of Game Theory presence as well.
Yeah, certainly it does. But Ali, I am certainly entertained. I believe you are as well.
Oh,
but what I want to know is if the crowd, are you entertained? There we go. That's what we love to hear.
That certainly.
This game certainly has delivered on multiple occasions.
Yeah, at one point, obviously, when we saw that first, I was like, okay, man, looks like Howler could be, running away after they've had a second, like they had the start in that second half as well. But, oh, this crowd definitely, okay, this game actually, when we obviously either team wants to like finish this game quickly and on a 2-0, but this game, grand finals, going to a third map, I think that's pretty much the storybook ending. Any team that wins eventually would have wanted.
Game Theory currently stands about 4 to 5 rounds away from being crowned the champions. But I'm starting to see CS players here as well.
Yeah.
We are going to have the grand finals of Counter-Strike right after this one.
Guys, are we excited for the CS games? Certainly, like, we have a following for CS as well. Like, obviously...
yeah, T-Time was the loudest. He doesn't count.
Certainly. I mean, yeah. You guys will get to see him commentate those games alongside for us as well. But yeah, those will be some games to watch as well. After this Valorant, this one has already delivered. I'm just excited to see the CS games after this one, Joseph.
Yeah, so am I. We're going to be in the crowd, obviously, watching.
Yeah.
But for while you wait, the crowd that's present here, you can also play Tekken on our left side over here, all the way in the back. I believe there are about 4 setups. But there's a lot that's going on in this venue. And I mean, look, okay, let's speak a little bit about the game once again. Game Theory currently sitting at 8 rounds. They only need 5 more, and even if the round gets reset, they are now in a prime spot to just finish this thing off. Because again, we've talked about it numerous times. That Game Theory, once they get going, they're very likely to snowball that momentum and confidence into something much, much bigger. And that's what they did on map number 2, and now that's what they're looking to replicate over here as well. They already have a 4 to 5 round lead, depending on whether or not the round gets reset, of course. But that at best case scenario for Howlers right now is that Game Theory have to win 6 rounds, and that's not a lot.
And usually in a tech timeout like this, usually momentum gets broken down.
Yeah.
For a team like Game Theory, like could be for any team basically. But when you're in the lead, I think you're not feeling as much like, okay, well, now our momentum got broken. But on the side of Howlers, what would be the discussions going on? Certainly, like the longer this tech timeout goes on, they're just going to be questioning a lot of things that they could potentially adjust in the future rounds as well. So that's one thing to see. But what I want to know right now, because we've started to see this arena start to fill up a little bit, can we have a confirmation? Who are we supporting? So if you're supporting Howlers, make some noise right now.
Oh.
Okay. If you're supporting Game Theory, make some noise. Ooh, pretty much equal. Let's do this one more time. Okay. If you're supporting Howlers, make some noise once more. If you're supporting Game 3, make some noise.
Okay, game theory is louder this
okay.
time.
Game theory is louder. Okay.
Yeah, in the first one, I thought Howlers may have had more supporters, but
Yeah.
that was just more towards the left side.
It's
But
towards the left side.
Game
And the right
theory, game theory are really game theory's audience is really present, and that's
And it's
rightfully so.
Yeah, and it's like kind of like left side is Howlers and right side is game theory. Like that's pretty organized as well there in that regard as well. But yeah, you just hope to get this resolved as soon as possible. We'll be getting back into this game as well. Certainly delivering this. Certainly, like at a big stage like this, you wouldn't want a game to go like 2-0. You don't want these games to finish in quick succession. You would want that story.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, like map 3 it went, and then we were able to close it out in the end. The last map when it mattered most, the decider.
You do want the game to go on for as long as possible, however, and it not the way that it should have been. But hopefully the tech pause does get sorted out soon. But you know, you did say that the momentum can completely shift. This is something that happened on map number 2 as well, where Howlers were having a phenomenal game to begin with, but a tech pause came to be, and ever since then, game theory has been nearly flawless. They've lost, I believe, about only 4 rounds ever since that tech pause happened, and the 2 maps collectively. So I wonder if this tech pause is sort of going to be an Uno reverse and Howlers start to come back alive or not.
There's so many variables to keep an account for, but obviously we'll just have to see what happens after we resolve this. Grand finals here. Sindh Esports Championship. Both these teams basically kind of fighting to be crowned as the best in Pakistan. A prize pool on the line. 7.5 lakh on the line here. A title, a trophy to play for. We can see that in the middle of the stage. Trophy to be played for as well. We haven't talked about the trophy. What do you think about the trophy?
Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous right now. We have 3
Spotlights on it as well.
bright, shining lights over here, but it's looking phenomenal. I mean, that is what they are after, alongside the 1.5 million collective prize pool of CS and Valorant here.
Yeah.
So having a majority portion of that is also very, very impressive. But
yes, indeed.
We're yet to find out who obviously is gonna be walking away with that trophy. And
what a moment that would be for any of these teams. After so long, an event like this happens and you win it out, you basically kind of cement yourself. This is basically kind of the end of year. So when this year ends, you will be the team that would be remembered as who won the Sindh Esports Championship, the grand finals. A lot to play for here, a lot on the line here.
yeah,
Stakes couldn't be higher.
stakes really couldn't be higher because we haven't had a Valorant LAN of this scale in Pakistan in ages. I believe it's been at the very least 2 to 3 years. So since the
What do we do?
and we're back.
Yeah, we're back, and we
No,
were
we're
talking.
not.
Or
We're not.
Oh, we're not back.
Mistaken. One second.
If this is standby, let me know. जी सिला भाई.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Valorant Grand Finals of Sindh Esports Championship, brought to you by the Sports and Youth Affairs Department, Government of Sindh. We apologize for the delay. I believe one of the PCs on the stage were having issues, but I believe that has been resolved. So we will be heading back into game number 3 here. Ali, it has been a completely one-sided show so far from Game Theory. They have been dominating Howlers. Do you see a potential comeback happening, especially after this long pause that they have? Do you think they can sort of let go of the jitters and finally mount a comeback, or do you see Game Theory just finishing this thing off quickly?
I mean, certainly, considering how long this technical timeout has gone out, they would have probably had a chance to kind of discuss their ideology. This half so far has pretty much gotten out of their way, but they'll try to minimize the damage that could be done to them, obviously. But they still have, I believe, their attack side half. Yeah, they still have their attack side half left as well. So, considering Abyss is pretty much an attack-sided map here, we could see how Tensa and M2K, as we saw in the earlier map, with that double duelist obviously making some plays and stuff like that. But still, they have to get through this half first. And so far, they've gotten a great, they've been completely outclassed by Game Theory now.
Yeah, they certainly have. And this Game Theory's run began in the second half off map number 2, and ever since then, they have just not slowed down whatsoever. And one thing that we know Game Theory for is the fact that they are just absolutely phenomenal. As soon as they gain momentum, they just do not let go of it and just absolutely obliterate their opponent repeatedly.
Yeah, and certainly they have put up a great show so far. And, well, this grand finals deserves to go all the way. And yeah, just pretty much in the final stages right now. I'm really excited to see whichever way this goes, because still we have one more half to go.
Yeah, we still do. And I mean, who's to say that it will really be a prolonged half or not? Because right now the scoreline sits at 8 to 3, I believe. Unless the round gets reset, it still would be 7 to 3, and we would have at 2 rounds in the first half. And best case scenario for Howlers would be that the round does get reset, and then they can win the next two, which again is highly unlikely given how this game is going so far. But we can only anticipate so much until the game begins. And we did see Game 3 sort of mount their comeback off of a tech pause. So maybe just maybe Howlers can pull off the same.
Yeah, maybe Howlers might have the same luck as Game 3 did, but that is still yet to see because we're pretty much still in the unknown regarding Howlers, how they're going to be, how they're managing basically with swapping out protagonists, obviously, because this hasn't happened with them. Like, protagonist has been a core member of this team for a very long time, ever since that period was over. But yeah, protagonist being swapped out has definitely, that gamble so far has not paid off. And, well, they just have to like kind of figure out what they want to do with this.
Yeah, that they certainly do, but we're gonna find that out for ourselves as we head back into the game. The round has not been reset, so we're gonna be heading straight into the last round of the first half here. Game Theory with a 5-round lead, and Howlers, this is really just not looking good for them whatsoever. They're gonna have to invest everything that they have in terms of finances into this one. Kenshiro alongside Salt to try and hold down the line. It's a 5-man push from Game 3 to begin with. And Salt, he's found one immediate trade coming through. And Tensa trying to go for a fast rotate, but the whole roster of Howlers has already been cut off. Dexter, he misses all of his shots, and Kenshiro punishes even after being flashed, and King continues to deliver. The fast lane coming in is going to allow Tensa to push in. And he's found King. The overdrive online, but it's been shut down immediately. Trick continues to deliver as he's gotten 3. And now a 1 versus 1. Woody with just 6 HP against the IGL of Game Theory.
Sova v Sova. Gunny around the corner will secure the 9th round for Game Theory at the end of the first half.
4 more, Ali.
4 more to go for Game Theory. It seems to be a lot closer. And now Howlers will certainly be feeling the pressure. So big of a deficit to cover up. Tensa having a great go at it, but Trick manages to turn up once again, and Gunny in the end. And they're all feeling it. They're hyped up.
Dexter only gets louder as the rounds go on, and I mean, why wouldn't you? You're on the verge. You can practically sense it, the winning the whole tournament. And this again, we haven't had a Valorant LAN tournament of this scale in ages.
Indeed, we haven't. And for them to obviously be like now in touching distance of that trophy, they can, I mean, obviously when you're playing this, you want to focus on your game, but you can just see it in the corner of your eye that that is what I'm fighting for.
Yeah.
That is the title that I want to achieve for my team. Yeah, within touching distance now, Game Theory.
Howlers, they have been extremely good in this tournament with the pistol rounds, but that now it's the minimum requirement for them to be able to mount a comeback in this game. And the grand finals, if they lose this pistol, then realistically speaking, Game Theory would have done just enough damage to be able to close out the map comfortably.
Yeah, it's basically do or die for Howlers. As you said, like winning this pistol is gonna be so important to keeping their hopes alive whatsoever. And if not, Game Theory, if they get to that 10th round, if they get to double digits, Howler will just have to force, have to make a force. Probably is in most cases when you have a force buy like that, when a team gets to double digits, you just go for a 5-man stinger push. And well,
given the start that Howlers had in the grand finals, it really seemed like that we may be up for a really, really close game, and it was until it wasn't. I mean, Game Theory, as soon as they started to play their game, as soon as they got their nerves all calmed down and everything, it's just been their show entirely. Howlers have barely gotten any spotlight whatsoever.
Yeah, as we just get closer, we're facing just some technical issues that's also getting resolved, but yeah.
Kenshiro and Tensa, those two players were sort of the l- chart leaders on the side of Howlers, and both of them having only 6 kills with 11 deaths says a lot about the situation that Howlers are in right now. We spoke of Ken being the Ken the carry. You know, that was the
Yeah,
name I
indeed.
introduced him with
Yeah.
right now before the grand finals began, and unfortunately, and he did provide that value at the beginning at the beginning of the series. However, it's just been missing. Even game number 2, it just wasn't nearly as impressive as we anticipate his performance to be, and it's somehow only gotten worse in game number 3, as game 3 has just absolutely destroyed Howlers in practically every single round.
Yeah, certainly a quieter showing from Kenshiro this time around, and on that Sunset as well. Like, I mean, on Sunset, not necessarily a quieter performance, but considering what we've already seen on that first map, like you would expect that to carry on the next maps as well. And, well, certainly hasn't been the case so far. And it doesn't help that Game Theory have just found their groove once again. And they're going up against a team, Howlers, who have swapped out one of the veterans on that roster. We're just now going to be getting ahead in the last half of the grand finals.
A fast B push coming in. Tensa leading the charge, and he's already fallen. King leading from above. It's going to be Trick that helps him out. Imp falls as well. And within mere seconds, everybody on the side of Howlers has been eliminated. It's all down to Woody, and he too shall be sent packing to his grave. Double digits secured. 3 rounds is all that Game Theory need to be considered, to be called the champions.
Yeah, now I'm curious to see how Howlers are going to be approaching this round. Will they go for a force buy with Stingers, or will they opt for a save? Usually in these stakes like these, in grand finals like these, teams go for that force buy. We've seen that time and time again. That force buy sometimes is like that beacon of light in the end that saved them. And it doesn't seem to be the case. They're going for a full save. Only Tensa with a Bucky online.
Another push coming in, and Tensa this time around finally gets the first blood after having failed so many times. And an instant spike ban coming in from the side of Howlers. It seems like they're finally getting back to their pacing that we know them for. However, Dexter on the flank, this could be brutal, but Kenshiro is prepared.
Nice shot from him there. Trick. First contact. Paranoia goes through, and Relay Bolt to kind of delay the approach from Game Theory. It's now slowly working their way forward. King and Demon. Trick as well, finding kill. Kenshiro, 25 HP. M2K left alive, and he's also going to be taken care of. Game Theory now at 11 within 2 rounds of securing the grand finals here at Karachi.
The start was phenomenal from Howlers. It seemed like that they might just find success off of Tensa and Kenshiro having good starts into this one, but immediately afterwards, King finds 2. The Jet on the other end, Drake delivers himself as well. And now Howlers, they get their hands onto rifles. This is the do or die moment.
As if we've seen comebacks on this map happen from these scorelines before. What do you think?
Well, honestly, no. I mean, it's not out of bounds for Howlers, of course, but with how good just Game Theory are looking right now, and with Tensa and Kenshiro not feeling themselves, the probabilities are just heavily favoring Game Theory for the time being, at least. Kenshiro hoping to find timings onto somebody, and he may get it. Depends on how far Game Theory want to take this. Drake may not be prepared, and he spotted him. He somehow lives. The Cloudburst keeps him safe, at least for the time being, but eventually Kenshiro shall will the frag, but will he be prepared for King? The answer is no. 3 versus 3 now.
Numbers all tied up. King spotting out information, gets attack on Tensa as well. M2K on the side as well. Really low. Alt lines up behind him. Takes King out of the equation. Demon takes contact as well. Tagged down to 60 HP, so just kind of wait for Gunny to kind of regroup. Tensa now going for a different angle here. Gunny will be hearing all of this. The shot goes astray here. The right click will not be there. Tensa finds one. And a second one with the op as well. So Howler still not out of it. Refused to go out without a fight. 4 rounds, but it is still a long way to go, Jasif.
Yeah, this is just really scary right now for Howlers. One mistake, and you will be conceding map, series, and tournament point.
Indeed, a lot of things to look out for. And well, at one point here, maybe Gunny would have probably gotten that kill, but in the end, Ensa manages to find that.
You cannot afford even one more mistake right now, especially not for the time being. Having to fight for just OT while you've only secured 4 rounds would be scary. Game theory, they're in no hurry whatsoever, so they're just gonna save most of their finances, and King is the only one who has invested into a judge here, while the rest of them have pistols all across the board. Tensa, first kill found. The flat and anti-flash, really nice from Tensa, and everybody on the side of Howlers now pushing forward as Game 3 fall like dominoes. King last alive yet again. But a judge at that range can only do so much. Well, maybe. Okay. Walks away with 2.
They were going for the hunt and probably not aware that King was with the judge, so manages to get 2 in the end. Does decent damage, but obviously it was their eco round. Now we'll be getting into their gun round. Now a chance to maybe build up to that map point, that tournament point.
There's still a long way to go before this becomes competitive. Game theory, an extremely comfortable cushion that they're sitting on right now. 6-round lead, 1 away from tournament point, 2 from being crowned champions. This doesn't get any better.
Spam's coming across. M2K has been tagged down to 13 HP there.
Surely not. For a second, it seemed like Demon was about to practically just wall hack Kenshiro over there. But it's going to be vice versa, and Ken is the one that gets the kill. A much slower approach from the side of Howlers this time. But they're starting to gather outside of A, where the IGL of Game Theory awaits.
And fast flank also being set up. Now, Game Theory are rotating from the other side.
Cosmic Divide out. And Rani going to greet them with a Phantom. However, no, Tensa. He slides into his own relay, and Rani is allowed to find one. Will get traded. But this flank could be lethal. Kenshiro.
That elevated angle.
1 versus 3 now.
Dimensional drift as well, Pop. So it's going to be delaying Trick with a nice shot onto Kenshiro. Be able to find some space. King trying to support Trick as best as he can here. Trying to make a play. Trick gets a dink onto M2K. Woody and M2K working in tandem. Tap onto the spike once more. Have one nice shot onto him. Only M2K on the other side. That spawn will swing out and find the 6th for Howlers. It got dicey in the end there, Jazim.
It really did. King was anticipating the final peak to come from heaven as well. The missed shot did give him an opportunity towards the end. However, he just didn't leave the spike fast enough. He was probably a little confused about why
This
is
is just
the player from
Criminal
from behind.
Criminal from Gunny there.
Tensa sabotaged himself, but a timeout now called in.
Probably, I think, I think it's probably from Game 3. It's like maybe, obviously they're in the lead. They're trying to calm everyone down because, guys, we're already in the lead. And let's just keep them.
They don't want to give away as many charity rounds as as Howler did, and rightfully so. I mean, the round differential sits at 5 right now, and they would at least like to make sure that they guarantee themselves OT before they start conceding rounds for charity or for whatever reason it may be. But I like this trick. You can see him being the most vocal player on the side of game theory. He has a lot of experience under his belt, even though he's very young. But
Yeah.
he has been playing for so long. I believe he was about 17 or 18 when he started playing for Salt about 3-4 years ago. So he has been playing at the top of the competition for so long.
Indeed. Player started out as a rookie, now a veteran, as many people like to say, and still young. Right, future enemy. Blade Storm kill already found for Trick. He wants to get in the action here. Dexter finds a Sheriff kill. Woody just taking Trick out of the equation there.
Salt's weakened up to just 6 HP, and now Woody in somewhat of a difficult corner there, but now he has support, so Game Theory don't want to force any engagements. They already have inferior weaponry to work with. So they want to just pick apart Howlers based off their mistakes.
Ooh. Contact taken there. Woody wants to get aggressive. You're paranoid. Gonna go through. Gonna delay things a little bit here. Well, they want to get aggressive with it. Demon gonna be under a lot of pressure. King with that judge over there. Manages to find one, but the kills are going the way of Howlers. 2v2 now.
Both of the players on the side of Howlers are so weakened up. The Sheriffs are going to be enough to be able to finish them off, but Ghani is fallen. Dexter, he himself is extremely weak, just 5 HP on him. But given that Imp and Salt are both less than 50 HP, it's only going to require him 1 Sheriff shot each. So if he can find the right timing, it is possible. However, the spike's going to go down towards the A side, so he's going to have a really long rotation to make first.
Certainly. Knife out right now. Imtake would probably be hearing a lot of this. Yeah, recovering a rifle there as well. Okay, holding her this angle, fake out. It's gonna go through here. M2K not phased by it, and the flash in hand. Just not ideal there for Dexter. And the crowd is starting to believe in the comeback, Jazib, a little bit.
Even I'm starting to believe.
Yeah, 7-11 right now.
Yeah, not too confident in it as of yet, but it's starting to show potential. Howlers, I guess the tech timeout really does help a team out to come back here. Although they did concede a couple of rounds before starting their run off on map number 3, but it's still really dangerous. They need to put together at least a couple of more rounds, and the economy at that point would actually be broken on the side of Game Theory as well. So these next couple of rounds are sort of going to be high risk for the side of Game Theory as well.
Yeah, indeed. And considering it was Game Theory's eco, but still, for it to come down that close, Game Theory right now, still with that cushion, obviously, they still have a lead, but as soon as if Howlers start to mount, create a chain of rounds, you start to feel, okay, guys, we have to gain that composure back once again. Yeah, certainly just waiting to see how they adjust in that next round. The gun round, which will be for Team Game Theory.
Another tech pause has come in, unfortunately, but hopefully that shall get sorted soon.
Let's see if the crowd, do you guys believe in the comeback for Howlers?
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Do you guys think Game Theory will be able to close it out before that? Okay, well, equal kind of we have believers on both sides.
I'm a believer.
You're a believer. But for who?
That I'm not going to tell you. That you have to figure it out. That you'll find out once the game comes to a conclusion.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I'll just say the name whoever wins. but right now, okay, realistically speaking, Game Howlers, they're not out of the danger zone just yet. They still have to chain together quite a few rounds to be able to make Game Theory uncomfortable. Game Theory, having exhausted all of their resources into this round, really would like to be able to put out this one on board and achieve tournament point, and Trick puts it off to a right start. Headshot found, Tensa's gone.
Tip of the spear, basically, right now in that scenario. M2K, not the duelist that he's playing, it's a bit of more disruptive role, not necessarily like a dive duelist. Howlers will have to go for a very slower approach this time around. Hunter Spear invested from the side of Howlers, trying to get a tag onto someone. Gunny on the other side of the Odin doesn't manage to find anyone there. And Howlers have made their way onto the side here, finding those kills as well. Still, 3 players alive for the side of Game 3 here. King, sharp on the shooting once again here, making it a 3v3.
Demon, oh, he gets caught. Woody's taken him out, dimensional drift. He has spotted 2. King allows King to find the first, and King wants more. 2 versus 2 now, but Salt from behind. Going to make matters so much better. Neural Theft out online, but it won't even matter.
Lord!
King!
On the ropes of 4K. The RNG working in his favor in that moment. And now, at tournament point, our Game Theory. We have to talk about this shot as well. First of all, Trick managing to find the tip of the spear, and then King just snaps onto Salt there, and then
Phenomenal.
RNG on the ropes. Because they nerfed it. Look at that.
Very rightful praise from Demon over there.
Just now 1 round away, our Game Theory, from the title of being crowned the best ever in Pakistan.
Hunter's Fury online from Ghani. It connects onto 1, onto 3 actually. He's done a lot of damage. No kill confirmed just yet. Cosmic Divide online, the fast lane leading the charge in. Tensa, first point of contact, Trick to defend. Demon's gone. But they still haven't spotted the Jet. Woody gets a kill, and Ghani's keeping this alive. 3 versus 2 now. Game 3 looking in trouble, but King's alive. And he's lived up to his name so far. Game Theory looking to reclaim the site, and the gamble from Howlers hasn't worked out so far. But they survive. Kenshiro, the carry, he keeps his team alive.
Indeed, and we have to talk about the utility that Salt already placed on that spike as well. Gravity well coming in handy there. Still, Howler still in it. 4 rounds, still the deficit, but man, oh man. The nerves, the stakes could not be higher. These players have fought tooth and nail. These 2 teams, so much history between them throughout this year as well. The online phase that they've gone through, it's all coming down to this.
Yeah, they've played other tournaments, both of these teams, on a smaller scale compared to this, however, but it was Game 3 that has come out on top repeatedly. So they are looking to sort of cement their legacy as the best roster of the country here on a much grander scale.
Yeah, now Game Theory will be forced on to another eco. Usually been a bit quieter as compared to Howlers on their eco, because Howlers historically have played their eco rounds really well. And Game 3, well, they do make it close in the end. They do deal a lot of damage, but just doesn't come to fruition in the end of the round.
Plus, Howlers sort of rely a tad bit more on their individual prowess rather than Game Theory, who sort of work together as a collective group, and they do it very well, but they also have players who can show up, who can absolutely pop off and take over the game whenever needed, and King has done just that. I believe he has more than 25 kills right now, so he really is telling us why he's won practically every single major LAN tournament that's happened in Pakistan.
That 4K is just out of this world, honestly. He's had a lot of 4Ks this game so far, but that specific one, just fortune favoring the brave there, right there, basically.
There's a reason why he's called King Ali.
Yeah.
He's certainly living up to that name, but Game Theory, this certainly is going to be a big test for them, but they still have a really good lead. Dexter barely makes it out alive from that engagement, but now the push coming in. Drake, first one to go down. And there's realistically only so much that Howlers can do. Shangani has found one, but the spike goes down. Game Theory just are looking to collect any pieces and any value that they can find out of this one.
They're happy to wait out, honestly, at this point. Try to find any exits that they can afford. Tensa looking up to this onside, will manage to find 2 kills. Leaves it all down to Dexter, and he will be cleaned up by Woody. So, 3 rounds is now the difference. This is starting to come back a little bit, Joseph. 3 rounds in it. Game Theory will now be on a bye once more, but they cannot afford to lose one more time.
The crowd certainly has faith. They're chanting their name after every round victory. But they're gonna need 3 more of those at the very least, and that too will only push this to overtime. They're not guaranteed a victory, however. Game 3. 1 more, all they need. 1 misstep from Howlers, and they'll be done for.
Kind of gives an indication that the hit is going to be towards the side here, Tensa.
Pushing in. King once again present on site. The wallbang isn't gonna work. Tensa's found him. Plant coming through as the rest of Game Theory now rotating over. Bunny awaits the backup. The Aldrone throwing out angles, but Howlers, they're playing the safer. All of them immediately back away except for Imp. He can TP out. He's playing the safe. He wants to waste as much time as possible. Keep Game Theory guessing about where exactly Howlers are, and now that he felt danger and pressurized, he TPs away. Dexter's found 1. Looking for more, it's gonna be Demon that gets the kill, and Diffuse is coming through the gamble. It hasn't worked so far, and it will, but Howlers, they're making it work finally. Double digits finally secured. It's now only a 2-round difference amongst the two.
Yeah, and in that round as well, Gunny getting it within 4 seconds away from that trophy, basically. Half already there, but as you see the crowd as well, they're now starting to finally fully believe in this. Once again, Game Theory on an eco. Howlers with the advantage in the weaponry. And you can see the frustration in King's eyes there. And Tensa also being vocal on the side of Howlers as well.
This grand finals could not have been any better than this, Ali. Map number 3, second last round of regulation is what we're about to witness next, and the chanting, the crowd, they're really enjoying the game. Clearly, they want Howler to mount a comeback.
They certainly do. A lot of support for both teams, but this time, right now, Howlers, I think the Howler believers are starting to come alive. Aren't you guys? Aren't you guys coming alive for this comeback?
There we go.
There we go.
But timer's starting to tick down again. And we head back into the game. Game Theory's finances are not looking too good over here. Trick's gonna be the only one with a rifle in hand. Demon does has his ultimate online, but from the shadows and an eco can only provide so much. And so walking back, and if the players of Game Theory decide to push further, this could be disastrous. They have taken over mid entirely, but they've left Gunny all by himself to face off against what is going to be a flood of Howlers players.
And Howlers as well in this round so far. Slow approach. They don't want to overstep. They don't want any chance given to Game Theory to capitalize. Hunter's Fury as well coming online from the side of Woody. And of course, Gunny back. Seems to be a 5-on-5 retake in the eco round for Game Theory. Dexter is just sort of maybe looking at if someone would be still situated towards that spawn site, but not the case. Spike down already. Salt all for the angle. Kenshiro finds one with the tour de force.
There's 3, and Gunny now is the last one alive. As he goes down, we head to the last round of regulation in the third map of the grand finals of Sindh Esports Championship. The very end of the line here, Ali.
Well, I already told you, we've seen comebacks from that scoreline, 3-11, like 2-11, something like that, and well, that's certainly coming to fruition, but still, they need one more round to force this into overtime. Let's not forget that. One more round to still stay alive. And on the other side, for game 3, one more round to close it out.
The comeback is real. The fans have gotten what they wanted. But will Howler deliver to the full extent? Imp has spotted one. Demons doesn't mind the engagement, he gets one. Tripwire's triggered and King with an easy kill. There's two! Howlers, they went for a gamble and it has failed as Game Theory. They look to cement their legacy as the best Valorant roster of Pakistan right now. Salt is all that remains between them and the trophy. He's found one, but that's all she wrote. As Game Theory are your victors of Sindh Esports Championship.
What a performance by Game Theory there. They definitely didn't make it easier for themselves, kind of. Maybe the charity rounds in the end, maybe what you were talking about. But in the end, do finally close it out with one round before they was forced to overtime. And yeah, look at the emotions on the side of Game Theory. We have to feel for, obviously, Howlers. They put up a great performance, great effort in coming back into that game. Only one round within, like to force the overtime, to have another chance at it, but just wasn't enough. Game Theory emerging as your victors, ladies and gentlemen.
We really could not have asked for a better performance and a better grand finals out of these teams. Or game number 3, the last round of regulation, and these teams really delivered, Ali. I mean, game number 1, we saw Howlers dominate. Game number 2, flip the script. It was game 3 that absolutely obliterated Howlers out of the blue, and game number 2, where game 3 came alive and obliterated Howlers. But game 3, both of them had phenomenal runs, and they pushed each other to the very limit.
Indeed, both like Howlers, obviously, after that slow start, managing to find their groove, and rightly so. Handshakes all around, we've already seen, and the players are just waiting to be interviewed on that stage. And look at that trophy. Look at that trophy.
Oh my God. It deserved.
Thoroughly deserved, indeed.
A fantastic performance, and I mean, again, this roster, it may look to sort of replicate the legacy that Exploit had, where they've won every single tournament so far that has happened over the course of the last year, I believe. But we're gonna now speak to the hosts and the players themselves on the stage. I believe we do have our interviewer ready, so take it away, Shawez.
Congratulations, that's a big win. SEC champions for Valorant. How are you guys feeling? Trick?
Feeling incredible, feeling insane. Can't describe this feeling. It feels good, bas.
अच्छा मैंने डेक्स्टर को देखा था. Everyone said that he's the newest, लेकिन लैन को लेके लैन के लिहाज से डेक्स्टर की एनर्जी बहुत हाई थी. When the crowd were cheering in support of Howlers. Dexter, I want to know what was going through your head जब लोग आपके लिए cheer नहीं कर रहे थे.
It's okay. बहुत मजा आया, लेकिन मतलब can't express it. बहुत अच्छी feeling आ रही है. It's very good.
Gani, I'll ask you the same question. Crowd की support बहुत ज़्यादा matter करती है. I feel like पहला map जो आप लोगों ने drop कर दिया था, how much do you think it has to do with एक तो LAN के jitters, ऊपर से crowd, you guys knew कि Howlers were, you guys were statistically the favorite, but crowd की support ज़्यादा Howlers के साथ थी. How did you guys manage that pressure?
We don't really care. We just focus on our own game, and if we're the villains, so be it. We just wanted to silence the crowd anyways. So it was fun. But there are some friends in my support too, and I love them for him, and this is for them. Yeah.
Did you expect the series to come this close? आखिर में जो था वो सब लोग ready बैठे हुए थे कि बस खत्म, लेकिन खत्म हुआ नहीं, बहुत ज़्यादा close आ गया था. Did you expect that?
इंटरेस्टिंग बनाया था मैच को किसी तरह, तो करना पड़ा ये.
अच्छा, moving on, आप क्या improve करेंगे अपनी टीम में? It's a big moment, but इतना close आ जाना. What do you think is that one thing जो कि left है game theory में to make it that perfect team जो कि 2-0 कर दे?
I think more track. I think these guys just started playing. करोड़ इन्होंने एक दफ़ा खेला था सिर्फ qualifiers में, no scrims and shit. But insane. Shout out to them for making it this close. They are also one of the best teams. That's why they're here. And ultimately, we are the undisputed best, as the Pakistani community scene knows now. So yeah.
That's true. Make some noise for the guys.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big and huge round of applause for the winners of Sindh Esports Championship 2025. The team, the game theory के लिए भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए जी. And with that, I would like to request Game Theory, please step forward. The stage is yours and the trophy is yours. आप सबकी भरपूर तालियों में lifting the trophy of Sindh Esports Championship 2025 and the winners, Game Theory. Very well done. I would like Game Theory to please stay with us. I would like to call on stage very honorable Secretary Sports Sindh, Mr. Munawwar Ali Mahesar से मैं request करना चाहूँगा sir to please come on stage. आप सबकी भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए for Secretary Sports Sindh, Mr. Munawwar Ali Mahesar. So please come on stage and meet the winner team. And with that, I would like to call on stage Director Sports Sindh, very respected Mr. Dr. Asad Ishaq साहब से request करूँगा sir, please come on stage and meet our winners, Mr. Dr. Asad Ishaq, and we have a picture as well. Valorant game Sindh Esports Championship 2025 brought to you by Sports and Youth Affairs Department, Government of Sindh. And we have the winners of Valorant Team Game Theory. एक दफ़ा मैं आप सब लोगों से फिर से रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा, हमारी विनर टीम के लिए भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए. और So ladies and gentlemen, with that, मैं आप सब लोगों को फिर भी बताता चलूं. To let all of you know that we will have a closing ceremony as well after the second game, after the final of Counter-Strike. We'll have a proper closing ceremony with the Minister of Sports and Youth Affairs Department, Government of Sindh as our chief guest. And now I would like to give the camera and the voice back to our casters. Over to you.
This has been a fantastic journey up until this point, but any final thoughts before we conclude this thing out?
Yeah, just certainly really special to be here. First of all, to experiencing this in front of the audience as well, community coming together once again after so long, as we talked about previously. And yeah, they got a grand finals. They deserved a grand finals like this, certainly. I mean, obviously both teams want to end it on a 2-0 or like try to finish it up as quickly as possible, but for it to come down to the wire, basically, the fake comeback kind of coming through, like an attempt at
Charity rounds.
Yeah, charity rounds. Charity rounds coming through, and at the end, Game Theory is like, you know what? I think now we're gonna end it.
Yeah, and again, props to Howlers. They made it as close as it realistically could have gotten. Game number 3, the last round of regulation, and a really impressive comeback. Had they had a better start, it would have been fantastic. But unfortunately for them, it just didn't work out. However, that is going to be it from us over towards the Valorant Grand Finals. But there's more action to be had at SEC. We are gonna have the Grand Finals of Counter-Strike coming up next. So stay seated, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with another Grand Finals.
थी.
Hello, hello, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge and warm welcome to the visionary leader behind all this, chief guest of the night, Minister Sports and Youth Affairs Department, Government of Sindh, Mr. Sardar Muhammad Bakhsh Khan Meher के लिए भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए जी एक दफा. Thank you so very much for joining us here, sir. We are really honored to have you. औज़ुबिल्लाह मिनश्शैतानिर्रजीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. शुरू अल्लाह के नाम से जो बड़ा मेहरबान निहायत रहम वाला है. And with that, let me introduce myself once again, ladies and gentlemen. मैं हूँ आपका host, आपका दोस्त राव शावेज. And once again, I would like to officially welcome all of you to Sindh Esports Championship 2025, brought to you by Sports and Youth Affairs Department, Government of Sindh. एक दफा भरपूर तौर पर तालियां होनी चाहिए for Sindh Esports Championship 2025. भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए जी, ladies and gentlemen.
2000 से प्लस जो है पार्टिसिपेंट्स ने पार्टिसिपेट किया है फ्रॉम ऑल ओवर पाकिस्तान। और यहाँ पे 2 फाइनल्स, एक जो फाइनल दिन में हुआ उसके फाइनलिस्ट को हमने अभी ट्रॉफी भी दी है, एंड ऐसे ही अभी सेकंड फाइनल जो है वो मुतवक्को है कुछ देर में इंशाल्लाह। एंड मुख्तलिफ आपने देखा कि जो कि बड़ी उन गेम्स को लिया गया जो कि यूथ में बड़ी जो खेली जाती हैं इस वीडियो गेमिंग में या ई स्पोर्ट्स में। एंड प्राइज़ मनी भी एक आपने देखा कि हमने 15 लाख जो है वो प्राइज़ मनी भी रखी, लेकिन हम इंशाल्लाह ताला इस प्लेटफॉर्म को आने वाले सालों में और बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। एंड जो है इंशाल्लाह आप देखेंगे नेक्स्ट जो इवेंट होगा ई गेम्स का, हम हर अपने एनुअल कैलेंडर में ई स्पोर्ट्स को रखेंगे और इसकी स्केल को बढ़ाते जाएंगे। तो मेरे ख्याल से एक बड़ा, जैसे मैंने बताया, खुशाइन फीडबैक हमें इससे मिला है। एंड मैं शुक्रिया अदा करूँगा जो हमारे स्पॉन्सर्स पार्टनर्स रहे, ख़ास तौर पे जियो सुपर भी और जो माइको है, एंड उसके अलावा जो दीगर पार्टनर्स थे या ख़ास तौर पे स्पॉन्सर्स हमारे सिंध बैंक। बाकी इसके अलावा भी जो है सुबह से जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स के अलावा जो ऑडियंस आई उन सब का भी मैं शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं कि इतने काफ़ी बड़े नंबर्स में आप लोग आए। यस, इसको जैसे मैंने कहा विद पैसेज ऑफ टाइम इसका स्केल और हम बढ़ाएंगे, पर यस यहाँ पे मैं देख रहा हूँ कि काफ़ी मुझे नंबर्स में लोग नज़र आ रहे हैं, लेकिन इंशाल्लाह ताला इन नंबर्स में कमी नहीं आएगी, ये नंबर्स और बढ़ेंगे। एंड ये हमने इंटायरली जो है अपनी जेंजी के लिए, उनको अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए, उनके लिए एक प्लेटफॉर्म जो है ये हमने बनाया। सेक्रेटरी स्पोर्ट्स ने भी आपको बताया, नॉट जस्ट इन दी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गेमिंग बट ऑल्सो जो हमारे फिज़िकल स्पोर्ट्स हैं उनमें भी 18 साल के बाद मैं आप सबको बताना चाहूँगा कि सिंध को ये बड़ा एक ऑनर या एक प्रेस्टीज की बात है कि हमें नेशनल गेम्स जो है, जो हमारा नेशनल प्राइड है लेकिन एक नेशनल इवेंट है, वो कराची में होने जा रहा है। एंड 6 से लेकर 13 तक उसमें भी मैं चाहूँगा कि तकरीबन 11,000 उसमें पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, लेकिन स्पेक्टेटर्स हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि जितने ज़्यादा हो सके वो आए वहाँ जो है हमारे स्पोर्ट्समैन को या स्पोर्ट्स वूमेन को और इनकरेज करने के लिए। तो मैं आप सबको जो यहाँ दोस्त मौजूद हैं, जो नौजवान हैं, जो हमारी फ़ीमेल यहाँ पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं या फीमेल ऑडियंस है, उनसे भी ये दरख्वास्त करूँगा कि आप लोग भी आए। और 6 को हमारा 6 ऑफ दिसंबर हमारा नेशनल स्टेडियम ऑफ कराची में ओपनिंग है नेशनल गेम्स की, एंड देन वी हैव क्लोजिंग ऑन 13th ऑफ दिसंबर। तो ये जो हमारा एक हफ़्ता है इसमें हमने पूरे कराची को सजाया है, क्योंकि कराची में जितने सारे वेन्यूज़ हैं इंशाल्लाह ताला हम नेक्स्ट जो नेशनल गेम्स होगी उसको हम और शहरों में भी लेके जाएंगे। पर हमने ये नहीं कि हमारे पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, वी हैव वेरी गुड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऑल ओवर सिंध स्पोर्ट्स के हवाले से। तो मैं आप सबको उसकी भी दावत दूंगा। एंड जैसे आपको बताया गया कि और मुख्तलिफ भी जो हमारे इसी तरह की जो गेम्स हैं, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गेम्स हैं, ख़ास तौर पे मोबाइल गेम्स, उनको भी हमने उसके भी डिफरेंट इवेंट्स रखे हैं। मैं समझता हूँ सेक्रेटरी साहब ये 15 लाख बड़ी कम रकम है, इसको आपको और बढ़ाना चाहिए नेक्स्ट इवेंट्स में, जैसे हमारे नौजवानों को और ज़्यादा जो है इसमें इंकरेजमेंट मिले। मैं एक दफ़ा फिर जो हमारे, आपको मैं बोर नहीं करूँगा, आई जस्ट वांट दीज गेम्स टू बिगिन, और ये जल्दी से जो है सेकंड फाइनल जो है वो हो जाए। एंड ये मेरे ख़्याल से आप नौजवानों की फ़तह है, ये सिंध की फ़तह है और पाकिस्तान की फ़तह है कि ऐसे इवेंट जो है चेयरमैन बिलावल भुट्टो के विजन के मुताबिक हम यहाँ लाए हैं। आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू सो वेरी मच मिनिस्टर साहब, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और हमें उम्मीद नहीं बल्कि यकीन है दैट अंडर द लीडरशिप ऑफ मिस्टर चेयरमैन बिलावल भुट्टो एंड योर, ये मजीद हर साल बड़े से बड़ा और बेहतर से बेहतर होता जाएगा। आप सबकी भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए जी ऑनरेबल सरदार मोहम्मद बख्श खान मेहर साहब के लिए। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, थैंक यू सो वेरी मच मिनिस्टर साहब फॉर बीइंग ऑन स्टेज विद अस। Now I would like to ask my technical team to please clear the stage with the mics and stuff
so that we can go towards the grand finale, go towards the introductions of our teams. We'll take few seconds to clear up the stage and move towards the game. Perfect. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा कि पोडियम क्लियरेंस भी हो जाए फ्रॉम द स्टेज सो दैट ओके जी, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मैं आप सब लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा टू प्लीज सेटल डाउन, क्योंकि अब हम अपना ग्रैंड फिनाले शुरू करने वाले हैं। ठीक है जी, हम इंतज़ार इस बात का करेंगे कि आप सब लोग अपनी निशिस्तों पर वापस आ जाएं। जितने लोग मेरी आवाज़ को सुन रहे हैं, हॉल एरिया से बाहर हैं, हमारे गेमिंग एरिया के अंदर मौजूद हैं, मैं आप सब लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा, लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन, प्लीज़ गेट बैक ऑन योर सीट। मैं आप लोगों से अदबन, एहतरामन, इल्तिजा, रिक्वेस्ट सब कुछ करना चाहूँगा, उर्दू में, इंग्लिश में, जो ज़बान मुझे आती है, कि अपनी निशिस्तों पर वापस आ जाइए ताकि हम अपने इस फाइनल को, हमारे काउंटर स्ट्राइक के फाइनल को शुरू कर सकें। ओके जी, विद दैट मैं हमारे पहले फाइनलिस्ट को स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहूंगा, पूरी टीम को। आप सबकी भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए फॉर टीम वाह वाह के लिए, भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए जी। So they are the finalists of Sindh Esports Championship 2025. Team वाह वाह, क्या बात है भाई, वाह वाह, नाम ही वाह वाह है तो क्या बात है, वाह वाह ही होगी। And with that, I would like to call on stage the second team of the final. आप सबकी भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए for Team Legion. And with that, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा टीम वावा एंड टीम लीजन के कैप्टन से to please step forward on the right and left side of the trophy. Sir, please step forward. आप दोनों आगे आ जाइए. Can I have a mic? Okay जी. Sir, please sir. अस्सलामु अलैकुम.
वालेकुम अस्सलाम.
सर कैसा लग रहा है बीइंग द फाइनलिस्ट, इतना जबरदस्त बड़ा मुकाबला थ्रू आउट पाकिस्तान स्टेज पर आके, हाउ इज द फीलिंग?
ऑब्वियसली एक्साइटेड है, लिटिल बिट नर्वस बट ऑल गुड.
वेरी वेल डन सर. हमारी बहुत सारी दुआएं, हमारी विशेस आपके साथ हैं कि, और हम यही देखना चाहते हैं कि एक ज़बरदस्त मुकाबला हो, जैसे लास्ट गेम में हमें बड़ा ज़बरदस्त मुकाबला देखने को मिला है. व्हाट आर यू एक्सपेक्टिंग कि टीम लीजन जो है ये आपको बड़ा टक्कर का मुकाबला देने वाली है और यू आर गोइंग टू विन इट इजीली?
ऑब्वियसली इट विल बी अ क्लोज गेम, लेकिन होपफुली वी विल विन.
थैंक यू एंड गुड लक, बेस्ट विशेस. अस्सलाम वालेकुम सर. ऑन द माइक. सर कैसा लग रहा है 2400 लोग, 400 से ज़ायद टीम पाकिस्तान भर से मुकाबले, एंड टीम लीजन इज स्टैंडिंग ऑन सिंध ई स्पोर्ट्स चैंपियनशिप के ग्रैंड फिनाले में. हाउ इज द फीलिंग?
एक्साइटेड और बहुत अच्छा.
क्या टीम डिस्कशन थी पीछे? नर्वस हैं थोड़ा सा? आज लाइव ऑडियंस भी आपके सामने मौजूद है, कैसा लग रहा है?
आपको लग रहा है नर्वस है?
मुझे बिल्कुल नहीं लग रहा. और आपको क्या लगता है सर कि वाह वाह आपको एक जबरदस्त टक्कर का मुकाबला देने वाली है, या आप लोगों की स्ट्रेटजी बहुत इजीली काम करेगी एंड यू आर गोइंग टू विन इट?
नहीं, हम श्योर मुकाबला जो है टक्कर का होगा, क्योंकि हम लास्ट लाइन से हारे थे, तो इंशाल्लाह उसको चेंज करना इस बार जी.
तो अब वो कहते हैं कि जख्मी शेर ज्यादा खतरनाक होता है.
बिल्कुल.
तो ये तो सर गेम के बाद पता चलेगा. हम सब की बेस्ट विशेस आपके लिए साथ हैं. एक दफा दोनों टीम्स के लिए भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन. थैंक यू सो वेरी मच. यू गाइस कैन बी सीटेड. आप लोग तैयार हो जाएं जी. कहते हैं कि कमान संभाल ली जाए. एंड नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट आवर कास्टर्स, ओवर टू यू.
It's been 6 long years since we've had Counter-Strike back in Pakistan, and now it's happening twice in a row, and it all comes back to this one city. Karachi has dominated the Counter-Strike scene through and through, with maybe the only person in recent history coming out of it. Being from Pokemon from Lahore, it feels like every step of the way, Sindh and its esports scene has been defined by this game. Welcome to the SEC 2025. Welcome to the Sindh Esports Championships. Now it's time for the real showdown.
It absolutely is. I mean, for the longest time, Karachi has absolutely dominated, right? when you think about individual players, you know that Karachi is stacked with talent. Sindh has been killing it with CS. You can look at all the other games, there might be talent elsewhere, but Sindh has Counter-Strike.
Absolutely, and you look back towards the history of what they've managed to accomplish. Everyone in esports knows Arsalan Ash. Everyone at home knows the legacy that he's made for ourselves, but it was steps before that. It was people like HSB, people like Trans actually being able to go to places like the WSG 2017, going to multi-million-dollar tournament qualifiers in the past as well. This is a legacy that has been defined consistently with just fantastic performances that have given us opportunities. But अब मौका बाहर का नहीं, अब यहाँ का है. सवाल यही पैदा होता है कि after all of these years where we've had continual domination by Karachi, is it still on top, or is this going to be the chance for Lahore's one representative to fight back?
That's the thing, right? Because if you think about international representation, we saw Pokemon do so well. He's been part of all these lineups that have found a fair bit of success, which, frankly, I don't think lineups from Sindh have done to that same degree, at least not being able to find their place in international lineups. But if you just look at that local competition, Wawa has them beat.
Now, everyone's at home. If you don't know about Counter-Strike, if you're just tuning in to support the esports scene, first of all, welcome to the fantastic places. The veto is incredibly important in Counter-Strike. 7 maps होते हैं, 7 मुख्तलिफ मैदान जंग होते हैं जिनके ऊपर खेला जा सकता है. दोनों टीम तकरीबन 4 मैप इसमें से हटा देंगे. एंड में हमें 3 मिलेंगे मुख्तलिफ इलाके जहां हम खेल सकते हैं. Every single map has its own advantages and disadvantages, and every team has their own specialty. We have seen teams banning out certain maps, and we've seen them picking. Right now, as you can see over here, Train has been banned out by Team Wawa. Ancient's been banned out by Team Legion. Then we've got Dust 2 picked by Wawa. Wawa को हमेशा से Dust 2 का बहुत शौक है. Mirage picked by Legion. ये दोनों maps जो हैं, इनको Counter-Strike में कहते हैं कि हाथ के खेल है. It's all about the hand. It's less about the brain. But when it comes to these two teams, there's a lot of mind games going on between them anyway. आखिर में 2 और bans होंगे और उसके बाद decider होगा. अगर ये 3 games तक गया तो फिर हमें Inferno मिलेगी. मगर हो सकता है कि एक टीम 2 में ही जीत जाए. For us, what do you think about the veto?
I think the reason we're seeing Wawa pick into Dust 2 is because, listen, we've had a bunch of conversations with them backstage, and the scene is closely knit enough that we can get a bunch of info about this. Wawa is very obviously a team that they keep slipping in and out of the radar, which means that oftentimes they're just relying on the pure cohesion they have off of years of playing with each other, right? So if you're not super well practiced very recently, especially because now you have LAN tournaments popping up, it makes sense that you go into something that doesn't prioritize strategy, it prioritizes, well, having good communication, and that's something that Dust 2 is really good for, just on-the-fly stuff.
And everyone who's watching, Wawa as a team has been together for about 6 years, 7 years, 8 years. It feels like these guys have grown up together.
Even longer as friends.
Yeah, and they've all been born around the Nazmabad area. They're all just neighbors. They all love going to LAN cafes together, and it always felt like they were left behind. It always felt like they weren't able to get what they wanted from these results, and now they're actually the best team in Pakistan. When everyone else migrated away to different games because the Counter-Strike scene was struggling, Wawa has been the undisputed kings of this region, and they're hoping to crown themselves again. They did it 2 months ago at Control Point. Ab Sindh Esports Championships, phir se ho sakta hai.
Yeah, and you have to consider that it wasn't just at Control Point, right? If you look back earlier in the year, and I'm sure, the LAN scene wasn't really popping early 2025, people are going to forget that there was also this championship called the Karachi Reboot Championship, also done by the same guys. And Wawa won that as well, so they're going to be completing the trinity of LAN tournaments in 2025. We don't know if there's going to be another one. Getting all 3 is a big statement when you're battling players like Pokemon.
Absolutely. International success is one thing, but you also want to be able to do it in front of your home crowd for Wawa. And when we're talking about the players for Wawa, I do want to focus in specifically on OK. To everyone at home, OK is Shamas Sohail. Shamas has been...
not just affirmative.
Well, yeah, hopefully. Hopefully he's better than affirmative. Shamas has been a really interesting player to keep an eye out on. I think we're going to be able to bring him up on the camera in just a second as well. But Shamas has continually been this player who's been a difference maker for Wawa because he holds an AWP. अगर आपको नहीं पता AWP क्या होती है, अगर आप घर पे देख रहे हैं, and AWP is a very expensive weapon that you can buy in Counter-Strike, which is Sniper, and it's very skillful because it's one hit that you get. If it lands, it's a kill. If it doesn't land, you're not getting anything from that, and you're probably going to die. It's highly skill-based, and Pakistan's always had very few oppers who can actually show up. Shamas or OK has been one of the few that has consistently been competing at the top.
And then you consider that this specific matchup might actually be his kryptonite. Because if you look at all the other matches that they generally play, OK is able to pretty much beat out all of Pakistan's competition because there's such a lack of dedicated oppers, right? But this is different because you probably have Pakistan's best individual talent, in my opinion. I'm sure there's other opinions, but I think HF Star is probably the #1 player just mechanically. And he's going to be going up against OK. So this is like the only time locally where he's going to get real sniping competition.
And when you look at HF Star, most of us call him HF. You know, yeah, we're cool like that. But Hamza HF Abrar is such an interesting find because Hamza was playing with his team, and he was very similar story to Wawa, right? He had his team of 5. They were always playing together, but it was very clear that he was better than the rest. And then out of nowhere, he was scouted out by this incredible talent scout who's a very good-looking man who's really good at Counter-Strike, really understands Counter-Strike, really commentates over it as well. And he was, you know, sort of brought over to the team to play some internationals. And that's where it did feel like he got his big break. He still struggled to leave his team behind, but eventually when he did, when Pokemon comes knocking at your door, you don't say no.
Listen, if you're part of the Star Boys, and Pokemon's like, listen, you can be more than a star, okay? You can be a whole
more
cosmos.
than a boy.
Yeah, exactly. Of course you're going to answer that. He had to pick up the phone, but listen, he didn't leave the door closed behind him because he's going to be joined by one of his former teammates who's also a really good talent. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Powerstar?
Look, Powerstar is such an interesting find as well because I remember about 2 years ago, maybe a year
even
less. I have talked to you. I've talked to other veterans of the community like Hamad, Bravo, Barak. I've talked to so many people, even on his team, by the way, who said, yeah, this kid's not making it. But his growth has been incredible. What everyone forgets is that Pava was like 16, 17 years old when people first started talking about him. His growth was inevitable. Anyone at that age is going to be leveling up very, very quickly, and Pava's shown us exactly that. But for us, we've talked so much about all of these upcoming players. We've talked, obviously, about the band of brothers. Let's talk about the ultimate mercenary as we head into the game as well, which is Saad Pokemon Ahmed.
The problem is, I'm not sure if he's the only mercenary we're going to be looking at anymore, though. There's a lot that can go down on this server, and we're going to be starting right here on Dust 2.
Karachi's excited, and for good reason. It is a grudge match. It's going to be Wawa going up against Legion. It's going to be a question about who can actually finish the year with the crown of Karachi, with the crown of Sindh. The Sindh Esports Championships brought to you by the Sports and Youth Affairs Department. Government of Sindh has been the pinnacle of Counter-Strike that we've had domestically. This is going to be a chance to secure yourself a legacy.
Absolutely, there's a chance to build so much on top of the domination that Wawa has been able to establish. Legion pissed around underway, and they're already looking to huddle around that short position. Wawa, rather. Don't be confused. The logos are just switched around. It happens sometimes.
Yeah. This is going to be very interesting, though, as we watch out for Baba. Of course, the man with the spotlight, the young talent that they have managed to find. Bullets taking the charge on the other side will get Baba down at the headshot, and then Nimsmurtia can add a bit more. Still, A side is HF and Pokemon find one apiece. It's back to a 3 versus 3, and HF is running out of bullets. He's doing good damage. He's doing delayed tactics more than anything else, and OK simply can't get the bomb. Now he's low, and he's losing teammates. When Sanabatu dies, OK is on the ground, and it's a Legion to inaugurate.
Beautiful work there, and I'm really surprised that HF doesn't lose his life there, right? He's fighting for the longest time, but I'm really glad that they can get those reinforcements coming in like 5 seconds tops. HF, obviously, you saw a couple of those misses, but what really mattered was that he was able to buy the time that was necessary.
And as far as experience is concerned, normally the story is straightforward. It's HCI and Pokemon, the 2 players who've been around for the longest, who are supposed to be the experienced players in any server. But Wawa don't really have that idea of nerves or jitters around them anymore. Wawa are now supposed to be the veterans coming into this. Poki is the only player who actually holds a candle to them. So in this storyline where we talk about, oh, well, they're going to be nervous on LAN, they're going to have shaky hands on LAN, I don't have that conversation around Wawa anymore.
Of course not, right? Because, listen, it feels like every 4 months They can come back to the game, they can start grinding a few faces, and just that team cohesion that they've had from basically growing up in the same area and graduating from playing cricket to playing Counter-Strike, that's never gonna go away. That level of understanding within the team, it's really hard to sort of put down. On the other hand, though, of course, Legion, they understand that they have a bunch of superstars, right? But those superstars have not been able to actually go nuclear for them.
I do think that Superstars is maybe because of the fame. When you actually look at the gameplay as well, Wawa have players who are supposed to become superstars. You look at players like Bullet.
True.
This is a guy I've been for 7 years, but now he's the future, and now he just wants to make sure he's not the past.
And that's sort of true for Pokemon as well, right? Because when you're going into what could be the tail end of your career, if you don't take a team to the top with, I guess, a more relaxed approach to the game when you're, focusing on more of the IGL stuff. Because look at the players he surrounded himself with, right? When you've got Pavastar, when you've got HF, you're obviously letting go of some of the direct. That's big.
HF finds 2 good kills, it'll be some money built up as well. Pokemon will do the same. Now remember, HF's gun, it's the same one that Pavastar has right now. You can look at it underneath his picture. It gives you extra money whenever you're getting a kill. So how this works in Counter-Strike is, for anyone who hasn't tuned in before, you have money which allows you to purchase armors, weapons, and grenades. Your guns are then divided into SMGs, which are mid-level weapons, and then you're looking at rifles, which are higher-level weapons. A mid-level weapon costs less, but it also gives you more money if you get a kill with it. Now, the problem is it's a lot harder to get a kill with it. But in rounds like this, where you've just lost a round and you don't have any money to purchase up, sometimes what you do is you don't make a purchase at all. So you have a chance to really get extra cash on the team that's buying SMGs versus the team that's just not bought anything. That was one of those opportunities. HF, who's supposed to be the AWPer, remember what we talked about before, he's a sniper for this team. He's now just picked up 2 very valuable kills. That means he's going to be able to pick up the AWP if he wants to.
And again, that is brought into question, right? Because, Counter-Strike is a bit more of a nuanced game. It's not just, fatten your wallet, get the biggest weapon, as much as I'd love for that to be the gameplay, right? Make it as linear as possible for someone who's dumb as I am.
Yeah, but do you want to throw in some bright pixels as well? Maybe some abilities, maybe like a bird that goes to flash people?
Yeah, maybe make the graphics a little cartoony as well. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, we should look into that. Of course, on your screen right now is Shammas Sohail. OK does not want this to be a cartoon at all. OK wants this to be his time to shine. It's going to be interesting to see how he performs. He is, of course, like I said, someone with a lot of focus on him. But for Wawa, this entire team has a spotlight, and they have done very well with it. Legion will be purchasing up the AWP for HF Star, so they will have a sniper coming into this. Wawa on the other side have got full rifles as well as a sniper for OK as well. So this is going to be our first sniper versus sniper or AWP versus AWP duel that could potentially come out in this game.
Oh my god, HF is actually playing the super aggressive already. Trying to creep into LT. Runs out, notices a flash, and knows that there's no reason to try and throw his life at the stake there, so gonna be a bit more reserved. Play this round a tad bit more conservative. Playing off of the CT spawn. Legion playing a pretty static setup over towards the side, but HF gets activated on mid. That's one down, and now he can recede into passivity.
Sad but true misses out as Molotov that forces their players into more of an awkward position. So where there was supposed to be a preparation for a flashbang and maybe a double peek into middle, instead is going to be a free kill for HF. HF is now up to 4-1, 4 kills and 1 death. He's at a great start and he just wants to double up. Right now in this 5 versus 4, Legion should close, but Wawa are collecting resources and hoping to close it. Pokemon caught switching weapons. Executor will take him apart, and now you've got mid completely under your control.
Again, I want to see where they take this from here, right? But based on the bombs they have in tunnels, this should be an easy entry into the beast. Could be a problem. He's going to crumble after the first one. And it's just Star and Pava, the brothers from Star Boys, at least in spirit, locked out of the bomb site. Better to save this weaponry.
I mean, you hate to say this, but this really does come down to what Poki's doing over there, right? Coming back into middle to try and reclaim territory without a single flashbang, even though there's 2 players on B that he can try and pair up with as well. The fact that he's then caught switching weapons, he's also on a Farmer, so going for even just a 50-50 peak where both players have an equal chance of winning the fight. Because the Farmer is an inferior weapon, he's more likely to lose it anyhow. That feels like a massive oversight. Legion maybe losing their wits and losing their bearings in that round.
Yeah, I think the executive decision-making of just going for a play where you take a risk with your weapon, even if you're not very likely to take it, the ability to have that proactivity comes down to just being ready for that level of pressure as well. And I think for Pavastar, one of the continuing conversations we will have is that, listen, I know that he's sort of grown up playing a bunch of LANs and playing with the boys in cafes, but a stage is a different story.
Yeah. Youngest player on the server by far.
Yeah. I mean, there used to be a time where players would, you hop into a server, players are capped out at like 24, 25 years old. That's rookie numbers now.
The fathers
yeah.
coming out on the server. Now, Legion may be set up with Bloody being incredibly lonely. Bloody's another player who found a lot of success back in the pandemic era. He really came into his own, managing to replace him the older guard. He is fully solo, though. Poki's giving him some support in CT spawn. There's only so much he can offer. Now, the good thing is Poki does have an HE grenade, so even if he gets smoked off over here on the mid to B, he can establish a crossfire when Bloody asks for it. Wawa are taking their time, and they're not being given any due.
Double smoke setup is always going to disallow you from finding any information to either site. Bloody goes for a couple of pot shots through the smoke, isn't going to find anything.
He saw the rifle barrel, so they should be worried. But this push through on the Pokemon could catch him off guard. That's rounds of timing, and no one. It's only the second straight to Bloody comes in from behind, and HF is now left to his own devices.
He's got to go nuclear, he's got to go big, but they're not even going to pressure him. Instead, they'll take it down to 8ZI, the newest pickup of the team. He's going to have to do it all alone. There's a smoke into CT spawn. Rotations aren't going to be good enough. How long can you survive against the team that has been your demons?
The bomb manages to make its way forward. ATI at the back of the platform is going to be in such a critical position to just put it in. He doesn't. Josefa, good for wins up, and it's Executor to do what he does best. Keep control of the round. And while Bloody watches out for the smoke, it'll bloom on him instead. He doesn't want to peek up from the gray screen. Coming in from window, he's going to be contained. Executor is the only one with HP here.
You need to hit that shot, and it's crisp. But that's not what his impact can be limited to. So little HP on the side. It's a massive shot, and there is no way in hell that you're getting past that. A beautiful retake for the double.
The Star Boys coming back into it, taking full advantage of OK missing that shot. That should never have been around. They even had a chance in for Wawa to come back. AGI's position was so good outside of window. The fact that he repositioned to the back of the platform, sure, he'll still be good for one kill. But it did feel a little bit sketchy towards the end of things. Executor, fantastic attempt, but it's just not good enough when he loses most of his life in that duel. OK will be scratching his head about that miss. And look, both him and Insmurje have gone off to a very poor start. It's early days, he's only 1-4, you can always turn things around, but it does feel like this round will be incredibly important to do so.
Yeah, you're right, on the precedent gets set, right? It almost feels like HF says, sit down, I'm not gonna let you snipe. Coming down to just the rifles now. The automatic ones at least, not the single shot sniper.
Great timing on that grenade. Bullet and Switch are just not going to be feeling good about this at all. This round was already going to be difficult. Remember, they come into this with slightly inferior weapons. They have less utility than they would like to. And that what is going on?
That is a massive fumble. It locks them out of short and might have given up some audio info. I'm not too sure about that. But regardless, should not dissuade Wawa too much. At least the damage has been mitigated. Nobody's able to really immediately capitalize upon it. 50 seconds to go now. Wawa setting up for an A-side hit. You've got one Fong and long, two of them actually. Molotov's going to and Pavastar's going to crumble under the pressure. He's got two targets coming his way. Shoots between targets. Now, they're going to lose all the duels on A. And that just leaves Bloody and 8ZI locked out. to save.
I mean, that's pure pressure coming out. Palva puts himself completely out of position and gives up his own spot, so they're able to overwhelm him. After just peeking wide, Palva gets confused, and HF has the exact same scenario happen. I can even tell you what the comms were over there. HF goes back to car, he says, let's look at short, I'm going to have that covered. Pokey tells him that, no, I'm playing from the boost, so I can cover that for you. You focus on long. By the time HF goes back to long, he's lost his advantage, he loses the duel. Pokey doesn't even get one, and despite having 3 players on the site that's being attacked, all in really good positions, you get nothing. Baba come out on top.
Especially because it felt like Baba was playing compensation duties for the sake of HF. He tried to scale up because he wanted to make sure they had a finger on the pulse early. They didn't, and tiny timing ended up working out for them. And, you know, this is almost characteristic of what we've seen in the past for Wawa. It is a team that relies on these tiny timings, cohesion, those last-minute comms that end up working out. Yes, the vibes, but with a W, because it's Wawa.
The vibes?
I think so. We'll workshop that one.
This is a force buy from Legion. When you're out of money, but you have enough to be able to purchase a couple of weapons, you sometimes take a risk and you go for buys with upgraded pistols, like the inferior rifles. This isn't ideal, and you're not supposed to win these rounds for Wawa. It is going to be critical to close this round. ATI in a good position, but while he was throwing the smoke, he's already lost his teammate. Bloody is on the ground, and although there's a great that's already lost, it might get another one on its way. ATI does not get a kill. He barely gets it. Finally, HF's involvement is needed. Through the door, gets another one. This is all HF today.
ATI access the base. Switch waiting is HF. And this is in line with what we saw last time these teams went up against each other, right? Back in control point.
2.
Yeah, and that's just his height.
This is the future of Pakistani Counter-Strike right here. He has tried IGLing, he has tried opping, he's tried sticking with his boys, but right now he is trying his hand on winning every fight.
Is the only way it works. Listen, the last time they even got a close game against Wawa is because of a monumental effort from HF Star. So coming into this game, I already knew that that would be the precedent, right? He would still have to perform incredibly well, especially because if you consider the changes that Legion have made, they're a super unstable team, right? They have a revolving door in terms of their lineup. They had 2 players go out. You've got AZI coming in. You've got Pavastar coming in. You're gonna need firepower because that's what they've been trying to overwhelm everyone with.
It's also what they've lost in the form of Soulmate. So many people are telling me that right now the sleeper best player in Pakistan might be Soulmate. And look, he tried his hands in an international lineup. That's why he ended up leaving this team, and he couldn't play with them over here either. But at the same time, I think he's sitting in the crowd feeling like, man, these guys might be winning without me. And that can't be a good feeling for Legion. It's fantastic.
Yeah, especially because like if he's playing with Legion, right, you've got that commitment being made, and he obviously wanted to try because let me remind you, it's not like Soulmate didn't try to make it to the stage.
Yeah.
Wawa beat Come Mid, which was a team that consists of 2 veteran players, HSB Trans, and the Soulmate was thrown into the mix. So he obviously wanted to try and do it with the boys, right? It felt like, and they got pretty close. The scoreline was good. Trans ends up choking a little bit.
That happens.
Yeah, that tends to happen.
A lot.
It's become a recurring storyline, unfortunately.
Wawa are still down 2 to 4 over here. We do have a technical timeout going on right now, so just a heads up to anyone watching who's confused why players aren't moving. We're just trying to sort out some stuff on the server. As soon as that is sorted, we'll be able to go back into things. Now, man on your screen over here, Bloody. Bloody actually, funnily enough, made a bit of a career for himself playing the other game. We don't use the word, but if you were watching earlier on, it was
Cartoon Counter-Strike.
Cartoon Counter-Strike, yes. And then afterwards, when he came back to the promised land of the real Counter-Strike, this is where he's had a very interesting career. I really think he's been undervalued by a lot of players. I think a lot of people have said things like, oh, he's just a baiter. He just waits for his teammate to die and comes out and gets a kill after that. Honestly, that's pretty important.
Especially when you're trying to make a name for yourself playing on Face It. Like, if you're going to try and grind the thousands of elo points on Face It, you better get used to baiting. And listen, I'm not encouraging baiting, but
do it sometimes.
Yeah, all the time. Egregiously enough that I'm level 9.
There you go. Only way you can get there these days.
Are we back? Okay.
All right. It is 4-2. Legion coming in over here with a full buy. Back of that win. The AWP out for HF Star, so if you've been looking forward to more sniping prowess, you will have to rely on OK to deliver. HE grenade is good on the Butcher. He's been eating those again and again in lower tunnels. The timing for that has been fantastic from Pokemon, but the follow-up from Bloody is a problem. Inzmucha is losing so much life, he's no longer going to be an effective lurk out in middle. He can't open up the site. It just guarantees a multi-kill possibility to the man with the hottest hands on the server right now. HF Star is on A.
You don't want to run into the tripwire that is generally set up by HF. One wrong move, you hit his laser beam, and you're out.
Wawa have managed to completely bake it out middle though. I don't know if they're going to clock into that, but this HE grenade, oh my goodness, it is juice that is being squeezed out right now. Wawa are losing control, and with an incendiary in the hands of Pokemon, this is not going to get better.
Yeah, they're going to feel suffocated.
Incendiary gets extinguished by the smoke. Wawa are delaying, and Legion are still committed to the A site. Finally, Bloody starts consuming.
Oh my God! Unbelievable shooting there. Pokemon can still step up as a mercenary when it's needed.
Absolutely. And this is the problem, right? Smokes that are being thrown down, they aren't walls, they don't stop bullets, and when it's information being given up, Bloody even going back to get an eye line out onto middle to where he can say, hey, there's no one here. Loki has every leeway to spam. He can reload when he wants to. There's teammates around him. They still have extra utility, even if that incendiary is wasted. There was never any way for Wawa to scale up when they don't have any long presence, when they don't have any mid presence. That's classic Wawa, but that also isn't going to work.
Especially because the specific setup that Legion are going for is letting HZI just turtle up into the B bomb. This gives them so much comfort everywhere else. You can be extra exploratory with middle. You can try to get super aggressive on long. They have so many options, but they're thanking their lucky stars that HZI just get that much to be able to disallow them from getting too comfortable with just the pistols on middle, and this one should be a pretty bog standard eco round.
HZI gets kills! It's happening!
Yes! Anything,
we take the eco frags.
Yeah, any way we can prop him up. And you know, while we're on the subject of AZI, I do want to remind you that this is an incredibly important game for him.
Yes.
And I'm going to contextualize this. AZI never wants to play against Wawa. He will avoid them like the plague unless he knows he's going to get a win. We used to play in a team back with him, and he just wouldn't show up to the server if he had to go up against him.
It happens. I mean, Josefa, he's one of the other players who actually grew up with Wawa once upon a time to play with them. And it always feels like he's so concerned with the demons gone by that sometimes he forgets that he's a different man now. He's a man who's not expected to do much. He's playing B-side anchor. No, but Josefa's actually grown into a massive veteran. It's a big contrast towards where he was about, 6 years ago, back over towards the Gamers Arena events that were happening, where he was supposed to be the young upstart. Now Josefa comes in as a player who's supposed to be level-headed, who's supposed to be calm under pressure, who's supposed to be giving a fantastic voice to this team.
Starting to scale up towards short. Wawa. It feels like they've been adding nothing extra to the recipe. It's always a couple of prongs onto long. There's a little bit of control on short, and that's it. Then they're going to get Star. He's maybe being given a few 1v1s that bang at a good kill, and HF doesn't even need to participate. The spacing of Wawa is great.
And Pokemon's coming from behind, not even trying to kill away from him. Pokemon finding 2. This is the Bloody coming in with backstab, but Pokemon finds 2 as they're coming up into the bomb site. This is still getting incredibly difficult for Wawa now. At this stage, we have no one on Wawa who's stepping up individually, and as much as we might say, hey, this is a team that doesn't need individuals very often because they do frag by committee, the committee is feeling silent. And Wawa having moments like this for us is even scarier, because this was the one player they actually managed to successfully exploit in terms of catching him off guard, making him nervous. It's rounds like that. I mean, look at Hamza on screen. He's laughing, he's having a good time, he's feeling comfortable.
It's really hard to catch HF Star off guard anyway, but if you have a couple of pressure points that you've just been going at over and over, but then your opposition suddenly diagnoses that, fixes the issue, then what are you left with? Of course, we had that conversation about how Wawa, they have players that on their own could have developed into superstars, right? But it obviously feels like they do try to rest on their laurels a bit too much about their team cohesion and all that.
Yeah. And I've heard a lot about how Wawa's been practicing coming into the event. I've heard about how they've been trying to find new dimensions. It takes time to develop those dimensions. You don't have someone like a Pokemon who's literally played against some of the best players in the world. The only Pakistani to have truly faced the world stage, to have truly had a taste of greatness out in foreign waters. You can't replace him. HCI, what a save! 2 critical kills, and with Pokemon regaining control of middle before Bullet can establish himself behind the smoke, Wawa is no longer in control, and Smoochie is on 3 HP.
We've seen this before, but this is even a worse retake. You have a worse weapon in the hands of Smoochie. It's not like OK has a tripwire set up with the off one is Smoochie in that position, but he's found one, and HF Star circling around like a shark. You missed that shot, and you die any day of the week. Legion, just don't let up.
I mean, that round is all HCI. Fantastic stuff coming through. Bloody gets caught out with a grenade in his hand. HCI is able to use that to his advantage, find 2 kills and damage on the third. If he's not there, this becomes a half-buy victory, which destroys the CT side economy as well. The money for Legion will become significantly worth. I mean, look at the replay. HCI, so much pressure on him. Everyone's watching out as well. He gives the ball. Fantastic stuff. This is why he is now in the veteran scene, not the young hotshot scene.
And let me tell you exactly why that veterancy is backed up with other decisions they made within the team. He had to hand the AWP to HF Star. He had to give the star roles to Power Star and Bloody, primary IGL's Pokemon. So he's playing the most uncomfortable Counter-Strike he's supposed to be playing in years.
Good doing it.
He's really matured over the years, and I think this style of play, quite frankly, suits him better. I'm not a big fan of, like, running with the off as FA.
And right now, Wawa aren't a big fan of any kind of HCI. Wawa are feeling like they have blanked out completely. This is a team that's supposed to be the dominant force. And they are met by the immovable object. The defense that Legion have put up has been incredible, but now it's going to be tested. Okay, looking to step up with the AWP, finds Bloody overpeaking, and that critical kill will give them access to be HCI. He has to take this fight. He has to move in, and when there's a grenade with the tunnels where it's HF to still strike. Oh no! HCI is inside the smoke. But they finally found him. It's still a chance for the CTs. Caught out before they can cross in already on the bomb side. Executor finishes them off, but they can't get a bomb. Look at the damage that they've been able to deal on the CT side. This is fantastic. And look at their belts. Look at their utility.
Oh my god.
This is going to be incredibly difficult to come out of.
Low HP Wawa seems to be married to a side defense. Executor coming in. Spray, 1 for 1's fine, but you need to HF Star finally gonna crumble, and Wawa are gonna get a consolation prize.
Finally, we have Sad but True coming in to play. Sad, of course, another player who has come in with a recent crop of the HFs of the world. Maybe not quite the Pavas of the world, but he has been one of the hottest prospects. And for Baba, who never replace a player, they never do. Not even for OK's own brother. They've brought in Sad but True. Saad coming forward has come through to replace Freaky, the legendary IGL Baba, and Baba.
Legion, this would be a nigh impossible half to come back from for Wawa if they can add more to the tally. And I'd like to remind you, this is supposed to be the territory that Wawa's comfortable on. This is their map 2.
And right now, they do at least trade. So if there's a chance to fight for 4, that would be big. Without 4 rounds in this first half, you're not winning this. There's no way at all.
Yeah, you're being left to the mercy of the pistol round. Still gonna hold out a candle for Wawa. Things aren't looking good, but we've seen them in control point last time. They're able to perform well under pressure. They're able to manufacture comebacks there. But they're still going to come to that. Death Star, good for one, it's fine. Advised by the position. Bloody's going to creep out of the smoke. That's another player down. And it's Moji up against me. Creeping up, can't find Bloody. And it's Legion with 9 on the board, 1 short of double digits.
This is going to be impossibly difficult for Wawa to be able to come back in. The fact that you come out and your guns aren't working, you're not hitting your shots, you're not good in your spacing, it literally feels like you're working every single capacity as the dominant player on your own map pick.
Yeah,
it doesn't
unreal.
magically get better.
Unreal. And we look at some of the kill counts of Wawa, right? AZI going 9 and 4.
Of Legion rather, yes. AZI going 9 and 4. Ace Star 13 and 4. Pokemon 14 and 9 in a high impact position. This is going to be make or break for Wawa. The pistol round can be worth at least 3 rounds with the way things normally go because of the economic advantage that you get with it. However, if you lose, that means that Legion might end up on 12 first. 12 is, of course, game point. If Legion get to 13 before Wawa will be able to, at least put up a show, Legion win outright.
And yeah, the way Counter-Strike works is that you have to put up your best of the defense on one side to be even allowed to play much of the offense, right? Obviously not a great job being done by Wawa early on, but maybe we can still see a turnaround. Okay, Executor, and get a little bit more out of the pistol. Unfortunately not. Pokemon finds another body, and it's Muche on for the 1-on-3. There's no backing out of this one. There's no point in saving a pistol. Give it the impossible crack.
I like what Legion are doing over here as well. They don't try and use that smoke to their own advantage. They're just using the last of the utilities that they have to try and play delay. They will not take a fight. They will not take a duel. Instead, they're playing off of each other. In this 3 versus 1, there's no reason to make a commitment. And with Bloody getting a flashbang, they have full information about Infinite's position. Then now for Legion, they are 3 rounds away from closing game number 1.
I am really liking this iteration of Legion. They are well-oiled. They're like a machine at the moment. And, they haven't even been tested to the point where they have to bring out the secondary IGL. This is probably just Pokemon helping them coast, right? Just go there. Just kill everyone, guys. You can totally overwhelm them.
I mean, they just started the P side, right? They haven't needed a good captaincy beyond just finding stability. Right now, it's Executor with the MP9, the worst off by as Wawa has forced forward. But Wawa are going to be quickly faced off with the mid-aggression that they themselves were using. OK is not in a bad position. If you want to have a highlight reel, this is the weapon you want. 5.7 automatic pistol with a one-shot headshot. If you can get a few good shots in with a flashback, no, Pokemon is ready for that.
I love that. Tucks himself in, doesn't want to get found by the 5.7, protects his teammate. And he doesn't even get a single player off of that commitment. Flashbang goes down for nothing. You can see Executor, this is where desperation kicks in, right? You try and find any weakness in the defense, but I think by the time you start circling around middle, he's at a range where the MP9 is not going to be all that useful, and he has to run into a player that is watching for him. Now they're going to tuck around the corner. There's one man waiting on the A site, and this should be about as easy as it gets unless we see something nasty from Bullet.
Well, it's been known for illegal shots, but right now it's not one of those times. Taking a quick peek back to Innsmouth as well, and that's it.
Nothing.
Whatsoever. A flashbang to give him a route into a 1 versus 5, but रास्ता तो बिल्ली का है मगर वो बिल्ली नहीं.
Why are you like this?
There's nothing Wawa can do at this point. You have to start thinking about game number 2. You have to start thinking about Mirage. You have to start thinking about Legion's map pick. But before you get there, it's about finding some confidence again. If you can win 3, maybe 4 rounds, hey, at least you go out with your head held high saying, well, we just got off to a bad start, boys. It's okay. The ability to lie to yourself is incredibly important in Counter-Strike.
Terrorists win.
That's sad,
but true. Why are you like this?
Yeah. Cornball Awards 2025 after this, just for us.
This is incredibly shocking. The fact that Legion have a lead like this, the fact that Wawa are going to be pushed into a corner where their only choice is to force spy again and again, come through with bad weapons again and again, never having a real shot at things, never looking like they belong on the server, if I'm being frank. OK is taken down immediately. He's had a terrible game, and Pokemon has been inflicting violence on him.
And I'm not even sure where you're supposed to reach into, right? If you're the IGL, that is sad but true. Previously, you've obviously been able to come back against Legion. You've done it in a LAN finals, but this is a totally different demon that they haven't dealt with. Whether or not the replacements can supersede what used to be there. I think that conversation damage way back, but honestly, this isn't going to make the door swing the other way.
12-3, it is game point. 9 rounds in a row that Wawa have to win, with the first being more difficult than any other. You have no money, you have no chances. They have been stripped throughout the entirety.
There's not a single player on Legion that is having a bad game.
Yeah.
There's no one carrying. I mean, sure, Bloody's a little towards the trenches, but it doesn't matter. He's probably not getting too many opportunities.
Wawa is not supposed to be the player getting opening frags like that. When Wawa gets aggressive, Wawa is supposed to be the ones with shaky hands. He's supposed to be nervous. He's supposed to be wondering what to do.
This is an abysmal showing by Wawa. This feels like the beginning of the end of Dust 2, or the end itself. Here it comes. OK is going to be tested in just a moment.
And so far, he's not been passing many of these tests. Legion avoid, there's a start.
Oh no, that's even worse. They're gonna run into, if they decide to run into short, the one answer they can possibly have is all the way 10 kilometers away on long.
In which they can rotate, and Legion, they're taking a lot of time. They might be overcooking this. There's a chance now for Innsmouth to perform. Now remember, everything has to come off the back of what is known in the community as a marquee doa play. And Innsmouth right now is hoping that someone is out there praying for him. They don't have a flashbang. They don't have anything but fear. Still get the kill?
There's absolutely no Innsmouth had to get a double there to keep them relevant in the series, but this is it. Bullet and OK, an impossible uphill battle. Star gonna keep finding kills, and 8ZI ends it with a big smile. It's a very, very easy game for Legion, one that we did not expect.
Absolutely. Dust 2 was supposed to be Wawa's playground, and the fact that Legion come out on top in every single department, fantastic stuff coming through. HF completely exceeds everything from OK. We have Power Star not looking shaky at all. Pokemon reminding us why he is the king. And honestly, even Bloody, where you said that, hey, maybe not having the best of games, he had all his skills taken away from him. What do you have left to kill? Even 8ZI managed to get something done on the B side. right now. They're not done just yet. They've still got more to go. Frisbee.
Kofi, congratulations. That is insane. कैसा feel हो रहा है?
अच्छा फील हो रहा है but we're not getting too confident or excited. अभी जॉब खत्म नहीं हुई. There's still one more map to go.
Is there a particular reason कि आप अभी ज़्यादा excited नहीं होने चाह रहे? Does it have anything to do with your recent history with Wawa?
Yeah, we recently made the same mistake last time, wider में, sorry, control point में. So we're trying to not repeat the same mistake. That's it.
अच्छा, last time जब आप लोगों ने इनके साथ Dust 2 खेला था तो you guys made a lot of mistakes. अभी आप लोगों ने ऐसा क्या improve किया है कि काफ़ी one-sided तरीके से आप लोगों ने निकाल लिए?
I just say just more practice. That's it. That's it. Yeah.
अच्छा, next round में जाने के लिए क्या plan है? अभी next map कैसे निकालना है?
हम next map same तरीके से approach करेंगे. We'll play on our strat book. We'll play confident and smart. That's it.
Good luck for the next map, Koki. Thank you. Over to you, casters.
Playing confident and smart is always a great way to start things. Maybe Wawa are taking notes on the side. Mirage is a map that they've been incredibly good on in the past. Who's to say they can't do it again?
Yeah, they could. But this is clearly a completely different version of Legion. We have upgrades all across the board, and now I can confidently call them upgrades, right? Because we were like, oh, are they upgrades? They lost Soulmate, they brought in HZI. I mean, it's really hard to not upgrade over Sultan. I don't want to be mean, but honestly, Sultan set the bar really low on land, so it was really hard to think that Pavastar wouldn't be able to exceed that expectation, but he went above and beyond.
It's fantastic stuff from them. Honestly, there is no one you can point at on Wawa and say, hey, this looked better than their counterpart on Legion, and that's the problem. I think Wawa need to be putting a lot of the focus on their individuals and bringing themselves back. But Mirage is going to be coming up next after a quick break. When we're back, it'll be time to see if Wawa can fight forward as they have done before, or is Legion going to close in two? side. Oh, I'm back. Welcome back. It is trouble for the established side. Baba are losing out on the map pick. Dust2 is already gone. Mirage up next. It is Legion on the other side, coming through to challenge after already having lost out twice in the year. Vava was supposed to be a favorite, but I don't know whose favorite they are. They might be Legion's favorite team to go up against now.
Yeah, and based on what we've seen in the previous map, they don't have a single answer. And I mean, maybe Mirage is a different story,
They have
right?
an answer. Please, bhaiya, ruk jaye na mare mujhe.
Get out of here. I mean, it's obvious based off of Dust2 that they haven't been able to find a direct answer just yet.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what has to change. Like, you would need to see a monumentally bad, like, step down from Legion, and then also everyone has to step up from Wawa. They need to just be a completely different team, and they also gonna have to hope that the opponents just totally mess up.
And of course, if you're just tuning in and wondering what is going on, why do we say Vava and Legion and this and that, welcome back to the Sindh Esports Championship 2025. You are now in the Counter-Strike section, the section where you wanted to start off with. Anyway, of course, this has been brought to you by the Sports and Youth Affairs Department for the Government of Sindh. They've been doing a fantastic job over here, and I can't reiterate that enough. And I honestly feel like they've set the stage incredibly well, and so far, the debuting team has only been Legion. Vava has to show up now. And if you're looking at one player to maybe change the tides, who's it going to be for you?
It had to be okay in the first map,
Right.
but because it needs to be such a team effort, Sad But True needs to whisper magical words into their ears.
Antar mantar chokar. Does that work? Does that still work? No? Okay. No? Just me? Okay. No, but this is going to be difficult, right? Even for Saad, he is such a young player. He's come through in this current crop of talent. He really came to maybe a little bit more notoriety back in 2023, if I'm not wrong. And that's where he was supposed to be just a fragger, like a smart fragger, right? He's not just getting shots by getting these insane flicks of his hand and whatnot. He's thinking things through, but the fact that he's now in a leading position where he has to call the shots for his entire team, going up against, I repeat, Saad Pokemon Ahmed. Saad Pokemon Ahmed is the greatest Counter-Strike player Pakistan has ever produced. And it's hard to say that when there's players like HSB in the audience and whatnot, when there's players like Chans who've had so much success, but I don't think anyone questions it anymore. There is no FPS player who has done as much on the world stage, on the local stage as Saad Ahmed. And now the other Saad, sad but true, has to show up and outcall him, out-veteran him, outplay him, outshoot him. It's hard.
It feels more than hard. It feels impossible at this point. When you're in the face of a 13-3 defeat, you know you've only been able to rally the troops for 3 rounds. Even those are coming off the back of just, you know, a couple of rounds coming down to the wire. I don't think there's anything to fall back on in terms of confidence, and that's really the key issue for me. Obviously, all the veterancy aside, like Pokemon is still... It has the most longevity in the game as well. Not only has he had the highest peak, he's also been able to do it for the longest time. That is why people don't question him. And even if he takes a bit of a tumble in a couple of lands in Karachi, like, well, he's only failed in Karachi once, right? There was obviously, it's very obvious that he can come back very quickly from that. And looking back at it, he might be able to sort of just think of that as a blip in the radar rather than something that defines him.
I do think that the other thing we have to keep in mind is for Wawa, it's also about the rest of the Air 4 players coming around Saad Batru and letting him know, listen, dude, it's fine. That's game number 1. This happens. I understand that this is maybe a bit more convincing of a loss than we had back at Control Point. I understand that maybe it felt like no one was getting things right. But in some ways, that's also a good thing because it means it's not all your fault. So you have the ability to still call us. It's also a reassurances. As much as we look to these young players and say, oh, how are you going to do under pressure? It's also about the seniors around him who've been playing forever, who have been in this situation so many times, to sit him down and say, look, we still have faith in you. You can still call a fantastic game coming into Mirage. And Mirage is a map where I think that calling matters all the more. If any of you aren't aware, Mirage and Dust2 are very similar in Counter-Strike. Mirage is generally also called a map where the sniping players do very well for themselves. Rifling players also do very well for themselves, and individual skill matters. But Mirage comes in with a little bit more of what we call executes. It comes in with more manipulating rotations. What an execute is that in Counter-Strike, when you're trying to attack a bomb site, you're throwing all of your utility onto the site, right? You're throwing smokes on, you're throwing flashes in, Molotovs, everything.
A full team effort.
A full team effort.
Side.
It's a lot more coordination. It's a lot more making sure things are working. And Vava's always been very good at that. That's harder to get right on Dust2. And if Saad can call around this effectively, I think he could still bring us to a third map, but there's so many if, buts, and maybes about this one.
Yeah, I think it is very important to reiterate the fact that because Saad is going to be getting reassurances, he knows that it's not all going to be in his particular court. I think that they can still reset. They can still absolutely come back from this, and they're going to get a chance to do it on That's more like it.
It's still here, okay. And
it's only 10 p.m. Come on.
Man, but Baba are looking fresh, looking young, looking like they've forgotten all about Dust 2. Sad but true, starts off strong. Agent's got a bullet in his brain and nothing to do about it. Executor.
Oh, this is going to be good as long as he can wide. Oh, there's a good shot. And he's going to keep on trying to press forward. Doesn't even need to commit to the fight. He can recede back to passivity, just play that 5v4. But no, you're going to still have a bit of a back and forth scuffle. More pressure coming in from apartments. Aidzedai and Bloody. One of the few times they've been tested individually, because that last game was a full conceded team effort. And Wawa are going to be thanking their lucky stars that they're now in a position where they can at least start off well.
And it's exactly what you wanted to see, right? Saad calling something incredibly aggressive, taking matters into his own hands, but also allowing pieces like Executor to do something unorthodox. And this is what everyone always talks about on the CS as Bloody gets ready for an impossible journey. He does pick up the bomb, so I'm going to bring back the call a little bit. Bloody can make this work. He's got time. He's got individual duels to find. But I love this play coming from Bullet. He pushes into A main. He hides. He's going to wait for the bomb to be planted instead.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you can at least secure the round, even if you let the bomb plant up, but it's not even going to come to that. Wawa comfortably pick up the first. Never really gets too complicated. That 1v3 never got to a point where you could even see a window to fruition, so I think they've been able to nip a very big problem in the bud.
Wawa this time are starting off the counter-terrorist side, that is the defensive side, so they will be trying to prevent Legion from getting space. They'll be making Legion uncomfortable so that Legion can't set up for those team executes that we talked about, where they have to double guess everything again and again. And let's not forget that Legion, some of these players do have a bit of a reputation for sometimes struggling under the pressure of victory more than that of defeat. They're very good at coming back when they're supposed to be underdogs, but when you put them in a position to win, sometimes, you know what, that can be too much to deal with.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of the problem that most people have.
Yeah.
Let's see if the pistols can do something here, though. Legion.
They do pull out the force spy, but they're not setting up for an execute, even though they have the utility to do so. They're looking for control out in middle and fighting individually. Now, this boost up for Pokemon.
Oh, that's gonna act a bit of a fake. It's gonna feign presence.
And it's going to be a connector push instead. Sound is going to be completely caught off. Now, this pressure on the Bullet getting fights back. I've got in the pistol, the decks on the other side are making it impossible. And OK can't even back off. He's getting ready for a late game play to be made to even take away these weapons. And he comes in from behind. He's missed his opportunity, but it doesn't matter. Intsmuche will be cut off from the rest of his teammates. Wawa don't even have a chance to save. Bloody will find the kill he was looking for so long. And now Wawa, they're confused. They don't know where to go.
How were 5 Legion players still alive? That should have never happened. And they end up with 1 casualty to do it with pistols. Someone needs to take the pressure off of the players of Wawa immediately, because listen, I'm not going to mince any words. I've had chats with these players backstage, and I'm sure they're fine with me saying this. They're not a super well-practiced team, right? You can't just expect the IGL to be rallying the troops. You need to have everyone sort of mentally reset, and everyone needs to pick up the slack, because you know you're not coming into this as a particularly strategic unit.
But for Wawa, they change things up completely, right? From the pistol round where they're getting aggressive, where they're feeling individual, Wawa turtle up. They give up full mid control over to Legion, and then after that, they just have so many difficulties. and actually fighting from that defensive angle. Oh, bloody finds that, but true again, and this is going to be brutal. Even if Valor is only on a force fight, the mental impact of this is massive. That's now 2 rounds in a row where Sad but True's putting himself in a position to succeed, but finding nothing from it. Legion, with 4 players still alive, much the same as the last round, are building up so much cash.
This is more of an outcome that they want, that Legion would want, than just outright winning the pistol round, to interrupt the economy of the CT side, to strike fear into the hearts of the Wawa players, and rob them of the one bit of cushioning that they had in the entirety of the game. Because, listen, the first joke I wanted to make as soon as I saw the first blip on the scoreboard for Wawa was, hey, they're a third of the way to being as good as they were on Dust 2. Now, obviously not a huge standard, but when you get stopped there at the door, it's brutal.
And to everyone sitting at home who's wondering, what does resetting the economy mean? In Counter-Strike, the more rounds you lose in a row, the more money you get for losing. It ranges between $1,900 and $3,500 basically. And as you start winning those rounds again, your bonus goes down. The idea is that, hey, if you're losing really badly, at least you should have a good buy so that you have a chance to fight back. But that chance only comes a few times. So Wawa, when they win that first round, their loss bonus is as low as possible. And it makes it even more difficult for them to fight forward.
Uphill, unprepared, wrecked finances.
Sounds like me.
Yeah. Or any time at which I was in university.
We are all Wawa.
In some way or the other.
Peek out from Sabatru. For Sad, it's very important to be able to get some confidence kills. And there are some purchases made into this for Wawa, right? Bullets brought out the Desert Eagle. That's going to be giving him a bit of a skill shot opportunity where he can get a kill or two, but everyone else shouldn't be able to find that. For Legion, this is a round where you keep 4, maybe 5 players alive. You build up a large amount of money, but you're already losing 1. Bloody, gone. Wawa will be able to find control. Even losing 2 players in a round like this would be less than ideal for Legion, but they want the win. More than anything else, Legion just want to continue front running. They want to continue having the streak of form that they've shown so far.
Speaking of wanting to win, the closer Legion get to the winning scoreline, the more likely it is that the heart rates of some of these players is going to start getting up, right? Because some of them have not tasted a victory at all. 8ZI has been chronically making it to semis and finals in the history of Pakistani Counter-Strike, and he's so close to tasting victory.
Huzaifa is the greatest loser of all Pakistani esports history. He has lost in 28 finals across his career. 28 finals! You think you trip over and win one eventually.
Imagine rolling out of bed today and thinking, 29's the charm.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I think that every day. I'm turning 29 pretty soon. I'm hoping I find one short. Legion. They are playing it much more passive. They're worried about Wawa having the money to buy weapons and getting aggressive. But Wawa, their only aggression is going to be some differences in how they're positioning more than anything else. Mid is still vacant.
We're seeing none of the aggressive recipe come out from Wawa that we saw from Legion. When Legion were able to play on the defensive, they were super happy exploring every avenue. They were going into lower tunnels, they were having a couple of prongs going to long, they were happy to switch things up, with maybe the exception of B, where Huzaifa was a little bit turtled up, but that's all right, because that was part of their game plan to enable everybody else.
It's his role.
Yeah, but we're not seeing any of that from Wawa. The closest thing we have to aggression is maybe having a player close to ramp, but honestly, that's not going to make a difference.
Executor inside of the bomb site has given a call out towards his teammate. I think they're coming over, but the second he gets that kill on Power Star, that unlocks rotation possibilities. Now this means that Sad but True and Bullet become incredibly important, but Oak has already been taken down. Bullet's position should be expected. He's played this before. And at this time in the round where there's only 25 seconds left for you to get a bomb plant in, this is going to be critical. Sad needs to perform. Executor shows up with one. And now with the advantage found, Sad had to stay alive. Pokemon fights back. Bullet yet to reveal. 15 seconds on the clock. He'll come out from behind, drops the bomb planter, will not let the digits be dialed. And with 10 seconds left, Legion are in disarray. Pokemon plant, HCI will cover. This is perfect. Josefa coming in and proving his worth. He's got to do it twice over. A 1 versus 2, a grenade to get the kill, and Smuche has got shivers down his spine, and now bullets as well. HCI back in business.
He gets up to let him know who's boss.
Metal One beats me 29 times in a row.
As he waves his cane at the sky.
Incredible performance. I mean, just look at the communication between HCI and Pokemon as well. As much as we might talk about chemistry between Powerstar and HFStar, you can't forget Pokemon is the first player to ever give HCI a chance on a top team. Pokemon is a player who has always elevated him, who has always believed in him, and when it comes to these difficult moments where Bullet feels like he's gotten the job done, it's immediate. Poki gives the go. I'm planting cover me A main. HCI, kill number 1. Poki dies eventually. Grenade already deployed. That's veterancy. That's comms.
What's even more impressive is this is not only the storyline for HZI from Pokemon, right? He is clearly surrounding himself with pieces that will eventually be built up. And, you know, sometimes those gambles aren't going to work out. Sultan clearly didn't work out well in Pokemon system. But you've got HFStar, you've got Powerstar, now you have HZI. And Bloody's always been a bit of a solid piece. So, honestly, like, it's impressive what Pokemon's been able to build from the ground up.
Bava were supposed to be the team that was the ground, though, right? It's the one that causes an earthshake whenever there's another super team being built.
They're like the gatekeepers right before you hit the international mark in CS, at least as an individual, even if you can't beat them locally. Now, it is going to be a B-side push. The pistol shouldn't really let things get too complicated. HFStar pulls out the sidearm. He knows he's running into a mess, but there's infinite confidence. And he's not worried at all. He knows he's got a couple of players coming in from short, and that is going to be a quick finish. Legion almost about to make a guarantee that they're at least tied up on halftime.
This is the worst possible start. I mean, you have to remember Vava's only round win has been the pistol round. Their only round where they've gotten aggressive, they've taken initiative, has been the pistol round. The pistol round is supposed to be worth its weight in 3. You are supposed to get to 3 rounds just by winning the first round of the half.
If you're sad but true right now, I'm sure they have already had this conversation, but somebody needs to pick up that secondary IGL duty because that is probably what we expected from Legion coming into this game. We thought, okay, maybe Wawa, they're often able to make Titans crumple under pressure, and if Pokemon's metal was truly tested, then it was very likely that the IGL duties would mid-game have to be switched over to primarily prioritizing HZI, right? But they've not been pressured to the point that that would have to happen, but if you look at the camp of Wawa, that has happened.
Pavlik gets taken down initially. Sad could come through with a double kill, but it's Bullet who actually comes forward and uses his live bullet with 2. Gets a USB out. He's not aware that Bloody's already fallen. It's Muche trying to get damage, and an HE will finish off the job. No, Bloody avoids it. Takes only 3 damage, and Smuche is forced back into the connector. This is an advantage for Team Legion. Remember, a 2 versus 3 with Bloody being this low, but Bloody moves past. They're going back to the B-bomb site. HF is hoping, praying that Smuche peaks, but eventually he'll have to molly it off. Bloody needs to win this fight, but it's impossible. It is genuinely impossible to get a kill for him over here. But the off shot, it misses, and that means HF can trade. OK will have a chance to rectify. Comes back in for the repeat, doesn't get scared, and he will bring it back under control.
OK is just glad that the issue doesn't get exacerbated. Missing the first op shot was a wide open window that could have totally been capitalized upon, especially when you consider the spacing of the second player. He did end up getting a kill anyway. You lose that first duel, if you die there and you unpeak, now you've got a 2v1 in CT, and your connector player cannot do jack. So I know it's around for Wawa. Sure, maybe it's some time to pat them on the back, but I'm not too comfortable doing it yet.
the problem is also for Wawa when you lose so many players. I'm going to go back to what I was talking about initially, but economy in Counter-Strike. Winning a round over here, you lose the next one, you don't have money to be able to purchase more weapons. Even if you win this one with only a player or two alive, you're still going to be in a worse situation financially than Legion could be now. They have the advantage. They've done some good damage in the last few, so Powerstar and Pokemon who are on $50 and $300 a piece, they won't be able to buy regardless. HCI has taken Palace responsibilities, but rail pressure is coming through in the apartments. It's a double underpass play to try and enable Bloody in mid, but Wawa again don't have anyone in window. Ever since Salpatruz died once in window, he has never asked for someone to be positioned there. Okay, again and again, the only place I see him is in CT spawn. Powerstar misses the timing. Innsmouth comes in from behind.
Oh my God,
Baba's going to be turned around. This could be two, but Innsmouth will have to make do with just the one poke. He's fighting back.
That is a big fumble from Innsmouth, considering the position that he was in. A little bit of trigger discipline could have gone a long way, and now when the dust settles, a slight advantage for Legion. You've got Pokemon trying to creep into connector. The world is the oyster of Legion, and they're going to get ready to crack it right open on the B side. Here comes the utility. The cavalry getting ready to move out. A solitary defender on the back of the bomb site. HZI a little bit more active than we saw him on Dust 2. But Salpatruz not trying to show himself. There's a little bit of action happening on the A side, but it comes down to the 2v2 again. 3, rather. I didn't even notice Bloody was alive.
I think they might not either. HE goes deep. That's not going to be able to take him down. Bloody continues to stay alive despite grenades falling on his body again and again when he's low. Bullet is the only player who can make something happen. Deep incendiary goes out. It'll be forcing HF into a more aggressive position. He is more than happy to take it. Okay, fight for one, but that's all he'll find. It is 6-2 for Team Legion. And I hate to zone in on him again. I really do for us. He's such a good player. He's such a young talent, but sad but true, that round was just played too poorly. They find the lurker, they turn it into a 3 versus 3. Saad's only job over there is to find one kill and stay alive for as long as possible. That is the anchoring mentality. That's what HCI was giving us on Dust 2. But in the direct head-to-head comparison, Saad is just not delivering.
And if defensive maneuverisms aren't working for Sad But True, you would expect maybe he tries to rectify that by playing a little bit more proactive, right? Maybe he goes jump spotting into B apps so he can call the rotations in a little bit earlier, but you can tell he turtles up in the worst way possible. A total contrast to what we saw from HZI, which further bolsters the storyline we've been seeing all day. There is no real competitor, no real contrast for each of the players on the other side.
I do like this position that Baba has taken. It's another opportunity for A main control. Bloody gets a kill through the smoke while he's blind. It doesn't get easier for them ever. Running through the Molotov, Oki will at the very least get the better of HF Star, but they've now given up the A bomb site because of it. And the knowledge of two players being through main, it's all there. Baba gets a bomb plant. They've already got jungle and short control, so rotation has to come in through CT spawn. Bloody again is just going to be incredibly low, but he might be able to find something in jungle regardless.
You have to consider there's a fair bit of utility still available on the T side as well. Bullet is getting ready to pop the smoke. No, he's going to try and pull the attention away. You've got 2 prongs coming in for the A side. Retake. Executor's going to find one, and Smudge with more, and with just Pokemon and Bloody remaining, they've got a few bodies that are quite injured already. Pokemon, they're too far from the action. That's it, Smudge trying to stick to the bomb. Pokemon's going to send it flying. Does the nade connect? Yes, it does. You're going to get off the bomb.
No
and
time.
I think they don't have time. That is unreal.
From beyond the grave, Pokemon fights back. You might take him down, but you won't take the round. It is 7 for Team Legion. It is heartbreak central right now for Vava.
And I think beyond the grave is the perfect analogy, because the metaphor for Legion that fits is the metaphor of dying and then reinventing yourself. For HZI to have switched roles, for Pokemon to have completely transformed as a player with his playstyle and his place in the team. For so many of these pieces to be completely new.
But maybe Wawa can fight back. Finally, aggression comes through. Sad by True comes out with 2 initial kills, and this should mean Wawa is in for a guaranteed round number 3. But I've said that before. They've lost 2 different 3 versus 1s in this first half. One to ATI, one to the grenade of Pokemon. Funnily enough, ATI also has a grenade. Alistar is already out in B, but Innsmutje good for the trade. 4 versus 2. Legion have to split up and search for clues. This is a bit of a Scooby-Doo situation, but I don't know if they're actually going to find the culprits. Pokey opposition is good. He knows where Bullet is. Inside CT spawn. Pokey continues to poke and prod. Going forward. 2 on the other side, but this is going to be tough to swing out. This is not an easy duel at all. They're going slow. No. They're going 1 by 1. Pokey turns around. God. He'll have a shot to the side of his shoulder that gives him information, but Innsmutje, he will find the bomb. No! ATI turns at the nick of time. It won't be enough. Innsmutje will get the kill and drops the bomb.
I don't even feel comfortable thinking that it is the inevitable conclusion there for Wawa. Maybe Pokemon can still make magic happen, pull a rabbit out of his hat. 68 points of health, bomb control, 30 seconds. There's a fair bit that he can still do. Wawa are thinking that he'll be fast-tracking all the way to the B-bomb site. Executor's playing up close in Palace, so if he decides to get that first kill immediately, then there's going to be a little bit of wiggle room for him to get it. But good thing for Wawa is that the jungle rotations happen, and the op will be ready to take him. There might still be some life in them.
Yeah, Wawa clocking at the very end that, hey, there probably isn't enough time to be able to go all the way over towards the B bomb site and get the bomb plant. Obviously, with 18 seconds left from the clock, Pokey would have to come back to A. This zone into Palace is fantastic stuff. And for Wawa to be able to find another round, could this be it? Could this be their chance to fight for 5?
And remember that so much of the crowd last time in Control Point supported Wawa, but I just can't feel that energy anymore. Legion miles ahead. But you're right, the fight for 5 is what is necessary for now. We'll have to keep our hopium for Wawa to be able to make this a competitive game for until this half ends. Judge based off of how it ends.
Legion, because of that earlier bravado where they're getting incredibly aggressive, they've lost out too much money even though they were winning so many rounds in a row. They're now on Tech 9s, and this is how they did get into the game in the first place, right? Let's not forget round number 2. I think Wawa won't be for sure. But as much as Legion's wins have come off the back of great plays from their individuals, Wawa has been in winning positions very often. If anything, this probably should have been a scoreline that maybe even goes 6-4 in favor of Wawa. And if they can realize that, if they can get past this hurdle, the next round is free. Executor, Incendiary is well timed. Oak is found, another one. Power Star is down, and Legion with 30 seconds, and Incendiary still marking down the territory they wanted to claim. Is going to be walking into the mincemeat machine. It's Executor with 3, and it's going to be Team Legion, more likely than not, bound to be stuck on only 7 at the end of that first half. Even that next round will have no money.
It is so concerning that Legion have won so many of these thin line, fine margin plays. And you're right to point out that on any other day, I think Wawa would be up ahead. But those early nerves that we saw from Wawa, letting that pistol round turn around, seeing them turtle up, seeing them back off of any potential aggression that they could have had, it's coming back to bite them. And it could be their Achilles heel eventually when Legion go over to the defense.
This entire round comes down to Bullet.
Yeah.
And he needs to be supported by Innsmutje. Innsmutje is going to be caught off by the players coming in through connector. Timing is fantastic. Bullet's still alive, but not for long. Bloody and ATI find a killer piece. And with it, sad but true falling as well. Team Legion can do no wrong. They were never supposed to have a chance over here. Wawa, they were ready for 5. But Team Legion are still going to find the ultimate advantage.
We've seen that round be replayed over and over. Tech 9s, whatever. There's always a chance for Legion to clutch. And it feels like there's no life left in Wawa. They claimed that they came unprepared last time. That with no strats, against the booklets and notes of Legion, were able to do it just based off of pure chemistry. But not this time. Legion much more prepared, upgrades all across the server, looking like Optimus Prime now with all the attachments.
But these are not robots in disguise. They are murderers on the map. Legion are destroying dreams, and they're doing so in style, but OK will be able to fight back. Inzmuche, the one to nab the kill. All the way back in CT spawn, it's Pokemon. He's played spoiler to so many rounds. It is going to be 4 CTs coming in through spawn while the bomb is planted. Don't forget, they do have a kit and a smoke. But the T's haven't vacated the site. They want to fight.
The smoke is the big one. If they can deploy it on the side, they do need to hurry up, though. They're going to run out of time soon. That's the first body down. This is going to speed things up, and Pokemon's finding shots. They're going to get ready for the defuse, and it's going to be nigh impossible to defend. They find all the kills, and Legion keep that engine going.
It's a quick reminder of who you're going up against. South Pokemon Ahmed, the greatest Counter-Strike player that Pakistan has ever produced, does it again and again and again.
And sometimes you look at that posture when he's doing it too, right? He almost felt a bit reclined in that round, despite coming off the back of a clutch.
He said the job's not done. Well, he's here to finish it.
If this is a job, then Pokemon deserves a raise.
That might be coming in the form of a prize, but Vava still want to play spoiler. They still want to show that all of those rounds that they were supposed to win can still come true again. Remember, Vava has now lost 5 rounds where they're in a commanding lead. In a position they should never be giving up.
Pistols, retakes, clutches, you name it. Legion, I know that some of those players can almost taste victory when players like HZI have become so familiar with the taste of defeat, salivating over the prospect of double digits as they go up against a cobbled together by Team Wawa, exploring around middle. They've got a prong everywhere. You've got a couple of players. You've got a player on main and B apartments poking around. Basic default with a slightly heavier hand towards middle.
Don't forget, Vava themselves have comparatively worse off money than what they would want to have. It is 3 Galil's inferior rifles, an SMG, mid-tier weapon, like I said, and a scout, which is just a worse sniper. There's very little they can do with 35 seconds left from the clock. They have no map control. Legion only need to bunker down onto the bomb sites. And with Bloody being nearby to B, Vava have to come forward with brute force. Bava starts playing distraction, going for the jump spot. We'll see the intentions and rotations have been called. Bava Star needs to find at the very least 1 kill, and Inzmuche is the one who puts him down. Bullet and Executor find the same. And despite the early information, CT rotations were late, but HF still gets 1, and that's enough. That's enough to convince them that this possibility is open. Pokemon walks into the bomb site, shoulder spotted, but there's more than just the one where that came from.
And this is the first time that Wawa have, interestingly enough, defied the status quo, right? It felt like clutches had become inevitable for Pokemon and company.
And it is rounds like this, rounds where a force spy goes your way, rounds where you are just destroying them despite everything kind of being stacked against you, right? 35 seconds left, going over to the B-bomb site where you've been spotted and there's 3 players on site. You're not supposed to get away with this. Vava do an incredible job of replicating what Legion gave to them. But where Legion was getting a whole lot of support, I think Vava might need it right now as well. Karachi, do you want a map 3? I think they might not.
Yeah, that's a little too quiet. I mean, I'm so surprised because last time Wawa made so many fans.
Yeah.
Is no one from Control Point here?
They're just gonna do it again.
Listen, maybe there's a bunch of viewers screaming at their monitors, okay? We just can't hear them. Gotta give them the benefit of the doubt.
I thought that's the voices in my head.
Ah.
That's what they said.
Ah.
Also that.
You have that issue too?
Yeah.
Great.
Tactical timeout gets called. You've got 4 pauses in a game. Very often teams on LAN can forget that when they're, relatively newer to the LAN environment, to the big stage like this. But it's good to see that that pause has been used over here. Legion will calm things down. Pokemon is no stranger. Of course, he's the kind of player who will make sure you're using every resource at your disposal. And honestly, very often can lose despite it. But this doesn't seem to be one of those places. Wawa will have to fight. Fists held forward.
I want Wawa to be able to close the distance to 7, maybe 8 rounds, because this game won't be exciting until 8ZI gets a little bit of sweat under his palm, knowing that he's supposed to be gripping the trophy in just a moment's time if he can get it done.
Gotta be careful over here. This guy doesn't want to give up his kill just for free. Pokemon comes in with a good kill, and Pava Star is definitely in position to be able to fight back, but Pava, despite opportunities, is not going to be the stable hand with the Eagle he hopes to be. HCI, they always knew he was there somewhere. And Wawa will get 2 in a row.
And one flip of the narrative that I'm really enjoying from Wawa is that although they've had a few really bad rounds, okay, few is kind of underselling it, they've had many, many really bad rounds, they at least have individuals popping off now, because that's a storyline we never got to see on Dust 2. It wasn't even like a parting shot on the fadeaway where, okay, you know what, I boosted my kills to like 19. Everyone's done like 7 kills. No, we had none of that. No consolation, no buffer, nothing.
And to be frank, 9-6 with Team Legion now having bad. This is not a bad position at all for Wawa. Remember, Legion aren't going to have an AWP in the next round with HF having utility over here either. So he'll be coming in a lot more limited compared to what we saw from him in Dust 2, where he was doing so incredibly well, dominating every duel, because he always had utility. He had flashes to be able to help his teammates fight and then come in onto weakened players, maybe having a lot more information with that. HEs to blow open smokes, things like it. Legion's next round will not have any of that. This round is supposed to be an easy, automatic loss, right? So that's why they're going for something a little bit cuter. It's 5 players in the middle area of the map, and they're just trying to make something work. If they're lucky, but this time it won't be the case.
Yeah, when you just got the pistols, try your best at some aim practice, right?
Yeah.
Fork it over to the next round, and then see what happens. But now, Wawa are surprisingly enough breathing down their neck. And I don't want to act like we totally saw it coming, but, you know, there were a couple of flashes in the pan. The rounds that Legion were winning,
they shouldn't have.
Yeah, they weren't convincing. They weren't strategically sound. And there's the problem right there, because I know when you hit that 9-9 scoreline, Pokemon's going to have a bit of a chip on his shoulder. He's going to be like, guys, I can't focus. You know what? HZI, do you want to call something? You know Wawa really well. Listen, you grew up with them, okay? Like, what are they doing with the wickets? If they...
I think their favorite color is purple.
What does that have to do with CS?
That's
is also the question that they're going to be asking each other.
Now, listen, all jokes aside, Pokemon has a reputation of struggling in some incredibly important matches. For him, it does feel like he's graduated beyond that. But when it comes to qualifying for huge lands like the Esports World Cup, you know, sometimes even the major, things like this, it always feels like in the toughest moment where he feels like he's already done the job, he can let slip. And that's double so as a leader.
Yeah, you could tell him, see, he was manifesting, right? Job's not done, yeah. That's them locked out of the round again.
They've lost 2 players immediately, and this is what we were missing from Wawa. Shots, but also aggression. In the first half, we really barely ever saw Wawa taking things into their own hands. Bloody will fight back, but for Team Legion to go for a fight over here would be a mistake.
I would love to find out in the interview who was still at the helm in terms of captaincy in map 2, because if Sad But True is still calling, and if he's still taking primarily the reins in this game, then honestly, he's doing an excellent job from the bottom.
Well, Wawa's going to have to win the map for us to find that one out.
That's true.
So let's see if they can still continue carving the way out. But they're looking much more confident over here. And honestly, I do think that some of these are individual calls. Inzmuche has always been known for this. He will go out incredibly aggressively on a map like Mirage and just take control. I mean, we've lost rounds to them like this as well in the past. I've seen so many Pakistani teams that go up against them, and they're like, hey, we're in a winning position versus Wawa. And then someone just... This is going to sound mean, but I mean it in a very good way. Someone turns their brain off on Wawa, and they just push. And sometimes when you're that skilled, that's all you need. I mean, look at this. There's 15 seconds of the map that's gone by. Inzmuche, 20 seconds into it, is already deep in the B-bomb side. He's gotten 2 entry kills just by pushing. We've literally lost 3 rounds to this exact same strat. I'm not even joking. I remember them all.
A little bit of context for the viewers. T-Time and I have had our fair share of
Losses.
Comical competitive play,
Yes.
I'd like to say. And yeah, Wawa has been on the dishing out end of a lot of them.
Yeah. We believe in self-deprecating humor when it comes to Counter-Strike. Or as I say, gameplay.
Gameplay.
Savage in a good position, but he's going to be missing it out. Remember, Team Legion getting aggressive over here with 2 players going all the way through A main. They've left HF for the AWP to take control of any possible players coming in through connector. He's also worried about Palace though, because they didn't clear that out earlier on. The timing for Legion's push is going to be everything. Remember that Inzmuche has the bomb, and he is the most exposed player. Should they lose his life, this round becomes so much more difficult.
Pokemon behind them. And Smudge bomb down now, and Legion are gonna stop what was probably the biggest possible kick in the gut, which is letting them tie up the scoreline. Even if you're just able to keep them at arm's distance, your mental isn't going to capitulate. And as much as I want to talk about, as much as we've talked about Wawa, being able to turn off their brain, and, sometimes it works when your brain is sabotaging you, that doesn't mean you turn it off to the point where you leave the bomb out in the open alone with no defense, right?
Look, again, this is just one of those things where I don't even blame Wawa that much for it, but not having an A-lurker does come back to bite you, and you need to know that you're on a timer. What an A-lurker, of course, is that very often in Counter-Strike, when you're on the offensive side or the D side, you'll have a player dedicated to either extremity point of the map, A or B, and that player's then, their job is to prevent something like this from happening so that you don't have your opposing team just pushing all the way into you from the back and getting a good backstab. When you do this and you don't have a lurker, you're on a timer. So you need to fight earlier, you need to go into a bomb site earlier, and you need to find shelter earlier. Wawa forget that part of it. Completely.
There's only so much lurking you can do until it becomes aggression. What do they call that again? Horseshoe theory or what?
Call that the only way Anastronza you can get an entry frag.
True. Didn't get many of those recently. We could have actually stopped Wawa getting here.
But
Close.
Wawa right now want to make sure that they're not stopped en route to map 3. You might have lost that last round, but let's not forget the amount of momentum that you were able to pick up for yourself. Legion have now gone back to the basics, and the basics were not what helped them get a lead.
When you know the basics are making you lose, you gotta play CS in a funky way. You gotta try something new. See how many more tricks they have. They obviously don't have the buffer to keep going for creativity anymore.
This
is just a really bad timing. He said, now he's going to start to have shaky hands, and they've gained access into B. The problem is you still have the superstar that is HF Star, but he's only found the first kill. He's going to hear them circling around him. They're going to get pressuring, but he's hitting some nasty shots, and HF Star flexing on all over them.
It is the birth of a new great player in Counter-Strike for Pakistan. We have seen HSB come and go by, we've seen Trance come and go by, and honestly it feels like Pokemon is in his last years as well, but he will not go without making sure succession is maintained. HF, what a play. Is this the first time in Pakistani history that we're going to find an Oppa who is both cool under the pressure, good on land, and on top of it all, feels like he could step up to the international level? This is, I mean,
that's an individual play. That is an individual play by
that round was lost.
By every stretch of the imagination. When you've got a player that is jumping into the site, you've got an additional player on short, someone's climbing up the car. The only thing you can do is put your op at a knife's edge and hope the bullet splits into 3 and hits all of them.
What's even worse is that HZI over there was actually blocking his shot, so HF had to wait to see HZI die, and he still has to prioritize appropriately. He can't just look back towards apartments because apartments pressure isn't coming until later on. I mean, just the individual decision making, it's all split second, it's all instinctive. That's what makes it even more impressive. Where on one end, Powerstar misses the timing, HZI misses a lot of shots over there. That should be done. Wawa felt like, hey, okay, job's done. You've got our 2 kills, this is easy. And then HF shows up. And For Vava, it's the same story. And then Pokemon shows up, and then HZI shows up, and then HF shows up, and then 2 Force by Wins show up. The and then part is what's coming back to keep Vava down. And honestly, I don't know how you fix that. Because that's supposed to be the part that's the easiest to get done. You've already done all the hard work to put yourself in a winning circumstance.
There's also not enough time remaining to try and diagnose the issue. They've got a timeout going. They know they're up against the wall, against the ropes. They already have a blip on their side of the grand scoreboard. Legion already have won the first map 13-3. For anyone that's tuning in late, this could be a very convincing series, even if Mirage ends up being a close game.
Back into things we go. Legion are 2 rounds away from winning the Sindh Esports Championships 2025. But those 2 rounds can be the hardest to find. Inzmuche and Executor are having a game. 17 and 15 kills apiece. They are almost topping out the scoreboard, short only of Bloody's 20 frags, where he has quietly climbed up. Pokemon positions himself in sandwich. Sandwich found the first. They don't check for Pokey. Oh no, Pokey takes his time, and that means Inzmuche can fight back, dink or not. Inzmuche is low, sure. But we've seen Bloody do the same. Have a performance while he's low so many times. I can't believe that Inzmuche doesn't have it in him as well. He'll be called upon. CTs are coming in through spawn. Flashes galore. HZI pushes forward for Pava. Molotovs and HEs are going to go forward, but Oki is now trying to cheat past the utility. Peeks in, comes in from behind. They don't hear him until it's too late, and HZI might get the response, but will it matter?
Problem is, they just can't deal with Executor. There's an infinite number of angles that they have to try and clear. HZI getting another kill. Bullet, how has it only come down to you? Trying to fight from Connector, and they're still gonna lose. How does Wawa mess that one up?
They've got a kid as well. Time for the defuse. It is 12. It is tournament point for Legion. 3 versus 4 retake. OK coming in from behind. Full post-spawn position established. Vava have no one to blame but themselves in this spot. And for Legion, they've got everyone to pat on the back. This has not been a one-man show. And Pokey is enjoying it.
Of course he is, right? That's the first kill. The Charizard of Punjab is gonna go nuclear for what could be the ultimate round of the game. 3 players left. 3 bodies to find for Legion. And it would have to be a miracle for Wawa to try and keep this engine back on track. Another kill found. Pava Star, that's big. Bullet and OK, can they recover?
It feels impossible. They're going to take their time. Bullet slowly goes forward back to Palace. He's put his hands together in prayer, but he's going to have to use his hands for more than just that. Team Legion on the other side. They realize that they are 2 kills away from sealing the deal. They are 2 kills away from being champions. A feeling known only to one Pokemon. A chance, but it's been lost. A duel that's gone the way of Bullet. And maybe it is the Needle's Eye that's opened up. Star will thread it regardless. Bullet alone, 1 versus 3, and Legion will do it. 13 found. It is convincing, it is dominant, and it is a reminder of greatness. Legion are your Sindh Esports Championship victors.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the winners, Team Legion. I would like to request my audience to stay with us, Team Legion. एक क्लोजिंग सेरेमनी आप सबकी तालियों और शोर में हम लोग यहाँ पर करेंगे एंड So after the interview, we'll proceed towards the closing ceremony. Over to Fariha.
Congratulations, Pokey. This is huge. But how do you go from struggling against a team recently and then clean sweeping them? ये कैसे होता है?
सॉरी सो देखिए हमें पहले तो स्ट्रगल करना नहीं चाहिए था दैट वाज अनलकी अनफॉर्चुनेट अल्लाह का साथ नहीं था हमारे साथ बट इस बार मैं अपनी वाइफ और अपनी बेटी को साथ लेके आया हूँ आई ब्रॉट माई ओन गुड लक सो थैंक यू गाइस
लास्ट में थोड़ा सा डाइसी हो गया था इतना पुशबैक एक्सपेक्ट किया था
थोड़ी सी वही मिस्टेक रिपीट हो गई थी हम ओवर एक्साइटेड हो गए कॉन्फिडेंट हो गए हमने उनको बिला वजह किल्स दी जिसकी वजह से हम राउंड्स हारे बट देन वी टुक अ पॉज हुज़ैफा ने स्पीच दी और सब सही हो गया
अच्छा एचएफ लास्ट मैच लास्ट इवेंट में आपने कहा था कि आपकी कर्स है ओके वी हैव अ लॉट ऑफ एचएफ फैंस यू सेड दैट आपकी कर्स है कि जो है आप वावा के अगेंस्ट कभी भी नहीं जीत पाते इज दिस द डे वेयर वी विल होपफुली कंटिन्यू टू विन अगेंस्ट वावा
जी अब तो मुझे लगता है सारी वो जो पनौती थी हट गई है तो अब कोशिश करेंगे हम जीतें हर बार क्योंकि हम ज़्यादा टाइम देते हैं गेम को
डिजर्व्ड अच्छा इट्स इट आई हैव आल्सो हर्ड अबाउट अनदर कर्स अभी वाइल्ड बता रहा था दैट 29वां टाइम है ये फाइनल पे तो कैसा लग रहा है फाइनली जीत के
29वां फाइनल है वेलो के साथ मिला के और ये मेरे पे कोई 8 साल पुराना कर्ज है जो आज हटा है और मैं कभी भी नहीं चाहता था कि ये कर्ज जो ये वावा के अगेंस्ट हटे क्योंकि जितने बॉयज़ फॉलो करते हैं उनको सबको पता होगा कि मेरे भाइयों की तरह है और लेकिन अब वो सामने थे तो उनकी गलती क्या कर सकते हैं
These are your finalists guys congratulations team Legion over to Chavez
Thank you so very much, Fariha. I would like Team Legion to please stay on stage with us for the closing ceremony. And before going forward, I would like to call on the stage Honorable Secretary Sports Sindh. आप सबकी भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए for Mr. मुनव्वर अली महेसर साहब से एक दफ़ा फिर से गुजारिश करूंगा भरपूर तालियां में आपकी to please come on stage so that we can. And with that, हम डायरेक्टर स्पोर्ट्स सिंध डॉक्टर असद इसहाक साहब से भी गुजारिश करूंगा कि स्टेज पर तशरीफ लाएं फॉर द क्लोजिंग सेरेमनी और एक दफा आप सबकी भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए टीम लीजेंड के लिए भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए जी एक दफा क्या बात है वंस अगेन मैं पूरी कैमरा टीम से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आप हमें बेहतर तरीके से बता दें कि लाइनअप हम पहले मेडल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करेंगे विद द सेक्रेटरी स्पोर्ट्स सिंध जी एंड विद एवरी प्लेयर गेटिंग द मेडल्स आपकी तालियों का साथ रहना चाहिए जी मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगा डिप्टी डायरेक्टर मिस्टर हबीबुल्ला से टू प्लीज ज्वाइन अस ऑन द स्टेज एंड सेक्शन ऑफिसर मिस्टर एडी गोपान से भी गुजारिश करना चाहूँगा सर, प्लीज़ आप भी हमें स्टेज पर क्लोजिंग सेरेमनी के लिए ज्वाइन कीजिएगा. Fareed bhai, please join the panel. And with that, I would like to request the winning team to please step forward towards the trophy. And मैं मिस्टर मुनव्वर अली महेसर साहब से भी गुजारिश करूँ. मैं रनर अप टीम से गुजारिश करना चाहूँगा, टीम वावा से प्लीज टू लाइन अप फॉर द मेडल्स फ्रॉम द सेक्रेटरी स्पोर्ट्स इन मिस्टर मुनव्वर अली महेसर. प्लीज लाइन अप. Medals for the runner-up team. Team वावा के लिए एक दफा भरपूर तालियां होनी चाहिए. This is not an easy thing to qualify for such a big tournament from all over the Pakistan. Very well played, guys. थैंक यू द रनर अप टीम वावा. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा टीम लीजन से, सर टीम लीजन से फिर से मैं गुजारिश करना चाहूँगा कि प्लीज आगे आ जाएं फॉर द ट्रॉफी. टीम लीजन, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा तमाम कैमरामैन से एक दफा, विल टेक अ सेकेंड. ओके जी, आप सबकी भरपूर तालियों में the champions of Sindh Esports Championship 2025 Team Leader. Let's give a big and huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Group picture के लिए I would like to request please, मैं तमाम डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफिसर्स से रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा प्लीज हमें ग्रुप पिक्चर के लिए स्टेज पर ज्वाइन कीजिए. डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफिसर्स, स्पोर्ट्स एंड यूथ अफेयर डिपार्टमेंट, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ सिंध. प्लीज ज्वाइन कीजिए. Okay, G, the supporters and lovers of Team Legend, let's make some noise for the champions! Thank you so very much. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you the winners. The energies are hyped up and you guys can enjoy, meet your family. So ladies and gentlemen, this is your host,
and your dose officially signing off from Sindh Esports Championship 2025, brought to you by Sports and Youth Affairs Department, Government of Sindh. Inshallah, इसी एनर्जी के साथ अगले टूर्नामेंट में मुलाकात होगी. Signing off with this slogan that Pakistan Zindabad. Allah Hafiz.
We're not completely signing off. We do still have to remember everything else going on right now.
People to sign off still.
But this is where, obviously, to everyone watching, you've just been given one of the best matches you ever could to start your journey into Counter-Strike and into esports for Pakistan. There's going to be a lot more where that came from. And when you start looking over towards what this meant, remember, आप लोगों के लिए शायद सिर्फ गेम है, मगर इनमें से काफी players के लिए उससे कहीं बढ़ के है. Powerstar now becomes one of the youngest champions to ever be there for any of these sporting events. You've got HF, who now ends up becoming one of the potential greats of Pakistan to go forward. And Pakistan is on the verge of international. I mean, Pakistan on the verge of international success now. We could genuinely be competing for things like world championship status and whatnot. Magar, for us, हट के भी बात होती है. सिर्फ गेम के बारे में बात नहीं, सिर्फ international status के बारे में बात नहीं है. जब आप देखें हुज़ैफा जैसे players के लिए who have had such a difficult journey to actually get to a place where they're now a champion, for him to be able to feel this way, it is critical that we highlight what he's had.
It feels like there's finally a weight off of his shoulders, that there's some payoff to a very long and gruesome journey, right? 8 years of not having a victory under your belt, constantly seeing the stage. Like, as a viewer, I just want you to imagine stepping on the stage every time, and 28 times the confetti falls for someone else. That is brutal. And the fact that he has, well, the courage to step up a 29th time is huge. And honestly, the only reason it's possible to step up a 29th time is because of all the development we've been having recently. Just a couple of years ago, we wouldn't have had this caliber of tournaments. And just in this year, we've had like 3. We might even have another one on the horizon. So honestly, I'm really enjoying the current landscape of Pakistani CS. And for you and I, Mamoon, there's another land in the pocket together.
Well, listen, at the end of the day, it's also just about, telling the stories of these players. And it's good that we get to do so in such a great stage. The idea that you have all of these underground stories that are always running through in every single esports scene in Pakistan, this is why it's such a good thing to be able to have governments get involved. This is why it's such a good thing to have more sponsors getting involved, more money coming involved. Obviously, we so much love towards people like the Sindh back, so much love obviously towards the Sports and Youth Affairs Department from the Government of Sindh for putting us in a position where we can have this happen. And this will keep on coming through. Pakistan's entry to the world stage has to begin here. It has to begin domestic. And this is only step one. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're truly signing off. But remember, abhi to party shuru hi hai. And with that, we're going to be sending everything off to an end. Thank you all for tuning in. This has been the Sindh Esports Championships 2025 Team Legion IO champions for Counter-Strike. This has been fantastic. I've been Tea Time. He's been Waldady, Mamoon Sabri and Faraz Abro if you care about the actual names. But really, it's not a time for our names. It's a time for Legion's name. Once again, it is Pokemon, it's HZI, it's HF Star, Powerstar, and of course Bloody. All 5 of these players have marked their name in history by winning the inaugural Sindh Esports Championships. And now we have to close this chapter of history. Now we have to go forward, face the future. Faraz, you want to send it off?
Yeah, and listen, if you want to follow all of this action, if you want to support all that's been going on, make sure you're following all the teams on their socials. Make sure you're following the players' storylines, and of course, for the people that made it happen, make sure you're following the socials of the Sport and Youth Affairs Department as well. There's going to be a lot more news coming up, and I know that Pakistani Counter-Strike is just getting started. But for now, let's call it a close.
कौन?
हुज़ैफा शकील जहाँ भी हो टेक्निकल पैनल पे राब्ता करें। आपका CNIC हमारे पास है, कोच से मिलेगा।